1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good evening and welcome to the September edition of DBN's coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League. I am Brandon Fogel. Joining me tonight are Ed Sullivan and Bill Hackenbracht. Ed and Bill, welcome to the DBNI Gameday broadcast. Ed, how you doing down in Ed, how are things down in Houston?
I'm on the porch. It's all good. I've got the Padron 64 anniversary, some scotch. I'm looking forward to some great games.
Give us a shot of the scotch and the cigar together, please.
Well, here's the cigar. The scotch is on the way. You'll see my wife bring it to me. I've ordered it. It's coming. So I lied a little bit, but diplomacy players never do that, do they?
All right, first stab of the night. But you owe us a cigar and bourbon shot at some point tonight. Bill.
It depends on how nice you are about my game.
That's right. For you guys, those of you watching, we have a unique situation tonight. Ed Sullivan played earlier today in one of the VDL games, and he is also going to be calling some of those games. He won't be calling his own game, but maybe we'll bring him back on the broadcast periodically to for him to badmouth all the other players.
Robbed again.
Bill, welcome to the broadcast. You're joining us from North Carolina, correct?
From beautiful Fayetteville, North Carolina.
And what's news down there?
Well, I'm on quarantine because I flew via commercial air, so I haven't shaved in a couple weeks. And yeah.
And where did you go, and was it worth it?
Oh, good gosh, yes. I mean, I'm still working, just from home.
It was a work trip. Okay.
The wife and I took a baby moon to Utah, and we hiked up and down Bryce Canyon, Bryce Canyon, Capitol Reef, Escalante, and also Capitol Reef National Park.
Fantastic. And so Baby Moon means you've got one on the way. How much longer, how much more freedom do you have?
Hey, it's all about what you can negotiate.
All right.
The due January 1st. So we're hoping for New Year's, well, preferably a little bit before then, but a New Year's baby.
All right. We look forward to hearing all about it at some point in the future. And congrats for making it there and back. And Ed, a little congrats there for the Longhorns. Just pulled out a miraculous overtime victory. We got to chat about it while you sat on the porch and watched the end of the game. So, yes, for
Very
anyone
excited, although it tells you how bad Texas is doing when you are excited about a win over the Red Raiders of Texas Tech. They're an inferior team. Should have been a lot easier, but I'm proud. A W is a W. So, we'll take it.
Any Red Raiders fans out there, we do appreciate you. Just so you know. And for anyone else,
a lot of good teams lost today. LSU lost to Mississippi State.
That's right, defending national champs. And all right, that's enough. That's enough college football, because we are here to talk about diplomacy. Whether we are on our front porch in what appears to be a basement, Bill.
It's Fayetteville, no basement.
Or in my great room. And this will be my last broadcast actually from this apartment. I am going to be moving to Florida for the winter, and I will have I'll be having a stop in DC. So Tempest, I will be in the locale, but obviously not at Tempest. Tempest, for those of you listening, is coming up in 3 weeks, I believe, October 17th. If you are interested in playing in a virtual face-to-face tournament, Tempest is the next one up. Go either to our website. We'll have a link up there, or any either of you guys know the website offhand for Tempest?
No clue at all. Don't
No
even
clue
ask.
at all. All right, Google Tempest Diplomacy. You'll be able to find it. Maybe we'll get Dave Miller, if you're out there, to post in the chats in the comments. Anyway, enough of this blather. Let's talk about some diplomacy. Here tonight, we have 6 games coming at you. 4 were played earlier today. 1 was played in the Asia Pacific time zone, convenient for them. 2:30 a.m. Central Time in North America, but I believe that it was 1:30 p.m. Either that or 5:30 p.m. I don't know, something like that in Australia. As it happens, we only had 1 Australian player playing then. There is a European player, and the rest were North American. They had 5 North Americans starting a game at 2:30 a.m. So we'll get to that. So we got 4 games to cover that were already finished, and then 2 games are going on right now. And we will, first of all, let's have a look at of all the players who are playing today. If I can get this up on the screen. These are the top 10 according to the DBN rankings, which we're using to measure out invitations for the invitational tournament, which will be happening in February. So far, we've had a bunch of automatic qualifiers, and then we'll fill out the 28-person field by taking names from this invitational list. And of those players, these are the top 10 who are playing who have played today or are playing currently. The name that stands out at the top of this list is John Anderson, fresh off of a victory at Liberty Cup, which was run by our very own Bill Hackenbracht. And John Anderson did not win Liberty. He won Weaselmoot, which I was one of the organizers for. Tommy Anderson was the one who won Liberty Cup, who is the number 2 player according to the DBN rankings playing tonight. So, and then we've got Peter McNamara, who is the Australian playing with us today. We've got Natty Schaefer, Eber Condrell, who's a local Chicagoan, Jason Massbaum. Unfortunately, we don't have Siobhan on the broadcast tonight to badmouth Jason, so maybe someone else will take up the cause. I don't know. Conrad Woodring is a longtime player. Bill, you're familiar with him. Is that right?
Yes. Based out of England. He's a hell of a player. He's been playing since he was like 12 or 14 or something ridiculous like that.
Okay. And that was a while ago, I assume.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We also have...
He's really old now.
We have George Linkard, Minneapolis player. We've got some guy named Ed Sullivan, who I heard likes to smoke cigars and drink bourbon. We have Hal Schild, who, interesting stat line here, has played 11 games, hasn't topped any, but has only been eliminated once. And that's been good enough to get him up to 42nd place in the DBN rankings.
Hey, Brandon, which is more impressive? John Anderson's 10 boards and 7 board tops, or Ed Sullivan's 4 boards, 4 board tops?
It's a good question. Ed, do you have an opinion on that?
I don't really know what I'm doing. So I'm more happy to you embarrassed me. You put me on the spot. But John Anderson, more impressive. He won Weaselmoot, and unlike me, he's a hell of a nice guy.
Well, it's interesting, Ed, is that you've topped 4 boards out of 8, but still that's only good enough for 37th place in the DBN rankings. How did that
what
happen?
can I say? It's rigged. It's a rigged contest. No mail-in ballots on this.
Did you top at you probably topped boards, like 1 board each at some tournaments? Is that what happened? And then
I played 1 game at Dixie, and I shared a board top, and I shared a board top at Liberty. I shared a board top. I've shared a lot of board tops. That's the way I like to play, and that's the part I probably need to work on, is the killer instinct at the end.
Got it. Yeah. So I should say shared board tops show up here as they'll show up as 1 in that column. So 4 tops here means that you either topped or shared tops in 4 games. So that you can top boards, and if that doesn't translate into high placement finishes in the tournament or the event, that's not going to produce a lot of points for these DBN rankings. The rankings what matters for these rankings are the place finish in the tournament. John Anderson has done both, right? He's topped a lot of boards and translated that into high place finishes. A 7 out of 10 tops is, I mean, that's that's nothing to sneeze at.
He's good. He deserves it too.
Yeah.
And one of those is a top board, which is extremely difficult to accomplish, because there's no suckers on the top board.
and it's winner take all. There's everyone's playing for only one thing. I should note that the person who was in first place in the DBN rankings did not play today, but has been around and has already posted here in the chats. And I'm going to embarrass her by pointing out that it is Tanya Gill. And she is far and away the number one person in these rankings. She has won tournament. She has won a tournament. She is also at first place in the VDL ranking, the VDL standings right now. And also has placed highly in another tournament as well. Two other tournaments, I think, Cascadia and Liberty. All right, enough of this. Let's look at the VDL standings coming in here. There is Tanya Gill. These are the top 10. Not all these players are playing tonight, but Tanya sits atop there. And just a quick scan here. Eber is playing tonight. George is playing tonight. And I think Hauschild and Carl is playing tonight as well.
Thank you.
So, all right. What do you guys say we dive into our first game here?
Especially since Ed just got his scotch. Let's get going.
We're ready, baby.
All right. In order to do that, we have to do a little magic first. Little DBN magic courtesy of Bryan Pravel, who is going to be joining us a little bit later tonight. He is going to be taking over host duties for me about midway through. And we also have David Hood in the wings coming in, starting with the third game that we're going to cover tonight. All right, board number one, we have in Austria, the Australian Peter McNamara. In England, we have Nick Amatangelo coming to us from Nebraska. Again, this game started at 2:30 in the morning Central Time. In France, we have Christian Brown, who is a Weasel, coming to us from Peoria. In Germany, we have Tommy Anderson, the aforementioned champion of Liberty Cup, coming to us from Massachusetts. In Italy, we have Saren Kwok, who is a really sharp up-and-coming player playing in London. Russia, we have Eber Kondrel, another Chicago Weasel. And in Turkey, we have Dave Smith playing from Connecticut. So we've got 5 players who were playing in the middle of the night here. And I know they were really excited to do it. So it'll be interesting to see how that did or did not affect their play. Do you guys have any observations on the people on this board? Ed, I'll start with you.
Well, I just played with Tommy in the second qualifying game at Weaselmoot, where he teamed up with John Anderson. The Anderson twins came out against me, but man, what a pleasant guy. He's smooth as silk, and he can lie with the best of them, and I admire the hell out of him for it.
Bill, how about you?
I'm a big fan of Saren, and Peter McNamara is a hell of a player. I'm really looking forward to seeing how long that détente between Austria and Germany lasts in this game. Those are the two big sluggers, and they're right next to each other.
This is a really intriguing board. We've got Peter McNamara, who came in second at Weasel Moot. We've got Tommy Anderson, who won a tournament, won Liberty. We've got Eber Kondrel, who's played very well. He's high up in the VDL standings. And Saren, this sort of hotshot up and comer, who clearly is like very rapidly developing a really sharp understanding of the game. All right, why don't we dive in? Let's look at some moves, and if I can get this to work. Uh-oh. Come on. All right, hang on a second. We're going to have to do a quick reboot here.
It's live television.
It's all right.
The magic. All right, and here we go. There's a map, and here is our board. And we need to divvy up the east and the west. Ed, you are the newer of the two of you guys in terms of who's been on the broadcast more recently. I'll give you the choice. Would you rather call the West or the East on this game?
Well, like Jim Morrison said, the West is the best, so I'll go with the West.
All right. Then you are going to be up for spring 1901 moves. Tell us what you see in the West, Ed.
Okay. Well, everything pretty standard from the West. It's only 1901. You see Munich moving to Ruhr a lot, but clearly he worked something out with France on Burgundy. So looks like there'll be 3 players for Belgium. It'll be curious to see what happens in the fall, but nothing that strikes my immediate suspicions or alarm.
Yeah, Burgundy and English Channel both being DMZ'd here is really interesting. And We haven't seen a lot of Burgundies being DMZ'd recently. There's been a lot of either suspicious French or eager Germans, but in this case they both do it and they both get away with it. Bill, let's turn to the east here. What stands out to you?
So one thing to know about Saren is when I interviewed her for Liberty Cup, she said that her favorite alliance was a wintergreen, which I believe is a Russia-Italy alliance. So Austria might be thinking that they've got some kind of trickery going on with her just temporarily occupying Trieste. But I'd be careful if I was Peter.
If you were, if you were Austria, how comfortable would you be with the move from Rome to Apulia? How much would that comfort you, I should say?
It'd make me feel a little bit better about it. Look, Adam Siegel has done this to me at least twice, and it never really worked out for me. But he made me feel like it was okay at the time. The move to Apulia is what you want to see. If Rome follows up to Venice, then you've got some big problems coming up, because that army moves to Tyrolia next. He builds an army in Venice, and now Austria's their goose is cooked. At least with this opening, there's a chance that Italy's telling them the truth, and that it's just temporary, or that it's his army to command. You see a bounce in the black, which is almost standard. Dave following suit with his Midwest roots. Dave's from Massachusetts.
Connecticut.
Dave's from Connecticut.
Yep.
I guess Dave's channeling his Midwest moves, doing the Sunstrom to Armenia, and you see Russia opening south, which really frees things up for Nick in the north. And we'll see if that level of comfort affects kind of what direction he chooses to go next.
All right.
I was going to say, you seem to think, Bill, that the move to Vienna was not arranged. And I know that in these virtual games, you haven't seen Venice to Trieste a lot, but it happens a lot online. And I think Brandon mentioned on a broadcast, he sees a lot with the Weasels, but you don't think it was arranged. You think this was
no,
I'm going here.
I have no idea. I wish we had Peter to let us know. But I think we'll find out pretty soon if it was arranged or not.
Yeah, there's a lot of follow-ups here that would certainly give it away. If Ionian goes to the Aegean, for example, then it was agreed upon ahead of time.
Now look, sometimes this is those kinds of moves where Italy makes it and then kind of negotiates around it after the fact.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll see how things shake out.
And so Peter is he's a very skillful player in sort of he's a very well-rounded player. So I think, if we were going to task him with sniffing out whether Saren means to stick with an alliance with him or not, that's a good bet that he's going to be able to do it. Question whether he could do anything about it is something else. But Smyrna going to Armenia here seems like the kind of it's kind of the spoon that stirs the pot here. That combined with Venice to Trieste, it really opens up a lot of different possibilities for what could happen in the East. And a lot of them are sort of kind of bad for the East, right? It's possible that the whole East could stay a kaleidoscope mess while the West is set up for a possible Western triple here.
Yeah. It'll be very interesting to see what Tommy's able to quarterback there.
Yeah, how nice is it for Tommy to not have any unit on Munich? No foreign units anywhere. No one in Tyrolia, no one in Burgundy, and no crazy Silesia move. It's yeah. All right, let's have a look. We'll stay in the East with you, Bill, and let's have it. What do you see here?
Fascinating. Eber gets no builds. And Turkey now has 3 units on Sevastopol. That army in Trieste didn't move anywhere, and that fleet didn't go to Aegean. So I don't know how much it was. I think it's still too early to determine whether or not that was an arranged 0-1 move or not. If it wasn't arranged, we'll probably see it kicked out early next spring.
I mean, I think the one clue that it might have, that at least Peter's at least okay with it for now, is that he didn't react badly here, right? Like you often see Austria's just suicide, go get really upset and overreact. But here you've got, Peter, really interesting here. He could have done the safe thing and support Albania to Greece here, but instead he supports Turkey into Romania, which is a real risk for him here. Yeah,
this is and it's a real risk for Dave as well, because if Dave's looking at a Lepanto, the thing to do is to move Bulgaria to Serbia to bounce Trieste from moving into Serbia while Austria gets another army on Bulgaria.
Yeah. They could have done the real key Lepanto, the actual one.
Yeah. And so Dave's clear. So perhaps Tommy sold Dave that, hey, this was not arranged. I'll deal with her next year. Let's keep Russia stymied in the south, which they've done. So it really is way too early to figure out what's happening there in the east. But I'm very interested to see what happens next.
You said Tommy. I think you meant Peter there. Yeah, you were talking about.
I did mean Peter.
Yeah. It's nice. Peter has done this kind of masterful job here. We'll look at the positions, and then before we go back to the West here, this is a really nice job for Peter. If he has doubts about Sarin, he has created this conflict between Turkey. He's encouraged furthered the conflict between Turkey and Russia in a way that gives him time to recover if Sarin comes after him. On the other hand, he's also given Sarin such a great opportunity to move against Turkey that if she had plans to go against him, she doesn't really need to now, right?
Yeah. Now we had a bounce in Sweden, and maybe Ed can shine some light on what he thinks is going on in the West.
Tell us about the West, Ed.
Well, I think a lot of modern play is if you see Austria in trouble, you will bounce Russia, and Russia here 0 builds. I think is the story from 2001 with the bounce in Sweden and not taking Romania. That's really bad, but. Tommy bounces Sweden, takes Holland, and retreats to Munich, or moves to Munich, because clearly England convoyed to Belgium. This could be Western Tripolish, just like you thought, Brandon. It's still a little too early to say. The fleet to Spain as opposed to Portugal gives France some options there about either moving back to MAO or Western Med maybe. So still developing is the way I'd put it in the West, but there's been no conflict between the three powers, and it's been one full year.
Yeah, this sets up really nicely for France, doesn't it? If it is a Western Triple, it's not a particularly efficient looking one for Germany or for England, right? Which would suit France well. That's how it seems to me. Do you see it that way or anything?
No, France is going to get 2 builds. They have no one on their borders. They've just helped England into Belgium. So, yeah, there's no real threat to France at this point. And France, Christian can pick which way he wants to go.
Munich?
Yeah, let's talk about that. Why the move back to Munich? Why would Tommy want to do that? Can we try to figure out a reason?
It would seem to me the more efficient thing to do. Well, not efficient, but he could have supported York to Belgium as well, but maybe he figured that's going to happen. Let me show these guys that I'm willing to be a player elsewhere on the map. Where else is he going to go? He can't move to Burgundy. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Or even Kiel to Holland, right? He could have supported Kiel to Holland, make sure that there was no tomfoolery coming from these other guys.
Because if there's an EF going on, the move is north to Holland, while France takes Belgium, and Germany is in a bad way.
I think the story here is I'm willing to bet that there's cooperation. Everyone's playing nice in the sandbox right now.
All right.
So if that's the case, what builds do you expect, Ed?
Well, I guess we'll know a lot if Germany builds a fleet. Although I think Tommy would normally build a fleet. All right, so I'm willing to think we're going to see a fleet Marseille, Army Paris for France. Is that crazy?
That would be very Western Tripoli in that case. What Ed or Bill? What do you think about England's builds? If you are Western Triple and if you are EF, what's the difference?
So if it's an EF, you're looking at Army. Well, I don't think it matters what it is. Army, London, Fleet, Edinburgh are pretty standard moves. Are pretty standard builds. If you're England and you get 2 builds, there's no immediate threat on the North Sea, and you really want that freedom to get your fleet out into action and still be able to convoy your newly built army. If you build that fleet London, there's only 2 ways it can go, and one of them ain't good for France.
All right, let's find out what happens here. And I'll call out the builds for us. We've got 2 fleets from France, which is still consistent with the Western Triple, but it also leaves them very vulnerable to a concerted English-German attack here. However, England puts down Army London, Fleet Edinburgh, which again is very Western Tripoli. Germany also does the most Western Tripoli thing here, and which gets the army forward into Berlin. So we can talk in the future about whether this advantages one or another of the 3 of these in the West, that there is, if there is a Western Triple. In the East, we've got 2 fleets from Sarin, which I'm sure Peter McNamara is very happy to see. Turkey goes with an Army Constantinople. This is full on anti-Russia. He's taking a chance that he is going to get something off of Russia that he can use to parry a potential concerted Austrian-Italian attack in the south. And perhaps this is a moment where Dave has looked across the board and seen what looks like and anticipated this Western Triple and thought that he could take a chance here and leave his southern flank open. And we'll find out if he gets away with that.
That's mighty dangerous.
I think we've got an FG.
An FG. All right, so you would so the fleet in Brest opens up that possibility for France. All right, let's find out.
It's the best possible moves for Tommy.
Let's stay in the West here, and let's find out from Ed. Do we have Western Triple confirmation?
We have Western Triple confirmation. I feel vindicated in my guess. Yeah, but yeah. So it's everything is moving west or moving east or in the position to move east. So France going to Gulf of Leon and Western Med and Spain and Burgundy, where Germany, I'm sure, isn't too disappointed by the bounce, but Germany moves west to Prussia and Baltic and Sweden. And it's on like Donkey Kong for the West right now. Usually, I mean, look, Tommy's a confident player. That a lot of times does not end up well for Germany. So I'm sure he's got some diplomatic arrows in his quiver, but he's got to be worried about that. And I know he's worried about that. He's played plenty of times. He knows that that's out there.
And I think let's point out quickly here, there's a tactical mistake here by England, right? The clear thing, the clear optimal move here is Norway to Barents with that gets, both another unit onto St. Pete, and then the convoy is guaranteed. And then, you have a better chance of getting St. Petersburg here.
I agree, but it might have been one of those convenient things for England to not have that order go through, just in case there was an FG like Bill suspected.
Oh, I see. That's what you were saying before. Got it. Okay. Well, in any case, he doesn't have to worry about it because France, for the moment, has gone full south. Let's head over to the east here. Bill, tell us about what looks to be like a little bit of a betrayal.
Yeah, I think we see another tactical mistake. Sorry, Sarin. I think if you're going to leave Trieste, I think the right move is to go back to Venice, because right now Tuscany is wide open for that convoy from Spain to Tuscany. We see a little betrayal there. If only Russia hadn't vacated Ukraine, there would have been 2 poofs there would have been two dislodged with no valid retreats in the east. But as it is, Russia has lost its southern fleet, and Turkey is going to be able to retreat forward into Ukraine, which is fantastic for him.
Except that Turkey chose not to. So this is a disband. The X indicates that Turkey pulled it off the board rather than retreated it.
Well, that's an interesting choice.
In the spring, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with it, but it's the move that got made. And what you're seeing now is you've got a full-on attack against a full-on attack by Austria and Italy against Turkey. I'm curious why Peter would have bounced the Turk in Bulgaria when, had he not, Italy would have been able to walk right into Smyrna in the fall. You know, the move almost would have been to send all the fleets east, but it's not a negative for him because now you've got Armenia didn't move anyway. It's Tommy's in a great position. Really stands to be the only one to get immediate benefits in the East, and I'm not surprised at all by Peter's moves. I was
going to say one thing to look for in the spring is whether or not France is really going to commit, because France could move Mid-Atlantic, Irish, Western MAO, and then convoy up if he suspects England's going to convoy out this time for sure. England could be vulnerable too. They're really, so I'd be curious to see what happens.
All right,
fleet politics going to be a tell.
Let's find out right now, and we'll since we're talking about that, we'll stay in the West. And Ed, tell us what happens.
Well, France continues with the triple, goes down again. Norway tries to go for St. Pete, which conveniently is an army back, but goes to Ruhr. I can't tell on the screen if that's with support from Holland.
It's not. Holland held here.
I'm sure Tommy can't be very happy about that. And then, of course, the Germans self-bounce in Denmark as opposed to pushing on Gulf of Bothnia. So there's some suspicion going on, and Saren moves to Piedmont, which I'll consider part of the West, while Munich snakes into Tyrolia.
Yeah, it's very interesting here. I mean, I assume they're going to, if they have plans for this, it's to the plan is to move it through Munich and maybe into Bohemia here. We'll see if they actually, if England wants that to happen or not. So, Bill, there's definitely some interesting activity all over the West. Why don't we start with what happens with the naval battle?
So I had to put my glasses on. Saren, I tip my hat to you. Fantastic moves. That convoy from Tunis to Tuscany is probably a game saver for her. I would be a little bit worried about that. I would be a little worried about that German army in Tyrolia, but Austria is one threatening him. So who knows what's really going to happen? Plus she's getting a build. Peters helps her into Bulgaria at Turkey's expense. So what a reset in the East. Russia's still at 4 dots, hasn't gotten a build yet, and Peter was able to eliminate that back fleet back behind the lines.
Yeah, both fleets behind the lines are now gone, and Russia will be getting a rebuild here. So because the fleet was gone. So no, this has worked out. I mean, this almost looks like a masterful arrangement of the East by Peter McNamara, I have to say. Now he was helped by having the bogeyman of the Western Triple, but he's played it perfectly here. And the Italian fleet is in Bulgaria, right? Like it's that's not something he has to worry about too much. Presumably they'll push that forward and he can fill in behind, and
he's in Silesia.
And he's in Silesia, right? Yeah,
he's going to play everywhere.
Real quick, I think Saren probably in the spring was worried about Munich possibly going to Tyrolia. That was probably the impetus for moving to Tyrolia. And all right, so well done, Saren. Let's move forward to the builds here.
Yep, another fleet
from Saren. We get Turkey now with a fleet in Smyrna, so managed to not lose any home centers here, but and also there's no fleet in the Black Sea. Turkey can hold out for a while here, especially since Russia's not going to be able to drop a unit down into Armenia. Well, we'll see. I wouldn't think, but And then elsewhere, we've got a German army here, and that's it. All right, let's push forward here. Let's try to pick up the pace a little bit.
Convoy to
And
Livonia. Nope.
let's lots of people love the convoy to Livonia, don't they?
Well, I think Eber was worried about it.
Wouldn't have worked here. So, all right, Bill, let's stick with you and talk to us about the East. There's lots of movement. What's of significance here?
So we see a trade of centers. It looks like no, we don't have a trade of centers. We had a loss. It looks like Austria's taken Trieste back, unless they force that army forward in the Tyrolia. And Peter had the opportunity to retreat into Warsaw, but decided not to, even though he probably could have held it, and could have maybe patched things up with German. I think Saren's got to be loving what's going on in the West, the repositioning of the French armies, and Lyon holding was an interesting choice by Christian. I think Saren's got to be liking the French moves, and we see for some reason Saren supported Smyrna to the Aegean Sea, so maybe we have a change of heart on her part.
Good call. That's really interesting. She doesn't seem to have the luxury to cross Peter here, so perhaps there was something in negotiations that made her think that Peter was going to sell her out. So let's we'll find out here what happens. What about the West? There's a lot of red arrows.
Well, England tried 3 times in a row for St. Petersburg, this time with support from Barents. Does not get it. So again, the army stays in London. I think because of the Austrian threat and also the army in Ruhr, Tommy doesn't attempt to take, it doesn't advance the Gulf of Bothnia with Sweden support. He just bounces or self-bounces there, tries to cut, but it doesn't really matter because of Moscow. And
but it's a mysterious self-bounce, isn't it? Why?
One fleet would have done it. He doesn't, right?
No, but I think the friendliest thing to do would have been to support himself into the Gulf of Bothnia, so that he could guarantee that England would be getting St. Petersburg.
Well, right, but I think he was a tad concerned about the army in Ruhr and then Austria, and he didn't want to be too far away from that. But yeah, correct. Yeah, he could have easily done that. I'm assuming he just thought that Ruhr and Peter would both be going to Munich for the bounce there. He takes Silesia, gets the retreat from Austria to Bohemia. And then you're right about Christian's moves in France. This smells to me like France thought, I'm not taking Tunis. I can't go further east, and I'm going to reposition a bit and see how it goes. And but that's not good news now with Burgundy and Ruhr and Peter all on Munich.
Yeah, and I guess Holland is not. Well, Holland is susceptible as well. So yeah, Tommy should be very uncomfortable if he wasn't already, which it looked like he was. All right, let's find out what happens and tell us about
Tommy.
It. Tell us about it, Ed.
So, Tommy moved back to Munich. I guess a little fearful. He took Warsaw, and then he moved to Ruhr, allowing, and Ruhr moved to Belgium. I'm curious why Bill said Tommy comment.
Yeah, what's about that? This worked out
because
much
it's
better.
Masterful.
Oh, okay, good. I was like, this is looking good. I was like, I'm missing the bad play here. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, he's for the fall move. He's gotten out of all the precarious trouble he's going to be in. France is back on versus Italy, now moving to Piedmont. Although the convoy to Tuscany was there, could have done that.
But this was guaranteed. So
yeah, this was guaranteed. And the fourth attempt for Norway to St. Petersburg failed. 0 for 4.
All right. And tell us about the East, Bill.
I'm having trouble figuring out what happened in Bulgaria, Greece, and Aegean. It looks like Bulgaria held.
And Greece supported Bulgaria to hold, and Aegean supported Bulgaria to Greece.
So Constantinople supported Bulgaria to hold, and Aegean supported Bulgaria to Greece.
Yep. So it looks like Dave Smith was expecting some follow through from Sarin here.
Or did he, because he supported Bulgaria to hold? I don't know. What you do see is Eber decided to surrender Warsaw to the German in order to get back at the Austrian for screwing him over in Fall 01. And quite honestly,
hard to blame him.
And Peter's position is kind of blown up at this point.
Yeah. What had looked like a masterful arrangement of the East is now suddenly turned into a very prickly thorn bush for him.
Well, other people can see that as well, right? So that's not hard for them to talk.
Yeah.
But the winner for the moment is Tommy Anderson, who is the one who gets the build. And here is what he chooses: an Army Berlin, probably no surprise. And Peter gives up on the northern adventure and pulls Silesia. So this is let's do a quick round of who would you most want to be on this board. Bill, let's start with you. Who looks like they have the best prospects for topping the board? And remember, these players are playing under the tribute scoring system, which heavily favors board topping. The way to score big in tribute is to top the board.
I mean, it's always nice to have more units than everybody else. Tommy's in a great position. France is really stymied in the south. As we've mentioned repeatedly, England has tried to take St. Petersburg without success since spring of 02. And the East is straight up a disaster. Yeah. I want Tommy. I want Tommy's position, but Dave's is deceptively good. He's exactly what you want to be if there's a Western triple. Because a
3-center Turkey. All right, in 1904. Ed, what about you?
I like Turkey. I think people are going to rally pretty soon against Tommy. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, England's made no progress now for 3 full years. Tommy's shown some suspicion. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a move towards Germany. So I would take Turkey's position. I would think on the board right now.
Really? What? No votes for England or France here.
If Nick's open if Nick's open to moving Norway to Skag and convoying north to Norway, then that's what I would do if I was Nick right now. He could have a great position very quickly.
So you would opt for that over taking Holland here because it's better to clear out the north before pushing into the heartland.
Well, yeah, North Sea and Belgium can work together against Holland right after, and then now you've got all your units in play.
All right, let's have a look, see what happens. We'll stay in the west since that's where we were just talking, and we see the white whale finally get the harpoon. Tell us about it, Ed.
Yeah, 5th time is the charm, as the expression goes. Norway gets to St. Petersburg. The convoy did occur, but without the positioning of units to help Germany. To attack Germany. So England's got St. Petersburg. What he's going to do from here is going to be difficult. and he's got to want to have a growth plan after this, and I'm not sure what it is, but he did get St. Petersburg, while Germany loses Warsaw, but continues to move his units in such a favorable way that he'll have 3 back on it for the fall. And France moves back to Marseille from Burgundy. So we'll do a David Hood. Well, that's a dipsy doodle, y'all, and go back and forth and back. And meanwhile, it's a standoff that isn't going to advance between Saren and Christian in the Mediterranean.
All right, let's hear it, Bill. What's
now? There's a chance that Tommy told Eber that he wasn't going to take Warsaw, and he did anyway. So, which would explain the move from Romania to Ukraine and kind of the reposturing on Eber's part for against that German army in Warsaw.
Yeah, you kind of have to wonder here if Eber had expected Tommy to not take Warsaw last turn so that he would get a build and they'd be able to follow up something together here.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, but Tommy took it, and now Peter's position in the south just got great. Saren's holding France off for now, but that position is not her position is not tenable long term. France can crack it, and I expect that he will within the next year or so.
I didn't notice this, but look, it looks like Piedmont ordered support Munich to Tyrolia.
It did.
And Tommy didn't leave.
Yep. It did. So there's definitely some funny business going on in the Western Triple.
Yeah, well, Tommy's being masterful here. He's gaining while his allies aren't getting anything.
Well, but I think the tables are potentially turning here because Tommy needs help from Peter to retake Warsaw. It's not clear why Peter would give him that help. And then England's the one who's going to get the build here. This is yet another opportunity for England to pull a stab against Germany. And one of them is guaranteed. Holland, Sweden is a possibility, although I'd be surprised if that happens. But could support Eber into Sweden.
Yeah, why not?
All right, let's find out if that's what happens. And okay. So tell us about the West. There's not a whole lot to say, Ed, and then we'll move to the East here.
I'll take my cue, but Germany pulls back. So with Baltic to Denmark and Finland to Sweden and Kiel to Holland, of course, England pushes into Ruhr. I don't think that's a half-hearted stab. I'm not really sure. But on the other hand, France does support Piedmont into Tyrolia, and Peter disbands the unit.
Yeah, and Peter's going to be laying down 2 units here. It's an interesting pull here. It's a bit mysterious. Like he could have just retreated it to Vienna or Bohemia here. For me, this is about what didn't happen. For Nick, I don't see the downsides for stabbing Germany here. This feels like with France so far out of position, unless he wants to move against France with Germany, or he's just not thinking about how to stab and top the board. It's hard to say. All right, tell us about the East here, Bill.
Yeah, I mean, Nick could pick up 2 off of France with just one simple move, and probably won't do it. But the fear of it might be just what Saren needs to turn France around. That being said, France is now way into Tyrolia and Piedmont. He's got 2 on Venice. He's threatening Trieste. I think you're gonna see Peter defend Trieste while Saren loses Venice. And
Peter could have retreated to Trieste here.
Yeah.
I mean, why not actually at this point? But but it would have collapsed. I mean, Saren's position would have collapsed and probably will anyway.
Yeah. Sometimes, big picture, the ally that you've been helping from the very beginning and continually through the game is more likely to just give you their dots if you've been true to them throughout for years, instead of like taking that one or two low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Well, this is a point that Nicola Southgate made to me, which is when your ally's doing poor and you're doing well, you don't even have to get nasty with the ally. The ally will still probably help you and be mad at others. And so I think you're right about that. But the story to me so far is England's hesitancy. They trapped themselves up north and have not moved. They've got options and they've yet to pull the trigger, and they may be running out of time.
For me, this is who's going to stop you. If you take Holland here, you're putting down and combine that with the support of Bothnia to Sweden. That would have been the sort of the coup de grace here. But you're putting down 2 units. Who's gonna stop you from topping the board at that point?
And look, that would have been something that he could have negotiated had he been in St. Petersburg 2 years ago, but he wasn't. So that delay, he just took St. Petersburg from Russia. So why is Eber, who's kind of shown that the last one to attack him is the one that gets his full attention? Why would Eber?
Poor Eber.
Why would Eber be working with him? Now, so what you see right here, Eber. I think Tommy lied to Eber about Warsaw. And
Peter McNamara in the comments has sort of confirmed that. I just read now that he didn't expect that to occur.
Yeah. And
so
it blew up. Like one of the most frustrating experiences you can have as a player is you think you've lined up everything and you're about to, like, you've been on the ropes and you're about to plop down a build.
The worst feeling in the world.
And then someone lied to you. Man, that can shift your victory conditions from like a board top to screw that guy in a heartbeat. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
It is worth saying that in this scoring system, survival it does actually matter. You should score 10 to 15, maybe even 20 points with if you can just survive. So,
and I want to reiterate what I said in the beginning. Tommy is smooth as silk.
Mm-hmm.
If he said it to Eber about Warsaw, I'm pretty sure Eber would have believed him.
And that may be a bit of a preview for what's to come later. All right, let's take a look at some builds here. We have England putting down an army, which can do a lot of different things. It's probably not going to Holland though, since Ruhr is in. Since there's nothing in Belgium to cover the retreat. So elsewhere, we've got 2 armies from the somewhat mercurial Peter McNamara. Maybe he was just having fun. He knew he was going to build in Vienna anyway. And we have Eber pulling down the army here and keeping his offensive options open. Actually, this is really it's an intriguing pull from Eber. It also suggests that maybe he didn't know about the move from Romania to Sevastopol here, but we'll see what happens. That's it as far as builds go. It's been pretty quiet for builds these last 2 years. Let's drop into 1905 and let's start in the east here. I think we've been starting in the west. So
there's a chance Eber has offered the rest of his dots to Peter, but nope.
So what do you see? First of all, we see the yellow acorn being cracked open here for the first time tonight.
Both the yellow acorn and the green pepper have both gotten straight up cracked. Saren just lost 2 centers and is about to lose. Well, she's lost control of 2 centers. She can get Rome. She can get Venice back, but she's about to lose Tyrrhenian Sea. That's no good.
Actually, I don't think she can get Venice back here. We'll just look at the units here because there's no unit in Trieste. So.
Oh no, she's cracked. Yeah,
yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
And so is Turkey.
Yep.
It finally happened.
I take back my prediction.
Yeah, it's worth going back just a couple here. We didn't talk about this, but here's a moment, a spring move where Dave could have pulled this unit off the board, knowing that he wouldn't lose a Khan here, and he could have rebuilt an Ankara, and that would have held off the dogs for a little bit longer, which might actually have ultimately worked, given that France was finally opening up here. But as it stands here, we now have, I mean, as Austria, you get a fleet in Khan with nothing in black, and like, it doesn't, you don't care if you hold on to Khan. You are just going to be popping open a bottle of champagne here. I mean, that just does not happen very often. So, all right, let's come back to that. Let's talk about the West here. Ed, I see a lot of red, but I do see some black as well. Tell us about it.
I'll start in the north, west, and east, so to speak, where England repositions units, doesn't make a move towards Germany or position his units in such a way, gets the army into St. Petersburg behind to help him, and helps Germany with supporting Denmark. Well, I assume it's help. I'm not 100% sure.
Right.
But because, Baltic moves to Kiel, Holland moved to Kiel, so that would have bounced. So I don't know if England knew that Denmark and Holland were moving both to Kiel and decided to, hey, I'll conveniently get one of these guys away from my fleet in the North Sea. If he did, props to him. And it's clear that Russia and Germany right now can't patch things up.
I mean, how tragic would that have been if Ruhr had ordered the support and Baltic had gone to Denmark? I mean, they would have popped it out right away, but still,
or supported Holland in and convoyed Eddie to Holland.
Yeah,
Germany would be
that would be done. We really want England to attack Germany, and there's just no signs that it's going to happen. None whatsoever. I mean, the army into St. Petersburg, this just says, I want Moscow, and it doesn't matter how long it's going to take me to get it.
Yeah, but where are you going to go after that?
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's the long-term issue with playing England in an EFG, and that's why you usually see Germany get stabbed. That is a cul-de-sac up there in the northeast, St. Petersburg and Moscow. And you're after you've gotten those, if you can get Moscow, where else is there to go? All your fleets and units are in the north, and hey, Germany, that's where the German dots are.
Well, Tommy gets some credit too. He was clearly aware of that, and his units never really committed fully east to give England the easy opening.
All right. Well, we think England did have it, just hasn't taken advantage of it. So
I agree.
All right, let's stay in the West here, and Ed, tell us about fall of 1905. There's still a lot of nothing here.
Yeah, still a lot of nothing, except England moved to St. Petersburg to Livonia, Norway to St. Petersburg to get those units in position. Nothing done at all by Barents, Norwegian Sea, or North Sea. I'm hearing David Hood say that's the worst thing to do in diplomacy. And he moved away from Ruhr back to Belgium, which may not be all bad, right? But I think Tommy is going to breathe a lot easier right now after this set of moves from England. France did nothing. Germany protected himself. Although, if you notice, Vienna now is in Bohemia, and so Munich will be presumably under attack.
Boy, you gotta like this if you're France, though, don't you? You're getting two builds here. You've got, I mean, it would be better if England and Germany were fighting and neither was winning, but they've wasted so much tempo, and England's forces are so far east now. You should be able to take your pick here if you're France.
Absolutely, and cannot be touched in the Med.
Yeah, and can even advance here. Okay, let's go back to the east, because there is something that breaks my heart here.
Yeah, Peter McNamara could have done many things with Fleet Constantinople. Could have retreated to Bulgaria. He could have retreated to the Black Sea. Instead, he disbanded it. Now, if this was me, it's probably because I didn't specify which coast of Bulgaria I wanted to retreat to. But I think Peter's it was 3:00. And actually, here's something to consider. for all the players that aren't Saren and Peter, it's like 3 or 4 in the morning right now.
Yeah.
So that we're seeing competent play is impressive. Like the what we're seeing is pretty impressive. That it's competent is even better.
It's actually probably later. It's probably like 5:30ish Central Time, after having been up all night playing diplomacy. They're about 3 hours into the game at this point.
Yeah,
There had to be a rationale, and I'm assuming the rationale is, look, there's still a threat on the door.
Well, Peter is saying in the comments here that he was offended by the Western Triple, but if you're Austria here, and you have now become Turkey essentially, or you have the ability to, aren't you fine with the Western Triple?
But I suspect he thinks a little longer term, right, than just that. But you're right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's in his interest to have Italy totally collapse and Russia totally collapse.
No, but it is in his interest to. Well, I mean, Russia.
I think he should have retreated to black. I think he should have retreated to black. But I'm just saying, I think there was a rationality behind it.
All right, let's keep pushing forward here, and let's look at some builds.
Popping a build down.
Right. So the advantage here for Peter is that he gets to convert that fleet into an army. But boy, if you are Dave Smith, like, it's happy birthday. Elsewhere we get probably the most boring possible set of builds here from France, which is a Fleet Marseille, which appears to commit further to the southern front.
I want to shoot myself in the head on that
one. All right, so then we've got Army Paris as well, which it just looks like, okay, don't get any funny ideas, E and G. Well, this looks like a board that where nobody really wants to go for the board top. And I have a sinking feeling we're going to end up with a really unsatisfying result. Let's move forward here and find out how unsatisfying. Let's stay. I mean, most of the action's happening here in the east. So, Ed, tell us about the Western powers, what they do.
So France continues to push in on the Med, but loses Venice in the process. Peter takes back. That's on the east. Germany consolidates his lines, getting back to Munich to make sure there's no play. The English army in Livonia gets piffed. So all that work to try and get Moscow goes nowhere. Moscow cannot be taken now. Eber will make it, presumably. I'm going to take your comment that no one's really trying to board top. So if that's the case, I think Eber's survived based on that. And Germany self-bounces in Denmark. It looks and 3 holds again by England. It looks to me that they are trying to force the other powers to enter a draw.
Yeah, 4 holds. There's a bowl cut here, hairdo of holding. Bill, what doesn't happen in the East?
Well, I think, a couple things don't happen in the East. Dave Smith doesn't put in any orders, which could mean any number of things. Are we able to tell if these are hold orders or was this a NMR?
I don't know. And if anyone who is on the stream can tell us, please do.
Let's not worry about that. Let's talk.
Yep.
The results of this are, I think you're seeing Saren has either offered up her dots to Peter or is now fully committed to taking one off of France. And what's actually oddly enough, what's going to happen here is Peter is going to go to 6. No, Peter can walk his way to 7, and France is going down to 6 centers. So
or we're going to get a monstrous 4-way board top,
or that. But I think Peter just talked his way into a board top here.
Oh, let's find out. Fall 1906 moves.
Nope.
Wow.
All right. So the only things that happen are in the East. So just call it out for us, Bill, here.
So Peter did not walk his way to a board top. he walked out of Trieste.
But he had it. He had it, right?
Yeah. He had it. There's nothing they could do to stop it. and he did walk into Romania. So Eber's going to lose that pesky Northern Fleet.
It's peculiar. I mean, I don't even think that Italy needs a build here in order to hold the line. This would have been an easy negotiation, I think. Peter says, look, I've stuck by you. Do you mind if I take the board top here? Since she's not going to be able to get enough dots to get into the board top.
Maybe by not taking Trieste now, he can. I mean, don't forget, for Peter, it's like 4:00 in the afternoon, so he's fresh as a daisy. Maybe what he's worked out with Saren is like, hey, let's keep you around, see if anything shakes loose in the west, and hey, if it doesn't, I'll just take Trieste and board top. Yeah. Are you cool with that? And Saren might be. I don't know.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if he's at 8, maybe Germany or France don't want to, or if he's board topping, maybe France or Germany don't want that to happen. They're like, we're going to get the board top on our end, not you guys.
Well, if France and Germany didn't want Austria or Turkey to board top, they should have picked an alliance structure other than EFG.
Yep. and they should have stabbed each other. I mean, if they wanted to board top. You can make the argument here that Italy does need a unit in Naples, and you can see here that France does the right set of moves here to force Apulia to have to support Rome. So Naples is actually vulnerable here because what they need here, they could do it. They could Apulia could support Rome into Naples, and
Brandon,
yeah,
Italy gets a build.
Yeah, they do. And so they're going to put it. The question I'm having is whether Peter could have talked his way into a lone board top. I have a feel. I don't know exactly when this game ends. I have a feeling it's going to be after this, but let's find out here. So France pulls Army Marseille, and
of course,
and Eber does drop the fleet Livonia, as we said.
I think, as Bill put it, the useless Northern Fleet.
Yes, his useless Northern Fleet, and. England replaces his useless Northern Army with another Northern Army. And we do have a fleet, Naples here. And now this puts them on the offensive. I suppose they can threaten Turaniancy if they want to, but they don't really need to. This is just starting to look like a stalemate line. Okay, let's keep going here.
Oh, good Lord.
Ed, tell us about the movement here. We'll just go one at a time because there's not enough for two.
Okay, it looks to me like England tried to convoy Edinburgh to St. Petersburg, which simply bounced. 3 units made that effort, and all for a bounce, but it did move to Livonia, so maybe there'll be support for that in the fall. Germany loses Warsaw, no surprise, and nothing happened in the Med. It all stayed together.
Why is nobody stabbing anybody? It doesn't. So yet again here coming up, England has another stab opportunity to take the lone board top here
because it's 4:30 in the morning in America, and they want some sleep before the next game.
All right, probably. All right, fall of 1907. Tell us about it, Bill. Oh, something does happen here. Holy shit! In the center of the board. Tell us, yeah. Actually, it's quite a bit. Actually, there's a bunch of dipsy doodle that ends up transferring a dot from Germany over to Turkey.
Germany loses Munich.
With a convenient little retreat to Burgundy.
Oh my god. Yeah. And he's going, this is does this give Tommy board top? Does this give Peter board top at Tommy's expense?
No, because Peter stays even at 6.
He just
but he loses Sebastopol. So Tommy falls out of the 4-way tie for the board top, and that's and Turkey goes up 1 here to 4, and Turkey suddenly has some options if this game were to continue.
Yeah, if only Peter had supported Seb to Moscow.
Right.
Yeah, you're right about
there
that.
Himself. Yeah,
you're right about that.
Maybe he
I
didn't.
What the thinking was there? I assume he didn't think. I assume he thought Sev would just hold.
Yeah, but in that case, why don't you support yourself into Sev? Anything but this. But anyway, England keeps pushing armies units away. We do have this delicious retreat into Burgundy here, which is, if there was ever a glove for a Chaos Muppet to put on, this was it. Hopefully he won't disband it. He does have a disband coming. Let's find out right now. Yes.
Denmark.
Keeps Burgundy. Probably will just do the boring thing and support himself back into Munich. Elsewhere, we have
which unit?
We have Fleet Fleet Smyrna here. All right, let's keep on going here. This game doesn't appear to want to end yet, despite appearances. All right, Ed, it's your turn.
Okay, a million holds for England again. Russia gets back to Warsaw and Moscow, and Burgundy is the unit supported into Munich. So there goes our delicious hope and our confirmation that this is incredibly boring.
But Turkey, come on,
little Turkey. Well, I only do the West. I didn't even see that.
Oh, we're just taking turns doing the whole board because there's so many non things happening here.
I mean, why doesn't Turkey move Smyrna to Aegean? I mean, nobody's using Greece,
right? But Ionian can be guaranteed Greece if he wants it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's move forward.
And come on!
Oh, as Peter McNamara, I believe. Nope, it's still like a 4-way tie.
Well, Peter, so now Saren is going to be pulling a piece here, but it's not because of Turkey, it's because of Peter in Austria.
Yeah.
What about the little Bulgaria back? No, I don't want to be here in Italy. I don't want another build.
I don't. There's a lot of there's confused selfishness going on here. I mean, I think the worry that Peter and Dave have had at alternate times is that if they harm Saren, it's only going to benefit France more than it benefits them. But at some point, you got to say, I'm going to take a shot here.
Dave could have been at 6. Dave could have been sharing the board top.
Yeah.
At 6.
With a lot of, with Romania there to get. I mean, maybe that's as far as he'd be able to get. But
take Romania. Move to Romania.
Oh, yeah. I love it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, you're right. Take Romania and Greece here. And you've got Saren still holding the line. And
he could have been at 7.
Yeah. Take all three. Take all three, you're saying.
He could have been board top.
All right. Instead, we've got we still have a bit of a kaleidoscope in the east. But what does Saren pull here? I think Apulia is dispensable. But Apulia is dispensable here, or Adriatic, one or the other. Actually, doesn't matter which. And we get another German army.
Because that's what this board needs.
So France,
we're not going to move west with it, though. We know that.
France and England have had a whole lot of nothing for about 5 years and 4 hours of morning time.
Nope. France got Tunis, and
since then, yeah,
England got St.
Petersburg.
That's it. And that's it. Okay. In the spring of 1909, now this starts to look like the end of the game for real. We have one piece that moves, that is Constantinople to Bulgaria, which I suspect will return to Constantinople in the fall. And no, it goes to Serbia and takes Greece. So now and takes Moscow. All right, I'm just helping everybody out here. So Turkey picks up. Yeah.
Can I have my Turkey prediction back?
Turkey picks up 3. Turkey
moves into the board top.
Leaps into the board top.
Yep.
There is. Turkey should never ever have topped this board.
No. You guys don't even know what you're talking about.
Brandon,
the neophyte.
Brandon, Ed, you gave up on Turkey about 10 minutes ago. Brandon,
yeah.
If you play an EFG and you never break, you are opening up the board top for Turkey. This exact scenario played out at the WDC in DC about 3 years ago. I was fortunate enough to beat Turkey, and it gave me just enough hundredths of a point to edge out the gentleman from England for to get to that top board. Like, EFG, it's not a sustainable. It's not a sustainable end game alliance. You have to do something else.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're conceding momentum to somebody in the East.
Well, I don't hold a candle to Peter, but it seemed like the Fleet Black would have been helpful to prevent such a situation from occurring.
That's what I mean, Bill, when you face this scenario as Turkey, did you have an Austria opt not to put a fleet in the Black Sea?
No, I stabbed the crap out of Dave Miller in Italy, which I don't think he's ever forgiven me for.
Okay. He's got a long memory, from what I have been told. Okay, so now it's Turkey's game to lose. And in fact, it wouldn't surprise me if, the game ends here. If you're Turkey, you probably, and you want to sort of maximize your point total, you probably don't take the draw here because you have at least 2 centers that you can pick up in 1 year.
We'll see what happens.
Well, no, the game's over here. This is where it ends. There's nothing else. So
I also think you run out and buy a lottery ticket because you were down to 3 centers in 1904.
Yep.
I think he's at 3 centers later than that.
So, all right, let's tie a bow in this game. We stuck with it a bit longer than we probably should have. What is Bill, you put out the moral of the story here is an EFG that doesn't break is usually good for Turkey. And the codicil that I would add would be someone in the East. Probably should have been Austria here, but it turned out to be Turkey in the end. Ed, what about you? Is there any bow you want to put on this one?
Who doesn't like a good love story? Okay, we've got the Western triple love. They ended up screwing themselves. Sometimes love doesn't work out. We have divorces, but we never had the full divorce. They clearly all loved each other. They were going to go with their ship no matter what. I'm sure they all had a good time, and they probably got the result, frankly, they deserved, given the hesitancy that we saw from each of them.
Who should have topped this board? Who passed up the biggest opportunity?
Nick and Matangelo.
You agree, Ed?
Yeah, I mean, but I would say Tommy's a second on that. I mean, he had a lot of opportunities as well. He had opportunities late with Burgundy.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he would have topped though in that case, right? He just would have collapsed France's position.
Well, he could have probably used Ruhr support to get back to Munich. And moves to Paris.
In any case, did my sound just go out? Yeah, it did for a second. All right. In any case, it is something we're going to have to leave in the ether for someone else to figure out, because it is time to move on. Oh, so first of all, let's congratulate Dave Smith on
congratulations,
the rabbit out of the hat board top. Well done, Dave.
Playing
thought the whole time.
Hey. And let's give like a thanks to the 5 players in the Midwest and on the East Coast who woke up or stayed up to the middle of the night so that some of our international players could participate in a VDL game that was more in line with their time zones. I think that shows kind of the progression that this hobby has gone towards really kind of accommodating our international competitors. And this is fantastic.
Yeah, thank you guys, and hopefully we'll get some more APAC players to join in. And Diplomacy After Dark, that was our game for this edition, and now let's move on to game number 2, which is the 16th game in the VDL season. This features Matt Colburn in Austria, coming to us from Washington, D.C., Mitch McConaughey from Brooklyn, playing England. In France, we have Calvin Coulbery in Austin, Texas. Calvin was a guest on the wrap-up show that we did for the Weasel Moot. He was part of a 17-17 split board top with Zach Moore, who is the tournament director, the manager of the Virtual Diplomacy League. In Germany, we have Michael Stover, who is playing in his second game ever, coming to us from the Weasels. I actually played with him in his first game, which was just a couple weeks ago. It was our bar game, which we usually play in a bar, but obviously we're playing virtually right now. And Michael was my ally in an RT that we carried till pretty late in the game, and then he stabbed me at the very end and took the board top. So well done, Michael. Really interested to see how he does here. In Italy, we have John Anderson, who has quickly made a name for himself. He is of the 7 of 10 board tops, the recent winner of that Weasel Moot. In Russia, we have Evan Swihart, who is coming to us from Cincinnati. In Turkey, we have Richard Lowenberg coming to us from New York City. All right. Do you guys have any comments about this lineup? Bill, we'll start with you.
I know Richard Lowenberg's been playing since high school, but with some of the competitors he's got in the East, I think this might be an educational experience for him.
All right. And anything stand out to you, Ed, from this lineup?
Well, John is a really strong player. I played him in the second round at Weasel Moot, where we were both trying to board top to make the top board. Since you didn't see me in the top board and you saw him.
How'd that work out, Ed?
I think second. But he's a very tough guy when he needs to be tough, but he's very nice. He's very persuasive, and he has excellent control. I think one of the things that he does really well, which doesn't really show up in these analyses, is in the game. He has an ability to talk a player so long that they don't have a chance really to talk to anybody else. And, he's just working on him. I think he said in your wrap-up show, I had to babysit Liam, who was playing Austria at that point, put him in a room and just talk to him. And that's what he does. He can wear you down. So, but he's with Italy, that's a difficult power traditionally to play. But I really like him.
When we interviewed him after the Weasel Moot, it was immediately after the game, in the post game. We were all impressed by his humility and the way that he very successfully was able to play down his skill, which was clearly considerable. So he's very good at deflecting, which is a skill that you'll need if you're going to be playing with a target on your back. And Italy's a nice place to do that. It's actually hard to come after Italy in the early game. So let's see how things work out. Why don't we switch things up? Bill, we'll have you do the West, and Ed, you do the East this time.
Certainly.
All right.
Mitch McConaughey.
Mitch is a well-known player from the face-to-face world. He's done a lot of GMing recently and stepped out of that to play at Weasel Moot and very narrowly missed the top board. I think he missed it by just 1.9 points. I think that's what
I saw that. That was disappointing. Mitch doesn't have a reputation for being ruthless, but I think he can turn it on whenever he wants.
It'd be nice to see. It really would be.
Let's see what happens. Well, we don't see it here as it's the standard opening from England. I believe it's called the Churchill. And you see Germany doing its standard opening to Ruhr, Kiel, and Denmark. What we do see interesting is the force of Paris to Burgundy. It's not necessarily anti-German, but it's also not necessarily pro-German either. What I think's interesting is what we see going on in Venice and Trieste. Ed?
Two games in a row with the exact same moves by Austria and Italy. This time John goes into Trieste from Venice. If I know John well enough, I'll say that he did arrange that. That's the kind of player he is. I'm sure he convinced Austria that's going to have to be the move. We'll do a Key Lepanto with him then following up with Apulia and Ionian. Turkey, of course, I would say standard opening, but Russia moves north, which I like to see for our game.
All right.
Love to see it.
That AI worked out for both of them last game. So let's see if that
really worked out for Turkey.
Well, ultimately, the Western Triple certainly did. All right, let's stay in the East with you, Ed, and we see a similar set of moves here by Italy. Tell us about
this is the problem with the Key Lepanto, right? Because Turkey can, move to Serbia, and so even if Trieste moved to Serbia, it would have just bounced and gone back. So poor John. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm got to stay here in Trieste, which is, I'm sure, what happened. So he'll pick up 2. St. Petersburg moves to Finland and there's a supported move into Norway. So no one takes Belgium. Anyways, I guess that's Bill's territory.
It is.
And And Russia lets Vienna into Galicia and takes Romania with just the fleet.
With the fleet, I mean, this is always interesting, right? This is a very pro-Austrian move here to put the fleet into Romania, correct?
Right. Yes.
So I imagine that that Russia is not so happy to see this army in Galicia. Probably wasn't expecting it.
I think Budapest was probably what he was thinking.
All right, let's see how they work out things with the builds. And by the way, just a vote for a continuation that we saw earlier in the summer, and we have not seen this a whole lot since. Ed, I can feel the heat from here, I should say.
Because I'm in Houston, or the cigar?
Because that flamethrower you were putting in front of your face. What I like to see here is for Trieste to go to Budapest in this case. So you get the Italian army really far forward. If I'm Austria, I would rather see that than to have the army just sitting there. Especially combined with the convoy here. If I'm Austria, I'd rather have Italy perform this continuation by moving to the Aegean here. So they don't have the luxury of lots of builds, and also Turkey, they have the advanced position on Turkey. In any case, here we've got Turkey popping down a fleet in Smyrna, the defense against, looking for defense against possible Lepanto continuation. Things are a little more interesting in the north here than they were last time. We've got the same set of builds from Germany, but that look fairly different now, given that this does not look like a Western triple, especially with Fleet Brest, Army Paris, lots of things that France could do here. It's not necessarily anti-English, but it certainly could be. And England, for their part, puts down Army Edinburgh. This is...
I bet you Mitch was not expecting Fleet Brest.
Yep.
I think... So you saw Ruhr move back to Munich instead of forward to Belgium. That really frees France up to negotiate for Belgium in 2002 to get its build, but be the one that helps Germany into the North Sea, which I expect we'll see at the end of 2002.
Interesting, even though it would make taking Sweden a little bit harder. That'll be cool to find out. Sorry, Bill, we did skip your we did skip your recap of the West. So
nothing other than that move to Munich. And I know we ran a little long with that last game because it was fascinatingly boring. So keep things moving here.
All right, let's push ahead here into spring 1902. We'll start with you, Bill, and tell us what stands out to you here.
Well, clearly France wasn't totally successful at negotiating Belgium, but he can force it himself anyway. Mitch has decided to not view the builds in Brest as threatening, and has basically it's going to be a long game for Mitch.
This is and unfortunately, it's worth just for educational purposes talking about just how bad this move to the Barents Sea is here. It not only doesn't help him either take St. Petersburg or keep Norway. Although there's a bit of a guess here. I'm sorry. He could still, there's a 50-50 guess over whether he can take St. Petersburg, but still he's pushing units to the east here. He cannot hold north, which he couldn't have held anyway, but at least now he can't even force, he can't even require them to use all three of their fleets in order to take it. This is not a positive move here for Mitch. I'm with you on that. Sorry, Mitch. We love you, man. But this, you're facing a difficult situation, and this definitely was not the optimal set of moves to defend against it. All right, let's move over to the east here.
So, as anyone who's watched these before knows, I hate self bounces. Why? But hey,
and Saluja here. I mean, he had nothing else to do with the units, right? If he really is on the
contested Belgium, but.
But he's going in for the FG here, yeah. Yes.
So I know it's Michael's second game ever. I hope that nobody tries to take advantage of that fact. What do we know about Calvin?
So Calvin, he just played one game at Weaselmood. It was the 17-17 split. So he's definitely the kind of person who can stick with an alliance for a long time. And he had lots of opportunities to stab Zach Moore, who was his alliance partner there. And really any of those stabs would have gotten Calvin onto the top board. So he's narrowly missed out on the top board. So he's definitely, and in the interview that we had with him, he really stuck with his belief that alliances were good for the sake of them. Whether he's rationalizing his results after the fact, I don't know, but he certainly is capable of sticking with an alliance for a long time.
So I've been involved in one 1717 split. That was with Emily Turnage at DixieCon, and one of the reasons I stuck with it is because I'm pretty sure everyone would have killed me if I had stabbed her for a solo. So she doesn't travel to a lot of tournaments, but she and her father Ed are two of the nicest people you'll ever play diplomacy with, and are a good reason to head down to Dixie when we get to start doing face-to-face events again. All
right, and we'll see the tournament director of Dixie, David Hood, coming on the stream if we ever get through this game. Let's see if we can. Ed, tell us about the East. There's a lot of nothing over there, but
a lot of nothing. Although Austria decides to make two enemies, even so, goes for the attack on Romania, but Turkey supports Romania with both Bulgarian black. Serbia tried to cut it, but it didn't work. So Austria doesn't take Romania. John gets into Lepanto moves with Ionian to Eastern Med and Naples to the Ionian. I'm liking the way John is set up here. He's only got one enemy, Turkey, right now.
And he's got it. Yeah, and he's gaining position on that one enemy.
Correct.
So to Bill's point here, an army and Doug Moore would be a big proponent of this. Just put the army in Silesia here, then you can do something with it. You can help Russia or help or work with Austria against Russia. There's something you can do with it.
And why balance Belgium? Do you really want that unit to stay in Burgundy?
Yeah. I mean, I could see that being an agreed upon balance, even though he knows he's going to relinquish it. But anyway, let's move forward here. We'll stay in the East.
That's why.
Let's stay in the East here. And Ed, what? There's still a lot of nothing that happens. What? We at least get a good guess by Russia here. Yeah.
We certainly do. Russia keeps Romania and able to defend Warsaw, not trusting Austria at all. And then I'm a little surprised John didn't move to Syria. I'm trying to see if
it looks there. Like I'm going to suspect that what they thought would happen would be that Richard would move to Syria, so they would catch him napping by moving into Smyrna behind him. I think that this is actually this. So Greece going to the Aegean combined with Tunis convoying to Syria is the right set of moves there, because one of those is guaranteed to succeed. I think combining the move to the Aegean with the move to Smyrna is not so great, because as happened here, Richard can defend against both of them at once. Now, Austria did not, Austria could have had Romania here. So the same set of moves. This is a case where, there was a repeat guess, and Russia got half of it right. The half that they didn't get right is not moving in Sevastopol here, or not leaving Sevastopol open for a build here. So we'll see if that ends up
not
taking Norway. This is so. Let's go to the West here. Bill, tell us how bad not taking Norway is here.
I mean, it's not a game breaker because Russia's still getting that build in Sweden. And hey, maybe he doesn't want England folding that quickly. But if you want any part of English dots other than Norway, you need a fleet up there. And the only way to get a fleet in St. Petersburg North Coast is if there isn't a unit in St. Petersburg North Coast. So really saves Mitch's game here a little bit. I think Mitch is now in a he could be in a worse position than he currently is. But Mitch has got some problems.
Yeah, this seems to be
saved. He could be saved by the fact that I don't think Michael Stover and Calvin Colbury are on the same page.
It's a bit of a strange set of moves here. I think if you're Calvin, you probably want to convoy to Wales here.
But Mitch didn't cover it. Why did Mitch hold in Liverpool? I have no idea what's going on in this game.
The reason I think if you're Evan, you take Norway here is because this English army is doing nothing but holding Norway. I think you can make a strong argument to Mitch that you can convert that army into a fleet that can do something to help you.
Yeah.
So on the other hand, now Mitch can convoy it back to the island and simply give it up and have another another season. In any case, all right, that's good enough. Let us see what happens with the builds. Mitch is going to get a rebuild here, which he would have had anyway, even if he had lost Norway. And elsewhere, I think that's the only thing that happens here. Russia gets a build as well.
England, France gets a build off of Belgium.
From Belgium, sure.
And it's another fleet.
And it's another fleet.
That's the game for Mitch, but it's also a fantastic build for Michael. We'll see if he can take advantage of it.
Mighty tempting.
It's what you wanted to see if you were Germany. Elsewhere, we have Russia putting down Army Warsaw, really the only possible build here. But Russia is still beholden to Turkey here, and Turkey probably needs Russia anyway, so they're good bedfellows here. Let's stick with the East and tell us what you see here, Ed.
All right, so Russia takes Turkish support into Romania, which he owns, but back there, so the move to Sevastopol doesn't end up hurting him. And the Austrian takes Italian support into the Aegean, while John nicely follows up into Serbia and backfills Trieste.
Well, somebody's got to cover it.
Yeah, so.
But Austria has a problem here because they can't guarantee Austria a build, can they?
Well, Austria's problem was drawing Austria next to John Anderson.
Next to John Anderson.
Yeah, no, this is really good play by John. He got Aegean out. I think maybe Austria didn't even know that would happen, right? So it may have been John saying we're going to do another convoy. Thinking he bounced Smyrna, everything bounces back up. But John may have done that intentionally without Austria knowing.
And let's give some kudos here to Russia and Turkey, who have now reconfigured their units in a way that suits an RT much better. There has to be an army in Romania, not a fleet, if an RT is going to work together.
Evan got lucky.
It was certainly outguessed he outguessed Austria in that last turn. So
he did, but he's also Turkey needed Russia out of necessity as well.
I meant dislodging Norway while leaving St. Petersburg open.
Yeah. So let's look at the West here. Tell us about it, Bill.
So Mitch, understandably, has gone into full defensive mode, but it might be too little, too late, as Germany takes London while France vacates Belgium, and I think you're starting to see things kind of come together between France and Germany. They're starting to disengage their units. Again, another self-bounce in Silesia, man alive, that. It would be so much nicer for.
Where's David Hood when you need him?
It would be so much nicer for Berlin to be in Munich, while Munich is in any of those three places, Troy, Bohemia, or Silesia, because at least you have options. Because what's the point of having units if you don't have any options?
All right, let's see what happens here. We'll just see that there's another self bounce in Silesia and leave it at that. What else happens in the West, Bill?
We see France and Germany getting pretty much a guaranteed supremacy on the island. You're not gonna. That's it for Mitch. It might take a little while, but with another pull, he's got 2 units trying to defend 2 dots, and people coming at him from 2 different directions. He's done.
Yeah, he'll need to split the EF or the FG up in some way. What about the East here, Ed? Tell us about it.
I'm Turkey. I'm sort of sick of Austria right now. So John does get into Syria this time, moves to Syria, but loses the army in Serbia because Austria takes Turkish support and moves Greece back into Serbia, where he can only retreat to Albania, or I guess disband, but he retreated to Albania. Whereas Russia moved Sevastopol to Armenia. I don't think it's there to destroy the fleet. And I think that's definitely anti-Turkish. So this is an Austrian diplomatic tap dance, or just a lack of vision as to who Austria is going to be working with.
Austria clearly has had it with Italy. I love this move to Armenia. This makes me so happy.
Especially because he's about to build Fleet Sevastopol.
Exactly. Knowing he had the build in hand, knowing he's got nothing to worry about in the north because England is going down and Germany is being very passive, and probably has to worry about France on the other side as well, at least in the interim. This is a play to neutralize the southern threat. Italy and it must have sussed out that Italy and Austria are fighting. I really like this move at this point of the game. All right, let's see. We do have that southern fleet build. We've got Germany popping down another army that can probably self-bounce another unit somewhere, and we have England seeing the writing on the wall. Indeed. Okay, and let us push ahead here. We'll start in the south. Tell us about it, Ed.
Okay, goodbye Black Sea. Russia improves his position there. Austria, strangely enough, self-bounces in Galicia, but gives up. Austria got into Bulgaria, so maybe they got it back on together again with Austria here.
And it just lost use.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe Italy and Austria got back together here because Italy is supporting Greece into the Aegean. Is taking Bulgaria from Serbia. It's not looking good for Turkey. It's looking like they're just saying, guys, we got to get rid of Turkey right now. That's what we're going to do.
All right, Bill, take us around the West. There's some interesting stuff happening up here.
Well, he didn't. Surprise, surprise. Kiel did something other than bounce with one of his other units. It is nice to see that Germany's doing something other than a self-bounce with his units. Those are actually good bounces. But I don't know what he's planning on doing with Army Denmark and Fleet Baltic, because he ain't getting Sweden anytime soon. So
there's always the convoy to Livonia if you want it.
Then it's Sweden to Denmark.
Exactly.
Now you see that the North Sea is now open.
Yep.
It's vacant.
But there's no foreign fleets
Edinburgh
adjacent to it.
That's it.
Well, no, I mean that's right now with no English player, the most important person the North Sea is for Germany. So we'll see if France helps them keep Edinburgh.
Yes, so that is the one interesting thing here, isn't it? Because Germany needs Liverpool to it could take a 50-50 guess with the pull through, but and gets the needed support here.
Yep.
Anything else of interest in the West? Just France redistributing some units here, yeah.
And Germany has now moved into the dead zone. He sent a 1 unit strong into Prussia. We'll see what he's able to do with that.
But interestingly enough, it's going to work out for Russia because they're getting a build thanks to what happens in the West. Ned's going to tell us about it.
Russia gets into Ankara from Armenia, so continues there, and Austria is already ready to move on to target number 2, which would be Russia. Moves away from John. I guess they've got the band back together again, and is into Galicia. So, but it's a good year for Russia with a build, and it's a good year for John with 2.
And just in time, because
really,
a French unit in Piedmont and a fleet in Western Med, and this is too little, too late from Calvin, because John's going to
think.
Up.
Let me, just one little comment here. Just having played with John now, This is where John can put on a masterclass of diverting to the other threat. This is what he does. I've seen it happen, which is, it happened to me. You can't let Ed grow big. Like he's going to now tell everyone, you can't attack me. I've got France. I'm your only hope.
Hold on.
But there is a good argument here that if Italy and France stalemate each other, it's just going to make it easier for Russia to top the board here.
But with the German unit in Tyrolia, it's not a done deal. France is going to plop down Fleet Marseille. He'll be able to crack the Tyrrhenian Sea.
All right, let's see how the builds go here. We do get a fleet in Marseille. We get an army in Munich, which seems full commitment here on F and G on their alliance together. We get an army in Venice, no surprise, and a fleet in Naples. I think his builds were more or less required here. Elsewhere, we have Russia putting down an army in Sevastopol, which is actually interesting here. This says I want to fight against Austria here rather than try to shore up my defenses against Germany. So let's see how
he's given up on Sweden.
Germany should be able to take at least one of those this year. And then the other one would fall pretty quickly after that. Let's find out here. We've got let's talk about the West here first. That is Ed's domain. Tell us about him.
I'm in the East.
I'm sorry. Yeah, tell us about the East then, Ed.
Okay. Well, the Army Tyrolia does precisely nothing. John shifts back to meet the French threat. They finish off Turkey. So, and John gets all the Russian armies. I'm not saying John did it, but all the Russian armies are moving for the apparent German threat. And then Austria slips in and takes Romania, but it's a spring, so one doesn't know. But meanwhile, with Galicia moving to Silesia and Budapest moving to Vienna, this is what I'm thinking. I think it is John saying, hey, I'm not the threat. You got to rally against these other people. And while you're doing that, make sure you move all your units away from me.
Bit of a tactical mistake here by John, though, not to bounce out of Tunis here. Yeah,
he wants that.
Well, it's the spring, right? I assume he can just retake it in the fall if he needs to.
If he's got to guess with Calvin.
Yeah,
but he needed that army back on the peninsula.
Oh yeah,
he's going to be able to cover Rome,
and while also holding on to Venice. Got it. Okay, and then what about the West, Ed?
So I'm doing the West, and it would appear Germany has now got a guarantee on Norway. There's an immense amount of trust between France and Germany, because otherwise you would have seen London go to York so that they could bounce in Edinburgh. But it also means that army is going to be stranded on England for a long time. And I don't. If France leaves the island, it could become all German pretty quickly. Yeah.
Sorry,
set up.
Oh, I just noticed Turkey going to Bulgaria.
Oh yeah,
I thought
he
I thought you called that out.
Okay,
he ain't done. He's still got a lot of saddles to put burrs into.
Yeah, he's gonna survive at least this year. Okay, let's keep on pushing ahead here. We'll stay in the West. We'll stay in the West with you, Bill. Tell us about it.
So we see. Oh, sorry, I was looking at that army. So as we expected, Sweden gets dislodged, and he does it with the army, allowing. Now that fleet threatens North Sea. We've got Germany. Germany's pretty much reached the extent that he's going to get in the East, unless someone else attacks Russia. Additionally, you now see Calvin kept Tunis. I guess John decided to do something else.
Right.
Well, he tried to slip into Western Med. Which, had he made it there, would have been
but it wasn't good. It wasn't going to work.
It wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
What?
It wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
Well, no. Okay. So if Calvin prioritizes keeping Tunis, it works. But Calvin said whatever, he's going to let things happen, and he prioritized getting his fleet into the Western Med. So it worked out great for Calvin. Not only does he take Tunis, and John can't get it back, but he now has the Med locked down, and he's got a build coming, and he can plop another fleet in Marseille. Personally, I'd like to see an army because that makes it more interesting. But I think we all know what we're going to get.
I don't think another fleet here doesn't do a whole lot, but it's kind of like, do you say, okay, I've had enough down here, and now I win the game by moving on Germany in the north? Or it doesn't sound like, from what we know of Calvin, that doesn't really sound like
this is Mr. 17. So
yeah,
so
fleet Marseille,
Mr. 17.
Fleet and now Germany's putting down 2 here, I believe, because they had a PIF, and they also picked up Sweden. So I assume it's going to be 2 armies. It'd be hard. And then Italy's going to be pulling 1 here because they lost Greece. This was part of the problem with this letting that army in.
But they got Khan.
Correct. Thank you very much. Good. Thank you. So, all right, let's find out the builds here.
Michael,
so Italy did have a pull then.
Michael, you needed another fleet.
So we got 2 armies. We got an army in Marseille. So Calvin heard you in the Wayback Time Machine. And this is a defensive play here. And he's got a problem in Denmark he's got to cover. So, all right, let's find out how Michael does. And wow, there is a delicious thing that happens in the north. So, Bill, tell us about that purple move into the North Sea.
So this is a thing. And Michael, I'm assuming, like most diplomacy players who are featured on DBN, you're going to watch this game. This is why you need another fleet. Germany should be building a balance of armies and fleets if it's going for like a top result, especially in Scandinavia. Second of all, North Sea is the most important sea zone in the north because it touches all of those supply centers that you and France own. Now, the good news is the only dot that can't be guarded is a French dot. So hopefully that's what he goes for. And in that respect, maybe it's not the worst thing ever.
Right. Although, yeah, you've got.
And if that was your thought process, then kudos, my man.
All right, let's turn to the east here. There is a bunch of activity here. Tell us about it, Ed.
Bunch of activity. So John loses Venice, retreats to Trieste. Austria attacks Russia in the south. John, so that was the next move there, and John has lost Tyrrhenian Sea, so it's looking sort of bleak there for Italy. And I'm not sure. I mean, if he wasn't pulling you got to rally to me before, I think he's going to try and talk to everybody right now and say, you really need to rally to me.
If you're Italy and you're facing an FG, you need to become Austria really quickly.
Yeah.
This move is interesting here to blow up the fleet. I'm assuming this was prearranged and that Austria will be vacating this in order to give Russia a rebuild in the north.
You're right.
But it'll be interesting to see if Austria. What's that?
He ain't gonna get a rebuild.
It'll be interesting to see if Austria actually vacates. So let's find out right now, and the answer is yes, it does. Tell us about the rest.
And North went for Belgium.
Yeah,
you hate to see
it. Losing. So he doesn't lose St. Pete. Actually, he was supported in there by the Barons. It was an unwelcome support, but he does lose Norway. So he actually is going to get a rebuild here because he's up 1, down 1. That'll help him keep the north. But what else? There's a whole lot of nothing here that ends up blowing up an Italian fleet, I believe,
In Tuscany.
France holds on to Venice.
France decides not to take not to take the Ionian.
And yeah, so and Germany interestingly pulls back Munich to Ruhr, Bohemia to Munich. Sorry, I'm stealing a bit of your thunder here, Bill. Tell us why Germany would want to do that.
Well, I think Germany's moving into a defensive posture. Now, really, the move to do, in my opinion, would be to try to hold, would not do what he did. Maybe try to do something else with Bohemia. Maybe get Russia going against, offer Russia support to Vienna or something like that. But he's going into full defensive mode. I think we can expect to see him plop down another army in Kiel, which, hey, if he had a fleet in Denmark right now, man, how useful would that be?
Yeah.
But no, he's got to play defense because he's got a wall of purple and red armies heading his way.
Yeah, you really want he's going to end up with an army in Kiel, and you really want there's just no reason for him not to have a fleet in Denmark here, and then he'd have purchase over the north. Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Okay, let's push ahead here and see. Interesting that France was willing to. It was pretty clear that there's a good chance that North was going to go to Belgium here. Interesting that France didn't ask for Norway. Didn't ask to be the one to get the build, either Norway or Edinburgh, something like that.
Well, I think Bill was prescient that Russia is. Am I right? Not getting a rebuild.
That's right.
I think Russia's up 1, down 1.
Wait, no, because he picked up Belgium.
No, he lost St. Petersburg.
No, he lost. So he lost the unit in Bulgaria that got evaporated, right?
Yeah.
Now,
so
you're right. Yeah,
he picked up Belgium and he lost Norway, so he's even.
Right. So we get Army Moscow, Army Kiel, and that. Well, why doesn't France? Did France have one in the bank? Did we miss that? Or did France have one?
Build. France lost Belgium, but gained Venice.
Gained Venice. Thank you very, very much. Okay, that's why he wasn't asking for it. All right, well done.
That's why you don't do it by yourself, Brandon.
All right, Bill, tell us about the West. Spring 1907.
I think Michael made a mistake here by ordering London to Belgium. That's without a fleet in the North Sea. That can't happen.
I'm sure it was just for fun.
Maybe. But now he's lost Holland and he has to play defense now, which isn't good. But he'll eventually get St. Petersburg. Let's see. Is he going to lose? He's probably going to lose Munich. Yeah, his position's collapsing. I'm sorry, Michael. That's unfortunate for you. But again, it's why you build another fleet.
Yeah, beat a dead horse.
And
should Russia have moved to the channel in your view, Bill?
Yes. But all he has to do now is move to Belgium, and he's guaranteed not to lose his unit. And besides, if he had moved to Picardy or English Channel, that French unit,
the French can cover.
So I think he made the right move. He's going to be a pain in the ass for a long time. And North Sea, he can walk into.
Yeah, he'll probably retreat there unless he wants to pull it off and get a rebuild. We'll find out. All right, what about the East? Ed, tell us about it.
The story here is consolidation of their line and defenses. That's what AIR is doing right now. At least that's what it looks like to me. John trades Rome for Venice and gets back into the Ionian, which is great spot. So I don't think that's great news for France's prospects of charging much further. So they face the immediate threat down. The army in Rome retreats to Apulia.
Yeah, and I think John's position is slowly improving here. Without the threat from above, that army in Tyrolia can work its way down, and I think he should be able to get Rome back at some point if he can win some guesses. Okay, let's keep pushing here. We'll stay in the East with you, Ed. Tell me about it.
Okay, first thing I'm looking for is, John pushes up. Looks like France is moving back, and John pushed up, took Rome back.
He won the guess right away.
Won the guess right away, whereas Austria gets into Munich with Tyrolean support, so he didn't have to move the unit down. All in all, not a bad year for John and Austria, and Russia holds firm.
It's a fantastic year for Austria and Italy here. Terrible one for Germany. Tell us why, Bill.
Well, Germany lost 2 centers, and had Russia been feeling squirrely, could have lost 3. And I think Michael's position just got exploded. And I also think France sees an opportunity to really build off of this. France is now moving into France will have a defensive position in the Med. He'll be able to lock down Tunis and Gulf of Lyon. And he's in position to pick up essentially German dots behind the line. And I know I might have called him Mr. 17 before, but when your allies collapsing, maybe you can talk Michael into giving him some of his dots so he doesn't have to just take them.
It's I think that if you're Germany here, you can't lose both Holland and Munich. You just have to retake Holland here. You have to accept that you can't defend both. The only one you can guarantee that you take is Holland. You just have to do it here. So this is a learning experience for Michael. A reminder: who's playing his second game ever?
Yes.
And is sitting at 9 in fall of 1907, which is that's a complicated position to be in, right? There's a lot of things you have to navigate.
Look, Michael, it took one of the top players in the world to organize the rest of the board against you, and who knows what strings John Anderson is pulling there in the East. So I mean, hey, look, you flew high, you went big, and you're probably going to go home. But I think you played a fun game, and I hope you walk away from this with a positive experience.
Everyone remembers Icarus. Nobody remembers the alias.
All right, now Russia amazingly is putting down another unit here. Russia has really played a fun game here. We made some nice moves earlier on, and is now reaping the benefit of some mistakes on the other side, but is now sitting at the board top with 9, 2 ahead, and is really just one stab away from guaranteeing a board top for himself. So for the builds, we have France pulling the army in Tuscany. We have Austria dropping down an army. We have Sevastopol, the Russians putting down an army here, which can do a lot of different things. Germany dropping London. So France has dots for the taking if they want them. But we have Italy, who is getting another build here. So John gets back up to 6 here, but is sandwiched, right? Doesn't really have a strong path to the board top. All right, real quick, who would you want to be here? Is there any reason why you wouldn't want to be Russia? Let me ask that question, Bill.
No. Well, look,
you got 2 units away from, or you got 1 unit away from everyone else. I mean, there's reasons why you wouldn't want to be Russia.
Here's the thing: you're going to lose 3 units. You're going to lose 3 units within the next year or so. Belgium, Holland, and St. Petersburg. Okay, you can't defend them. So, are you going to pick up enough out of central Germany to equal those losses? Probably not. So that now you're going to stab France? Stab Italy, excuse me, I guess that's your next move. So
it's at Austria as well, right? If you to top the board,
that crushes Italy's position, which is now you got to worry about France, who's picking up a bunch off of Germany and then is going to pick a bunch up off of Italy. So if I'm going to beat anybody right now, it's Calvin Coolbury.
You as well, Ed?
France has the best position, but I do think this can turn a lot of different ways.
All right, let's have a look here and see if Calvin has the gumption to pull it all off. There's a lot of activity here. This is probably the most interesting turn we've seen so far tonight. Let's start out with you, Bill.
So as I was saying, there's the first two of the three dominoes. He lost Belgium and he lost St. Petersburg. He can't get either of them back. He's about to lose Holland. And now he did pick up Munich. So you're saying there's a chance?
All right.
Other than that, nothing really happened. Other than
should Liverpool have moved to York? It doesn't matter, I guess.
Yeah,
No need. France is now in the North Sea, which if you're France, there is no better place to be other than, like Serbia.
Yeah, I think you could argue that Liverpool should have gone to York to be available for a convoy. But if you're a savvy France here, you don't want this army to leave the island because it's sitting next to dots that will get you over the top. All right, what about the East and the South? Tell us about it.
I think the story here is the love between Italy and France, allowing France to move away and Italy to, in my mind, probably said, I'm sick of Austria and all the chaos he's created in the East. And so getting great position right now on Austria. Austria has not won a lot of friends throughout this entire game, and I think it's going to be goodbye Austria. John is going where the dots are.
This is a delightful set of like a delightful diplomatic turn, I should say. It's obviously negotiated, and both of these players kind of had to take a little bit of a chance, although you could argue that it wasn't a major chance, just because neither one was that susceptible to the other with the army in Tuscany going away. But this is just a really great moment of two players getting together and saying, hey, look, we don't get much from fighting each other. We get a lot from not fighting each other. Let's turn our backs and walk away.
Well, France all France did was pulled back to an unbreakable position.
Right.
And now he's refocusing his efforts on, like Ed just said, where the dots are.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that there was a worry that Italy could get his fleets up, but I'm with you. I think this was well seen by Calvin and well proposed, presumably by John. All right, let's keep going here, and Ed, we'll stay with you. And we
are you sure you really want to stay with Ed?
I like my little prediction about poor Austria here. Okay,
Yeah.
loses Greece, loses Serbia, gets piffed in Silesia. It's a good turn for John in the East, and Russia is looking good also.
Someone else is looking pretty good here too, eh, Bill? Tell us about it.
Yeah, Calvin is building 3 units.
Picks up Belgium and
London and Edinburgh. And hey, there's ever a time to leave the North Sea, it's to take London.
right. Interesting to pull both of those fleets out of the Med, huh?
Well, only one actually left the Med. And I'm assuming one of his 3 builds is going to be Fleet Marseille.
Could have made a good argument here, though, for Lyon going back to Tyrrhenian Sea, probably with support as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, what is the fleet in Mid-Atlantic going to do?
I could try to mop up the north in some way. That's what I would have thought, but I would have combined it with.
He's going to need it to force the North Sea because I'm pretty sure Fleet Baltic ain't going to help him.
Yeah, I think the reason. So this is a nice example of something that you do where you ask for forgiveness rather than permission, right? You can sell Lyon to Tyrrhenian Sea even with support as a defensive maneuver against Italy. And it would prevent Italy from taking it, which is actually pretty bad here, I think.
Oh, yeah, you definitely do that. But what's the point? Italy's about to plop down. Italy's about to get 2 builds. So you can't hold it.
Well, but you want to slow them down as much as possible, right?
Yeah, but he can't come in your way.
What's that?
John isn't coming towards, I hope. Well.
Are you sure about that?
No.
He's putting down 2 units here.
Yep, Fleet Rome or Fleet Naples and
Army Venice.
Army Venice.
Definitely Fleet Naples. You can make an argument for Fleet Rome too if you want to try to dominate the Med. But Army
Yeah, I
Venice.
think it was a mistake. I think Calvin made a mistake. He pulled back way too much.
Yep. All right, but he's going to be able to build Fleet Marseille, which presumably he will. Let's see. Oh no, Army Marseille.
That's
Oh
what I'm
wow.
worried about.
Oh
It's a
wow.
love story. It's another love story.
But you know what? Western Med can go to Lyon just as easily as Fleet Marseille can.
But I don't
Yeah,
think
but no, but you need to protect all of this space here. I mean, I guess like west to Lyon with Mao going back to west is what you're saying.
No, Mao to Spain south coast, west to Tyrrhenian Sea with support from Tunis.
Interesting. All right, let's see if we'll see if that happens. Any other builds to call out here? We just have Austria seeing the writing on the wall. Keeps the fleet in Albania.
I hate you.
I
hate you a lot.
I saw Randy Lawrence hurt at Carnage. He was down to 1 unit as Austria, and it was a fleet. And he managed to Randy Lawrence hurt his way to about, I think, to part of the draw. He was able to get up to like 5 or 6 centers by the time it was all said and done. There's a lot Austria can do with that one little fleet, but probably not when John Anderson has 4.
But it does. It could presumably slow him down enough to give France time to recover position in here. Michael pulls army in Sweden. Interesting. You could have made an argument here for pulling Ruhr actually, and then getting Sweden back. Maybe even convoying down to Berlin. But he's got a lot of stuff to figure out, and also to figure out who's on his side. Which let's find out right now. All right, tell us. Let's start in the West with you, Bill.
Well, he's got France on his side for now. Oh, Calvin, what? North Africa?
He gets away with it, though.
Well, does he? Because he made it to North Africa.
Yeah, that is a very, very friendly set of moves between France and Italy here. Well done for John for getting Tyrrhenian Sea and holding on to it and not having that really tick off or tip off France. Okay, elsewhere, but France improves his position by advancing
considerably.
Yeah, by advancing the armies.
Now he'll take the North Sea in the fall. He'll take North Sea in the fall. He'll take Munich. He'll take Munich now. Oh, I hope he doesn't. Well, I would say it's a coin flip as an analyst on whether or not he supports Germany back into Munich or not.
We'll see. It'd be interesting also to see what happens. But presumably Italy is going to be just focusing on Vienna here.
The other thing is France has got one friend. That's it. That's Italy. He's got no other friends. Germany must hate him.
It's not clear.
Russia's working with Italy.
Look, France and Germany worked together like the whole game, and then Germany's position blew up. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility for Calvin to talk Michael into his dots, because that's what a good diplomacy player does.
Yep. Yeah, and look, he supported him into Holland here. I think it's possible they're working together. All right, in the East, then we've got some movement here by Italy, which is intriguing, isn't it?
Oh, he's walking into Ankara. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, he'll walk into Ankara. He supported Romania into Budapest, strengthening his position with Russia, which is I firmly believe that's what John is doing.
Man.
Ankara. Are you kidding me?
Ankara, and he could take Bulgaria too. A little bit of a risk.
He set it all up for Russia, but I'm telling you how he pitched it. Okay, he pitched it. He didn't tell Russia about these other little things. Okay.
All right. So does he get support into Vienna from Russia and also take Bulgaria and Ankara? That's what I want to know.
No. And Romania.
And Romania as well. Oof. That would be brutal. All right, let's find out. The answer is 2 of the 3.
Yeah.
Or 3 of the.
Wouldn't have gotten Romania. So what would be the point?
3 of the 4. Well, he had to cover Greece as well because Albania could have gone there. But he does get support into Vienna from Budapest. Doesn't matter because it was cut. Didn't need it anyway. Elsewhere, just call this out for you guys because we're
elsewhere. Look, he doesn't lose Tyrrhenian Sea. Nothing. It's really good year for John.
And if we didn't have the move from Ruhr to Kiel, I would have to otherwise say it was an NMR.
Right, but presumably
this is awful by France.
Presumably, the rest of these are unintentional.
You might not have gotten them in time.
That's rough. Oof, that's really rough. So we end up with.
Wait a minute. Does Ruhr even move to Kiel?
It doesn't get in. No.
Because did it even? Because you can't dislodge yourself.
Right. Ruhr does move to Kiel, but because Kiel doesn't make it into Berlin, and the support to Kiel comes from Holland.
So you have to think, right, that by this time there's a big discussion on a draw and who's going to board top, and I'm thinking John is trying to pitch that he should board top, but this idea with France, maybe a shared board top that just didn't work out, that France doesn't go for Holland. I mean,
no, you might get it. Yeah. No, right now it's a shared board top 10-10. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, it's 11-10.
Yeah, it's 11-10 Italy. John should top this board, in my opinion, at this point.
At this point, yeah. Calvin, you're playing too nice. You got.
But this was a critical set of either misordering or NMRing, either one.
How does he not move to Holland?
Or take Munich.
North.
Right.
There's North, take Tyrrhenian Sea here. He should be fighting against Italy at this point. Okay, let's push forward here. And this is where the game ends, in fact. So, all right.
Look, I'm telling you, I'm willing to bet. Not much, because I got in trouble for making a funny bet before. But I'm willing to bet that France told Italy he'd accept a 10-10 or something like that. That's why he held off without thinking that John was going to get 3.
Oh, and now
why would you say you would do it, and then when the other guy lies, agree to it anyway?
He's not in position now, and he's going to.
Yeah, he is.
But he should know. He should have gone to North. I think there was some problem, some technical problem. Because he had gone to North the previous turn to bounce the Russian out.
And that can be demoralizing as well.
Yeah. But at this point, it's John's to lose. I don't see how anybody can stop him. So I would, if I were France, I'd probably give it a shot anyway. But this is a nice result for John. I mean, John came back from what looked like a losing position.
Yeah.
And roared to the board top here. I think we have to pay homage here to somebody who has proven time and time again that he's a very good player, and now he's doing it with a target on his back. That's impressive.
Obviously, we need to paint it bigger.
I would say G. Gordon Liddy wrote a book called Will. He's a lot of great quotes, and I'm telling you, this was willpower on John, I think, to get this result from the position he was in.
All right. Congratulations to John Anderson, and well done to the other players. I think, Mitch had a rough game, but Calvin put himself in position to win again. So this is the second time we've seen him play, and he's put himself in position, and the only thing missing is to pull the knife out of the holster.
Yeah, don't take your foot off the gas. Don't take your foot off the gas in the South when you didn't use those fleets to do anything anyway. And Army Marseille never moved. I think Germany and France lost a lot of momentum in this game, playing the muck games in Burgundy and Munich and self bounces and things like that. If they had gotten their act together more quickly, I think the results for the rest of the board would have been significantly devastating, especially if you start having German and French units across the line 0-2 like you could have, but you couldn't because France was in Burgundy. And so Germany had to stay in Munich.
Look, I think John deserved the board top, but so did France. France could have, if France hadn't lost the Tyrrhenian Sea or not even contested it, if he'd moved to Holland, I mean, there was a lot of play left for France.
Yeah, he took his foot off the gas. It happens.
Hey, Calvin is, he's an alliance player, and the question I think is whether he develops an instinct to, and that served him well in order to get him in position to go for it. The question is, does he learn to go for it? We will find out on the next edition of watching Calvin Colber replay. All right, guys, this is my turn to take a pause for a few games. Going to bring on Bryan Pravel, but also I think Ed, you're going to take a break here as well, and we're going to see you in a couple games.
Yeah.
Right?
So yeah, call me when you need me. When you go over my game, Bill, be gentle. Don't call me Mr. 17.
All right, Ed, you're going to
be gentle.
You're going to stick around backstage. We're going to pop you in if it seems like you've got some backstage gossip to give us.
If you ever need to say what was going on, I can help. I got to get another scotch though.
All right, Ed, we'll see you in about an hour and a half, right? If not sooner for the inside dish.
I'm just chilling.
Ed, it was an absolute pleasure working with you tonight.
Bill, I love the beard. Don't shave.
I'm in the Army. I got to shave next week.
Well, thank you for your service, sir.
All right, Ed. We'll see you in a bit. All right, let's welcome to the Game Day live stream, Bryan Pravel. Bryan, welcome back. Or welcome.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you? You are coming to us from your basement in Chicago, I can tell.
My basement in Chicago. You got it. So, some great games so far. I really enjoyed that last one. A really good example of some balance of power. We had a lot of players that I think had a good shot at it a couple times in the game. So, a lot of fun.
All right, and the sound on your mic could be a little bit better. Unfortunately, we had some trouble with the fancy mic that you had before, so we're gonna go with what we got. All right, I'm gonna step off here and I'm gonna let you introduce David Hood. So I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Great, thank you, Brandon.
Brian, fortunately, everybody really wants to hear from David Hood, not us. So
That's it, absolutely. Let's get him on as fast as we can. Mr. Hood, how are you doing?
I'm doing just peachy.
Wonderful.
Watching John Anderson top another board. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's becoming a trend.
Yep.
All right. I'll say I predicted on our last edition of Deadline that he'd have a target on his back, have the yellow jersey, and he's responded to that with yet another win. So, all right. Well, let's go ahead and pull up our next game, if that's all right with everybody. And okay, so for game 17 of the Virtual Diplomacy League, we've got Andrei Gribakov from California, Conrad Woodring from London or New York, depending on where he is at the time, Max Gurinas from Chicago, Ed Sullivan from Houston. We've got Aber Condrel from Chicago, Derek Rocco from Onaway, and Natty Schaefer from Salt Lake City. Bill or David, anything you want to tell us about any of these players?
So Max is 13 years old, and from what I remember watching him play, and I think I've seen him play a few other games. He's punching above it. Well, unless he can't weigh that much, he's only 13. He's definitely punching above his weight.
Yeah, I mean, currently at 80 in the DBN rankings right now. That's a really impressive for someone at 13. I know I started playing young and don't think I would have been able to be in that kind of place when I was playing at 13.
Yeah, well, I think Bill already mentioned Conrad. I think I met Conrad when he was about 13, just honestly speaking, through his uncle, Mark Franceschini, who was a diplomacy player way back in the 80s and 90s, is when he was playing more. He still plays some, but he's the one I think that introduced Conrad to the game. So Conrad's been at it a long time.
Yeah, and obviously Ed just left the broadcast, so it'll be fun to watch him play. Aber is one of the players I play with very frequently in the Windy City Weasels. He's been playing extremely well. He's pretty highly ranked in our own league. He has had a lot of board tops, and this is, I think, the second game that we're going to see him play today. I believe he was one of the players up at 2:30 in the morning. So curious to see if exhaustion plays a factor in this game. And then I think we have to talk about Natty Schaefer with the top 10. DBNI ranking. So Natty's been a consistent performer. We've seen him a lot on these streams. He's always one to keep an eye on.
Yep.
So with that, let's go ahead and get right into it. We'll go ahead and debut.
Since David Hood wrote the book on how to play France, I think he should definitely take us away and coach young Max there in the West.
All right.
Hey,
so
maybe
Mr.
Max is getting ready to coach us. We're going to find out.
Well, Mr. Hood, why don't you start us off in the West?
Well, bouncing the channel. Chris Martin would be a happy person if he were watching this. Always pushing the English to go to the English channel. And here it could be bounce. I mean, it could be an arranged bounce. Although you would hope not, because it's kind of a wasted effort if it's an arranged bounce. French get it, of course, to cover Burgundy as well. The Germans do the sort of the standard opening. And the only other thing I would say is the Russians did not go north.
And in the East.
For the third game in a row, you see Venice open to Trieste and Rome open to Apulia. I guess we're seeing a trend here. And I guess after Eber saw it in the last game, he figured, yeah, he's going to try it himself. Other than that, standard stuff, bouncing Galicia, bouncing black, Russia, open south, as David already mentioned. I think we can move forward to 0-2.
Yep, I agree with that.
Fall
of 01. Let's go ahead and stay in the East. Let's find out what happens with that key opening.
So clearly arranged. You now see the Italian fleet in the Aegean. So this could turn out to be a very short game for our Turkish player, especially since he's now in the Black Sea. Russia has elected to take Romania with an army, and which means he let Austria into Galicia. So we're gonna see what happens next.
Yeah, I really like the move, the follow on into the Aegean. I was saying this in the comments earlier. This is my favorite opening when I play Italy, just flat out. I do like to follow on into Budapest also, like we were speaking about, but just delaying taking Tunis, convoying that army has a tendency to just get stuck. Taking that forward position into the Aegean just makes the AI so much more powerful. And as Italy, I absolutely love it because it gives you so many options. If Austria ends up being a little squirrely, you've got the control in that alliance structure.
Now, what'll be interesting to see is if a two-build Russia builds a fleet in St. Petersburg, North Coast.
Yeah.
But I think where the moves really got interesting is in the West. And let's let David weigh in on that.
Yeah, you can see the move of the turn is Denmark to Skagerrak. How often do you see that in fall of 01?
It depends how often you play in Germany.
That's true.
I love
maybe you do it all the time, Bill. I can't be responsible for your actions, thank God. But Denmark to Skagerrak, it's an awesome positional move. We just don't see it very often. You can tell that he's throwing in with the Ed's throwing in with the Russians. At least he hopes he's throwing in with the Russians. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything terribly shocking here. The French leaving Brest probably so they can build in Brest, maybe, given the fact that the English went to the English Channel. I think he'll have to build in Brest. Let me just follow up on one thing you said, Bryan, about how awesome it is as the Italians to not be forced to go into Tunis and sort of leave that for later in favor of position. That's exactly why I argue as playing France for what Max did here, which it was a little different because he did the bounce in English. But why do French players always go send two guys to Iberia? You're going the wrong direction. You send one guy to Iberia and do something else with the other two that gives you position. And so in this case, preventing the English, and maybe the English wanted to go to the English Channel, they stopped them. So I just think the same argument you were making for the Italian move, one could also make for what I would consider to be good French move, which is not to go two guys to Iberia in 01.
And he's still getting two. France is still getting two builds, which is fantastic. And if he is truly anti-English, A 2-build Germany, 2-build France, and 2-build Russia is bad news. Bad news for England, unless Conrad has successfully Conraded Derek into maybe building St. Petersburg's south coast.
Yeah, that's a possibility because it's a very clear FG. There's no question that that's what they're setting up to do, given the fact that Ruhr went to Holland to allow all that other move, allowing the French to take Belgium. So we'll see, but it certainly looks like a second game in a row where we've got an FG forming in the beginning.
Let's find out.
Nope.
Nope, it is in the North Coast. So Derek has made his opinion on who should control what in Scandinavia known. We do have the French building in Brest and England in London, both fleets. Fleet building Kiel, Army in Munich for Germany. Both of those are pretty sensible and standard, what you'd expect. Fleet Naples, Fleet Smyrna, Army Budapest, all kind of what you would expect. Yeah, this looks like this is going to break out to be a good game. Let's go ahead and stay in the West. David, why don't you kick us off?
Well, who's what?
Go ahead, Bill. He said David pick it off, but you sounded like you had something to say, and I'd hate to stand in the way of Bill Hackenbracht saying something important. So please say something important.
There's one problem with moving to Skag if you're it's really more of an anti-Russian move than an anti-English move. So I'm not sure what we're going to see here. Is what I was going to say.
Well, what we're going to see is that he did in fact go after Sweden. That's what we're going to see, and move the fleet to the Baltic. So if he was intending to fight the English, maybe you're right that was always intended to be an anti-Russian move. Although if I'm England, I don't really like that anti-Russian. I mean, Skagerrak's not necessary if you're going to do that. But anyway, the other thing that you see is the French, of course, blasting an English channel, as you would maybe expect. Not sure. I guess the English were guessing maybe that the French might instead go around the Horn into Irish or North Atlantic. So that's why they did what they did.
Well, he couldn't afford to be wrong.
Yeah, that's probably right, given what he built, given his position. Interestingly, of course, the Russians take Norway because Norway, is that being convoyed? It's being convoyed.
It is.
Convoyed.
Wow.
To Belgium with Holland support.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So if there was an FG, there was a lot of good talking by Conrad, which he's very capable of doing. And maybe it was Germany's idea, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was Conrad saying, you know what I could do is this. So then you could use that Skagerrak guy to kill Sweden. So this is going to be a win-win for us, right?
Everybody wins.
And Sullivan says, right.
Yeah, and with the southbound, so we've got from Max, there's clearly not a lot of trust already between these two.
And of course, why would you say, as my friend Bill said earlier in the broadcast, why would you self-bounce? What is your guy doing in Paris? Don't stay in Paris. Ain't nothing interesting you can go do in Paris.
Well, in diplomacy.
Yes, that was the joke I was making. There's nothing to see in Paris, so don't stay there. Go somewhere else.
Well, actually, now is probably the best time to go to Paris because there's no tourists, and we know how much French people love tourists.
Well, Bill, any place that the Eastern powers would want to be on this board?
Oh, my Lord. Apparently, the AI didn't last very long. Natty has successfully talked his way out of being the victim of a Lepanto. And somehow Derek gets another build. He's picked up 2 builds now. And I think this is, well, he lost Sweden, but he grabbed Norway. I think this is going to be bad for Ed because you're seeing he's antagonized Russia, and Russia's doing well. That's usually not a great place for Germany to be, and I think that's why Ed has spoken so cryptically about his performance in this game. Other than Romania taking Budapest. Not really much went down here. I think Russia has decided to trade dots for position and a partnership with Italy.
Yeah, I mean, this again is why, as Italy, I love the key opening. As Austria, I'm not as thrilled with it because, again, I'm hitting all of the control in that alliance structure to the Italian. And Russia can be a very strong partner for Italy to partner up with. In this case, it looks like Russia's getting the upper hand. But if they're switching an alliance here, that could work out well for both of them.
Yeah, maybe he's getting the upper hand right this minute, but this could be a really good deal for both of them. Obviously, depends a lot on how the situation with Turkey goes.
Yeah, Turkey the wild card for sure. So why don't we stay in the East and find out what happens with Turkey?
A bunch of bad guesses for Austria. But whatever, I guess Italy and Turkey aren't on the same page because Italy cut Aegean support. I'm surprised Aegean wasn't the mover into Greece. I think Eber got a little greedy here and tried to get both dots and position when really he should have just grabbed some dots. But Russia has successfully cleared Warsaw for the build, which he's going to get because he elected to disband Norway and he picked up a dot. And yeah, I think things are gonna shake out. Austria is going down to 2 dots, 2 units, and with the exception of a little like kerfluffle between Italy and Turkey, he ain't long for this world.
Yeah. I'm real curious to see if he ends up keeping the army in Ukraine or not.
He should, but
yeah. So looks like Russia's doing really well. How is that impacting the West, David?
Yeah, he's not doing so well in the north, though. Mm-hmm. As you can see, the good EG moves take out Norway, take that guy to Norway. So not doing well in the north. And, you know, Ed Sullivan, did you convince 13-year-old Max not to that you would have let him take Belgium back? You didn't do that, Ed, did you? Because Max, oh my goodness. And Max, don't ever listen to anything Ed Sullivan says for any reason, on any topic.
What did Picardy order?
I'm assuming Picardy tried to support the fleet in, right?
No, Picardy supported Germany to Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't read that correctly.
Yeah,
what did the English Channel do?
English Channel just moved to Belgium.
Okay.
Well, that's why I thought that he was trying to take Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is just a flub then. I still think you shouldn't listen to anything Ed Sullivan says, but in this case, it might just be a French flub.
What did Holland do? Did Holland support Belgium?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what else was it going to do?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's possible Max thought he was getting support from Holland into Belgium.
That's what I mean. Maybe he thought that, but goodness, don't listen to that.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't any reason for Ed to switch horses here after they're obviously going to do some good coordination in the north. So unfortunately, Max has gotten himself in trouble here.
Fortunately, Max gets 2 builds. No.
Yeah. He certainly took Spain.
He gets 2 builds.
Yeah. So build.
No, he didn't get because he lost Belgium.
He lost Belgium, gained Spain.
See, when you've got 5 centers and 4 units, you get one build. Just FYI.
Yeah, that's actually I think in the rules.
It is.
And Austria has decided to surrender the south.
Yeah, he pretty much had to choose one or the other, I would think. So this to me, this makes sense. I mean, now he forces the people who are attacking him to be next to each other and fight each other. So maybe that gives him some ability to become some kind of northern chaos agent, or I'm talking about Northern Balkans chaos agent.
Yeah,
it's definitely the fun option. That's for sure. I think
that's an interesting build by Max. An army in Marseille. What do you think's going on, David?
Wanted another guy on Burgundy, maybe for defensive purposes.
Do you think we maybe see a pivot from Conrad?
He's hoping for a pivot from Conrad. He's also probably thinking, that was the only way long term to defend himself. I'm not sure that's right. I think maybe the fleet, so he could hold the Mid-Atlantic at least in the short term, would have been better. Yeah. But he may be trying to throw himself at the mercy of the Wood Ring and try to become a vassal.
Well, wait a minute. Who just took Norway?
The Germans.
With English support? What did that?
With English
support. With English support. That's right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I don't hate this. It's very much a case of, hey, I don't think I'm going to be doing anything on my own. Let me make myself as useful as possible and try and flip one of my two opponents. And I think England's the right call there.
That if that's what he's trying to do, as opposed to just turtling up, then I totally agree. Because he wasn't going to get Germany to flip. That wouldn't. I mean, Ed's not going to do that right this minute anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Well, keeping on. Let's go back to the east.
Okay, so we see Italy and Russia finishing off Austria, and but simultaneously we see Russia and Turkey disengaging from the Black Sea. I don't think we're seeing a three-way partnership there. I think Eber might quickly find himself the odd man out in this relationship.
Absolutely.
And additionally, Ed has now committed full bore to attacking Russia, which he can get away with because North Sea is now a DMZ.
David, in the West, what's the big story coming out of the West?
Big story for me is Conrad not taking the Mid-Atlantic. I've been sitting here trying to figure out what the thinking was, assuming that Mid-Atlantic was going to go to Brest to cover it so that you supported him, but why would that matter unless you were thinking it was a self-bounce? But why would you care about any of that? Just support yourself in and not worry about it. It almost makes me wonder if Conrad's trying to set up to perhaps pivot. It's almost like well, Ed, I tried to take minutes. Yeah, I did this thing. And no, this thing made no sense. So maybe this whole thing was because he's thinking about throwing back in with Max. It's a possibility. Otherwise, I really can't figure out what the move was there. Why would you not just go ahead and take the Mid-Atlantic in that situation?
David, do you think Ed's a more fun player to take down than a 13-year-old?
By far.
Let's stay in the West.
Well, then he goes ahead and takes the Mid-Atlantic anyway. So I guess he was setting up to maybe pivot and decided not to, or it was always just if that's what it was just a flub then from Conrad. I couldn't figure out why he didn't take Mid-Atlantic last turn. Otherwise, there's just a lot of bouncing in the Burgundy, which was the whole point of building that army, was to try to keep everybody out of Burgundy. The English, of course, are trading with the Germans. They're getting Norway. The Germans are getting St. Pete. So otherwise, it's just EG all over the place.
Yep. And in the east, lots of red.
And not for much longer. So it would appear that Austria has occupied the Russian position, while Russia occupies the Austrian position. But more importantly, Eber Kondrel is about to get 3 builds. Actually,
Eber.
Now, ironically, Eber's favorite alliance structure is it's either an EF or an FG. And if it's an EF, man, he's about to reap some of his own rewards.
All right. So speaking of rewards, we'll get to our builds. Man, look at that. We've got Fleet Naples, Fleet Rome, Army Venice. I would assume that's strong signs. What is it, the Magic 8 Ball signs point to moving west. And then we've got the Army in London for a defensive play there. So let's stay in the east. Let's find out. Dave, talk to us a little bit. what happens with Aber? What do we see here?
So Aber has made sure that he doesn't going to lose the Ionian, and it would appear that maybe he's not as quick to go west as we might have thought. Additionally, we see that Russia and Italy have decided that Turkey is going to be the odd man out, not Aber, which I guess kind of makes sense, especially after Italy just got so big. Yeah, I would say Natty Schaefer's time on this board is rapidly coming to a close.
It'll be interesting to see a move to the Black Sea probably seals the deal. So.
Well, I mean, Derek needs dots, and that's where the dots are.
Yeah. All right, David in the West.
Well, EG advances into France. You can see that it goes Picardy and Burgundy both fall. That's obviously not good, but it was not much that our buddy Max could do about it. He goes down to Spain just to try to lock down defensive position in Iberia. But otherwise, EG all the time. EG everywhere. EG über alles.
And I think for the Italian, I now that I'm watching the board, I kind of like the read here. I was reading West, and I think maybe they're reading it as, hey, France is not coming my way anytime soon. I've got the opportunity to go get those Eastern dots. So
that's actually what I thought when I saw the two fleets, is that he needs them to defeat the Turks.
Yeah.
So of course, and he didn't know whether the Russians were going to go to the Black Sea or not. Yeah. So he might think that he needs to defeat the Turks fleet-wise.
Yeah.
Now
So, Bill, let's keep going in the East here.
Well, mean old Conrad Woodring continues to take dots off of a 13-year-old newer player, which I think we shouldn't lose sight of. No, in the East, let's see. We've got Italy getting total position in the Eastern Med area while maintaining fleets in the West. I mean, he's going to wreak havoc there. He's setting up to get his armies out and about, and oddly enough, he has decided to switch horses and is now working with the Turk again. I guess he heard from Russia that Russia was going to play defense instead of continuing to attack Turkey. And if Russia's not going to attack Turkey, why should he continue doing it? So I think he's got enough now that I don't understand the move to Aegean while supporting Bulgaria to Romania, but I'm also not part of the conversations. And right now, this means that Turkey's going to get a net 2 builds, and they may just be armies. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I guess I could see an argument for that. I personally don't love it though, but I also really like Russia and Italy allies. So we'll find out how that works. David, what's going on in the West?
Well, Brest falls. Something was going to fall. Brest falls. Continued movements. You've got the defensive sort of alliance bounce in Norway. The one thing I wanted to say here is it looks to me like Ed has missed an opportunity to advance his armies a little bit. Probably would have been better to do a supported attack on Bohemia and then try to move Ruhr down to Munich. If he's going to go whole hog into the south, then just go whole hog. Don't pussyfoot around. I understand he's trying to keep the Italians from getting into Tyrolia, but it'd be better to get rid of that Russian, I think. But that's a quibble. I mean, the EG alliance is doing fine. And the Italians are coming to help, but it's going to be probably too late to do of much help.
So we'll go ahead.
And Russia's got to disband, right? And that would have been an easy unit for them to just disband.
Yeah. So Bill, we'll start with you here. This is kind of a messy board. We've got an EG, very strong. The East is a little messy, but we're starting to see the board settle a little bit. Who do you want to be on this board?
I like this segment. I love playing Italy. I think Eber's got a strong position here, but overall, being the E in an EG is a great place to be. And with Ed so committed away from the shared dots in the north, I really like Conrad's position.
Yeah. David, what about you?
Yeah, and part of the problem is if you're the EG, if you're Ed, you cannot allow Conrad to stay in the North Sea. That's one of the things you've got to do as an EG. Is England's got to be North Sea's got to be verboten for the English. You can't allow it. So this arranged bounce where he's bouncing in Norway, no, he's actually got to go to Norway or go somewhere else, not be in the North Sea. I understand Ed's got his fleet in Kiel, but still, no. It makes England's position just too strong.
So, David, you'd pick England here also.
I would pick England. Yeah. I'm not saying, I mean, there's some other play left in this game for sure. Natty knows how to play, for example. Not saying these, and Eber certainly does. So the fact that they're both still down there and have some play left is not lost on us. Are they going to be able to make some kind of significant progress before Conrad stabs Ed? And Conrad's going to stab Ed.
I think Natty slaps down two fleets and just goes wild.
Yeah, I think if I had to pick somebody like a dark horse, I think Natty's got the opportunity, and a lot will depend on what happens with the EG. But yeah, I could see some play there for Natty for sure. So let's find out. Oh, nope, not two. It's the opposite. We've got two armies.
That's why Eber supported him into Romania. That must have been the arrangement.
Yep,
now, absolutely. I think they might have been counting on Black Sea being the pull, but it wasn't. So, fun time.
I'd like to make an argument for what Natty did here, honestly, because it's an EG game. The EG's already, getting ready to pound into the East as far as they can go. That the East needs armies. So I think that's what the thinking was.
But how are you going to get those armies out? They can't. He's in Bulgaria, East Coast, not Bulgaria, South Coast.
I think the theory is you take all of Russia's stuff. Eventually, the fleet goes away because it doesn't live anymore.
It's a theory, but I wonder if there's enough time. We will find out.
Well, I'm not sure. Okay.
Yeah. So, David, why don't you start us out in the West here?
Okay. Well, I mean, really nothing surprising. The EG continues. They take Paris. I really don't think there's anything surprising other than that. Again, though, if I'm Ed, I tell Conrad to get the frick out of the North Sea.
Yep.
Just a guy just can't have that. You cannot have that if you're the Germans.
Now, Conrad had an opportunity. Well, Conrad can't let him take MAO, but he's now got an opportunity. Now he knows what they're doing. He's got an opportunity to kind of get that fleet forward.
You mean into North Africa?
Not that that's the best place to be, but
no, I think that's entirely that's a totally legitimate idea. I think,
but that's looking at it from the Italian perspective. Eber has decided to return to attacking Turkey because he got what he wanted out of Turkey, which is two armies, and he has switched directions again. Now, I'm sure.
Hey, look, he's already he got in the Black Sea from England, from East Coast, y'all naysayers. I was right and you were wrong.
So, Dave, have you ever played a game of diplomacy where maybe you or another player on the board kept switching which directions to go, and didn't work out for them.
I've certainly seen it a lot, haven't you, Bill?
I've been that player, and I've taken advantage of that player. Now, there's certain scoring systems where that makes sense when you're playing like a balance of power game, but I don't feel that Eber maybe doing the moves of switching directions, but I don't know if it's towards an end game purpose.
You're saying because of the move to Bulgaria, for example?
No. Well, let's find out what effect that has. So, Bill, why don't you keep going in the East?
Well, Eber has lost Trieste. Okay, so what we see here is now Germany's working with Russia.
Of course, because Russia's
Russia needs somebody, and that's really what we're seeing here. All right, so Russia's picking up a dot in Trieste, and essentially he's going up a dot, but he doesn't have any home centers left. So that's a shame. And it's at Italy's expense. You know, this is the East has totally lost any momentum and has really ceded the board to this EG, and really the person in the driver's seat of how the rest of this game is going to go is, and deservedly so, is Conrad Woodring.
Yeah,
Well,
Bryan, I guess you were talking about the move to the Bulgaria not making any sense. I second that. I just don't get it. Eber, you had to make friends with Turkey there and have any shot.
Yeah, and
I guess he was thinking maybe he could go take some Turkish stuff and use the builds to defend himself, or I don't know. Goodness.
Well, and the net effect of the back and forth is that these purple dots are now black dots, and
Yes.
good to Ed to recognize that opportunity and make that diplomatic play. But yeah, I mean, now not only is Germany across the line, they're well across the line and just destroying any kind of obstacles in the East.
Yeah, that is so true. That is so true. And then the West, the march continues in terms of the English are now into Gascony. I mean, the EG just continues to march.
The difference there is, though, England's building and Germany is not.
Well, let's find out if that has any impact. Fleet Liverpool.
Doesn't have any impact from that build.
Yeah. And then looks like Natty disbands in Sev, and that's the only change. Let's go to the West. Let's find out, do they continue the march?
Yep, they take Marseille. Otherwise, just sort of move into position. The Germans get into Venice. Get into Piedmont, putting 2 on Venice. Germans move everywhere. The East loses.
So right now we've got Germany at 8. We've got England at 7.
But fixing to go up because they're going to take Marseille.
Yeah.
Are they the ones that are going to get it, or is Germany going to be like, hey, I haven't gotten a build in a while here. What's up?
I don't know. They're probably going to. I mean, we'll see. The Germans might actually take something anyway.
Maybe Vienna.
I mean, the Italians, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Maybe, or Venice or something. There's lots of possibilities here because, after all those little purple guys are actually black.
The Germany's about to move across the Deadlands and get their units to where they might start getting some dots. Do you feel like England's running out of time for a stab?
Well, I mean, I don't know if Conrad knows this, but Ed is an alliance player, so Conrad probably has some time before Ed does anything. I mean, on the other hand, Ed does move his fleet back to Kiel. So if you wanted to try to establish some kind of independence, maybe, but I don't know why you do that when you're making such good progress in the down south.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just complete chaos down there that you're going to take advantage of. You can take Moscow, basically, the Austrians. I don't know exactly what they're going to do, but certainly this is all just a bunch of chaos. As long as Ed's got enough to defend himself. Again, get that guy to the North Sea, though. I tell you, that really could be a problem here if he doesn't tell Conrad to vacate.
Yeah, do your bouncing, like move Kiel to Baltic and do your bouncing in Sweden, not in
or at the very least put English and Norwegian and then start bouncing or something. It just bouncing when you're in the North Sea just is it's just dangerous. It's playing with fire.
Well, Bill, speaking of chaos, talk to us about what's going on in the East.
Well, I don't think I can add to anything David just said, which is absolutely utter chaos. Ed has taken advantage of the situation and gotten into position. He now has 2 on Vienna and a separate 2 on Venice. He has a Russia that's working with him and most likely more than willing to take. Well, Russia's got more dots than he has units, so why not? Why wouldn't Russia help Ed into a dot or 2? And unless Eber can switch horses again, start working with Russia against Germany, and we'll see.
We shall see. I do I love the convoy from Natty over into Bulgaria. That's getting that army in a place that's much more useful.
That's a really nifty. That's a nifty Natty move, is what that is.
So, Bill, why don't you go ahead and keep talking the East over here?
Well, it looks like Germany's staying even at 3. Wow, Eber's position has collapsed. Italy, Turkey losing Sev, but at least Turkey's losing Sev, but he's still getting a build. No, he's even. It's a better position though. He's improved his position here, and Eber has gone full retreat to the full retreat. And got to be honest with you, Conrad, what would be the worst thing about letting Italy into the Mid-Atlantic at this point when you've got 3 fleets in NAO, Irish, and English Channel?
Well, he doesn't have to let him in. He can do what you said earlier and go to North Africa and still backfill.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out one thing about Austria. You realize is also going to be up to and nowhere to build, just like the Russians were. Which is exactly what you want if you're Germany trying to push in there. You want the little guys taking centers they can't build from, because that's stuff that you can take whenever you want later. It's just spectacular opportunities for Ed if the EG holds.
Yeah.
It's true mastery, and I'm taking my hat off to Ed, and I think he's just a couple NMRs away from.
And he did take Venice. We talked about maybe he's going to take Venice. Look who took Venice. It's just good stuff. I mean, we'll see. It is all going to depend on what Conrad does.
Well, let's look at our builds. We've got a Army Liverpool and a Army Munich. West is the only one that's growing. All of the others that grew are unable to. Beautiful thing for the EG. How are we feeling about the Army in Liverpool?
Great
yeah,
place.
I'm not sure how you justify that if you're Conrad and Ed says, "Wait, where are you going to put an army that's of any value to you?" And Conrad's going to say, "Yeah, but England can't have too many fleets. At some point, they need to have an army." And Ed says, "Only if you're going to stab me." And Conrad says, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to convoy it to Spain or something." But but an army in Spain is an army going nowhere, because now everything else that you need to do, you need a fleet for. It's just hard to make the argument, I think, for the army. I mean, it's a good idea for Conrad to do it. Try to justify it, but I don't think he can justify it.
could make the John Jameson convoy into North Africa. All right, so
John Jameson is a friend of mine. I've known John Jameson for years. Conrad Woodring is no John Jameson.
That is absolutely.
And hopefully you all are getting,
true.
again, my old political reference from the 1988 vice presidential vice presidential debate. All right, stop.
All right. So, David, why don't you talk to us about the West?
All right. Well, if you're going to go to North Africa, why not follow on with a supported move into Western Med, which means you can backfill into the Mid-Atlantic, just continued EG domination of the situation. I mean, it's not too, I don't think I'm infringing on Bill too much to say, and the German armies keep marching.
Yep. Now he's got, now Italy's got a devil's choice. Does he keep Tunis or does he keep Rome? I think the choice is obvious what he's going to keep. England has bypassed Iberia and will just pick it up when it's more convenient. We have Austria getting another dot that it can't possibly build from. This is fantastic. And that Turkish fleet is coming into the Eastern Med for some fun. I have no idea what it's going to do to Italy, but it's probably nothing good.
Yeah, I think that we could be looking at a missed opportunity here. Brandon just posted, and I didn't see it, but I see it now. Munich to Ruhr. Like, what does that do for Ed's mission here? Like, is there any way that anybody can stop that? Or Conrad specifically?
Oh, you mean he could have gone to Ruhr right then? Is that what you're?
Yeah. Munich goes to Ruhr here.
See, only if you're a dot stabby guy who's used to playing a time limited game. Only if you're Mr. Dot stabby, because otherwise, look at Germany. Why would you derail all of this tremendous German advance into the east? I mean, the Drog nach Osten is continuing and is not going to get stopped unless something bizarre happens or unless Conrad figures out a way to stab. Now, is Conrad getting ready to stab? I mean, maybe. I've been talking about it all along. That guy in the North Sea is dangerous. You know, and theoretically, he could convoy Wales to Denmark right now, or convoy Wales to Holland, and try to do something. And at some point, he probably will. But if I were Ed, I would not have tried to defend that at this point. I would have continued this slog into, look, he's taking Vienna. He's going to Tuscany. He's got little guys still on his side. He's got Austrians taking frickin' Serbia for him. I mean, goodness gracious.
Yeah, we saw John Anderson put on a master class on playing Germany in the top four Weaselmoot. And I think this is a very different kind of performance from a German power, but it's very impressive. I think keeping the little guys on side and taking advantage of that chaos, this is a beautiful thing.
Now, I'm not saying that Brandon's not potentially right, that at some point Ed's got to do something other than this. I mean, at some point Conrad's going to perhaps move. I just think this would have been a premature time to do it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, in the East, we continue to see the West roll through it. What else are we seeing, Bill?
Honestly, other than that Turkish fleet headed west to make trouble, I think we are seeing definitely seeing Eber reaping the rewards of, at one point or another during the game, attacking all three of his neighbors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you've got purple and red dots that are black dots, just like David was saying, and Germany's and it's just marching on. So. All right, so continuing through the East, why don't you lead us off, Bill?
Well, Turkey continues to increase its supply center count, but I think it's too little too late. And well, Eber lost neither Tunis nor Venice, though he did lose Trieste to a Russian player who can't build. Now, yeah, let's see. Anything else interesting? Yeah, I mean, Austria stays at 2 but can't build. Yeah, Italy's position, he may have held Rome and Tunis, but he's about to go down to 4 centers and has 1, 2, 3, 4. He's pulling 2. So
it's not looking good for Italy here. David, I'm noticing some activity around the North Sea.
I.e., he leaves the North Sea and goes to Holland. In Germany, goes to Helgoland, and Germany goes to Ruhr. So there's obviously something going on here. But seriously, if he knew, I mean, why does St. Pete not go to Norway here? They've been bouncing along. It's because they made some kind of arrangement here. So I'm not exactly sure what happened. If you were expecting England to do, maybe England was supposed to go out of the North Sea this time and go to English Channel or something, and just decided to do the 1-dot stab. But if so, why would you convoy to Brest? Isn't that a convoy to Brest?
I would have convoyed to Belgium if
you were going to screw around
and follow gas,
or even convoy to Holland to begin with through the North Sea and not leave the North Sea. You would do something like that, I think, if you were really intending to stab. So now maybe this is a arrangement that's going to turn into a stab. We're going to find out, but I don't think this itself is a stab by Conrad. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think this is an arrangement. I think you've got Germany continuing to pick odds and maybe just being a good alliance player. Hey, I give up and I clear out North Sea. Like, I don't hate it.
No, I don't either. And he's getting ready to build. So
what deal did Max work out where he thought it would be a good idea to switch Spain and Portugal?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And how is it even legal?
I was going to say, I didn't think that was legal unless it was convoyed through the Mid-Atlantic.
Convoy.
And it was. No.
I don't think you can do that.
Maybe it didn't work. Let's see.
It appears to have worked.
It did.
What does a convoy look like?
What are we missing? This blue dashed line.
Yeah, that's a convoy.
Yeah.
Okay, now that would make it work, yes.
Armenians.
If you
can't see the sea, it must be cut off.
Yeah, that must be it.
That's got to be it. Yeah.
Yep. So why?
I mean, we may very well get ready to see EG warfare. I'm not suggesting we're not. It could very well happen right now.
Well, we'll find out what happens. Yeah, it could be setting up for convoy, but
honestly, the only interesting play really at this point in this game is what goes on between EG.
Yeah. Well, that might end up turning something interesting into the East if it happens soon enough.
But
might give Natty something to do, for example.
Well, yeah, I mean, the only one's going to gain is Natty, but he's at what, 5?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we've got England building a fleet in London and Turkey building an army in Smyrna. Italy decides to disband in the Balkans and Greece, stay close to home and protect Tunis. Let's keep moving. Bill, why don't you lead us on the east?
All right. Does Natty take Naples?
Let's see.
Dum, dum, dum.
We're
building suspense, folks. We're building suspense.
Yeah.
What's going to happen next? Does the guy go to the North Sea? What do the Germans do?
I think they go to draw, split board.
Oh boy.
Okay.
This is not Weasel Moon. Not every board is going to be a split board top.
Is this it? Is this where I think this may be where we end the game?
Oh wow. Then I was wrong. It is exactly like Weasel Moon with a split board top.
Yeah, so it looks like a 9-9 split.
Interesting. Interesting.
Let me see if I can bail it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So that looks like where we end it. So, what are your thoughts, Bill? Is this the right outcome for this game?
I mean, so I know I've heard David and other players speak about this. Like when you jump on another player at the beginning of the game, a lot of times that destabilizes the rest of the board, and you see them take actions and take moves that are against you. It kind of like solidifies the rest of the board to attack you. But when the rest of the board doesn't, this is the kind of result that happens. And I think I think Eber lost some opportunity here. I think if he had picked a partner to work with and worked with them consistently, he could have gotten into a position where he could have gotten some dots off of France as well. But again, we're not part of these negotiations, and we don't know everything that took place. So, I mean, Eber might have been trying to like grab some slippery fish here, and it might not have been able to really, to really find a partner he could work with consistently.
Yeah, David, why don't you give us your thoughts on this, and then we'll bring in Ed and get his thoughts.
My thoughts will take very little time. No. If I'm Conrad, I say no to this. If I'm Ed, I say no to this. There's potential here for all kinds of cool mid to end game finishes, and this ain't one of them. I mean, they're entitled to do whatever they want, and if they were happy enough with the shared board top at only 9 centers, then that's great. But this baby wasn't born yet, hardly. There's plenty of growth and development for this kid called Game 17 to grow up, and it stopped in adolescence or something.
I wonder if it's time limited. Not sure. So we'll bring in Ed real quick. Hey, Ed, welcome back. Oh, Ed, you're on mute.
Finally, Ed says something good.
Hey, I'm ready for this.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Bring it on.
Sullivan, what is it with you, man? Come on. Go for the jugular. Go for something. What's going on here?
Okay. Well, diplomacy is not just – I'm going to start with the beginning. I play diplomacy for fun. That's number one. I know it's hard for you face-to-face players who stab each other, then get the respect with the drinks afterwards to realize that. But I play diplomacy, number one, for fun. I had fun with Conrad. That was the number one. That was my goal. 2, history is always important. I played another game with Conrad, which you guys commented on at Liberty Cup, where I was dominating as France. I think Bill was commenting and said it's the Ed Sullivan show. And I let Conrad, because he insisted, this is what champions do, insisted on, getting a better position, hurt mine. And so what he did to rectify that at the end was give me the board top of that game. So in my mind, I felt, well, I owed him a favor back because he had allowed me to board top another game. And that is why, because I play a long game, that is why I could have pushed on the Balkans further. Austria and Russia were totally onside with me. They couldn't build even if I got them dots. Everything was great. I don't have the cutthroat instinct of a champion. I don't, because I play diplomacy for fun. And the other thing in my mind, you correct me if I'm wrong, because I can learn from both of you and Bryan, is this. This is just a league game. In my mind, I'm trying to improve my position to maybe get invited to the Invitational in January. And the reputation I think I deserve and want is one of a good alliance player who does not take advantage when he can, get to a top board, and then it's all, it's all for the marbles then. So anyways, those are my thoughts, right or wrong. That's what I was doing.
Since I was the one saying no 5 times and in a strenuous fashion, let me come back and say that I actually support a lot of what you just said there. As much as if it were me playing that position, I would not have done that. you are entitled to do whatever you think gives you the most fun, because this is all about fun for all of us, honestly. And just because I would have had fun trying to figure out how to outdo Conrad in that situation doesn't mean you were going to have fun doing that. So I do support, and actually this is going to be the topic, partially the topic of our panel discussion in the November issue or edition of Deadline News on DBN, about how players react to scoring systems and whether they react to scoring systems, and is that okay that they don't react to scoring systems. We're actually going to talk about that in the November broadcast. So, Ed, thanks for that segue.
And speaking of fun games, Ed, that was a blast to watch. Thank you. We'll say goodbye for now and bring you back on in a little bit. Thank you.
And so I think one of the things that Ed identified for us there is that sometimes a player's victory condition isn't the same as what you would be, what yours would be.
Yeah.
And so sometimes identifying that victory condition, whether it's to screw over player A or, just have a good alliance game or vice, your ability to identify that in your opponent and leverage it to mutual advantage or your own advantage, that's really kind of the hallmark of a more advanced player. And I mean, Ed had a great time. I'm sure Conrad appreciated the ability to split a board top and get back to spending time with his fiance or globetrotting or whatever or back to his sailboat, whatever he's up to right now. And everybody walked away happy and having had a fun game. And that's what keeps the hobby strong, and that's what keeps the hobby growing.
Yeah. Well, let's get to game 4 of the night. Go ahead and bring up our player list here. So for Virtual Diplomacy League game number 18, we've got a bunch of players, some of which are more familiar than others to our stream viewers who've seen us recently. Austria, we've got Hal Schild. We've seen him play several VDL and tournament games from Alexandria. England, we have Ben Kellman from Philadelphia. France, we have Michael de Michel. I apologize if I'm saying that wrong, Michael, from Seattle. Germany, we have Sam Feldman from Texas. Italy, we have Chris McKinney from Massachusetts. Russia, JJ Raymond from Santa Monica. And in Turkey, we have Dave Roberts. I believe we've seen Dave in one other game today from Snohomish in Washington, outside of Seattle. Anybody have any comments on any of these players?
I've had the opportunity to comment on a few games and to play a few games with Sam Feldman, and I know he's chasing his first board top. And I think he's got an opportunity here with Ben and Mike as his neighbors. I think he can work some magic here. We'll see what happens.
I want to do one quick shout out to Chris McKinney. Chris has already registered for next May's DixieCon. He is so excited about playing these tournaments, and by God, shouldn't we all catch that kind of excitement?
Well, Dixie's one of the classic diplomacy tournaments, so everybody should follow that example.
Hey, it's the best. If you're on a budget and you can make your way to Raleigh-Durham Airport, it is the best dollar for dollar event that you'll find.
All right.
And you can watch Bill come in second a lot as well. So there's that.
Fingers crossed.
Mr. Consistency. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to this game. Bill, I'll let you pick. Do you want to go west or east for this one?
I'm going to take the west.
All right.
Let's see what Sammy Big Guns Feldman pulls off here.
All right. Why don't you lead us off?
Okay, pretty standard opening. Churchill from England, Wordkiel Denmark for Germany, and France has elected to open to Picardy, so he has a say on Belgium. Vice going to Burgundy. I think Sam's going to be a little concerned about the Italian army in Tyrolia that's off there by itself, but I'll let Dave talk about the East.
Well, there's not a lot to talk about here. The only the only opening that is different from anything we've seen so far tonight is the one move to Tyrolia move from the Italians, the opening that gives them flexibility for the fall turn since they touch so many centers. If you don't mind me doing another plug for Deadline News, the edition that's coming out in October is about openings, and it's an analysis of all of the openings that have taken place in all the VDL games before tonight, plus all of the VCon, the virtual face-to-face events. And so it's interesting to see which openings are the most popular and how successful they are. And just so you know, the English opening, the German opening, the Austrian opening, the Russian opening, and the Turkish opening in this game are the they are the most popular openings for each of those powers.
What's the most popular Italian opening?
Venice holds, interestingly, although the Venice to Tyrolia is also in the mix. Italy and France are the countries that have the most variety in popularity of openings, as you might expect.
Well, we expect that now, but I remember a period 10 years ago where everybody was complaining about the lack of interesting openings for Italy. So I think the hobby has definitely evolved, and that's been fun to watch.
Sure.
So, all right, so let's go ahead. I'm sorry, Bill, let's talk about, or we talked about the East and the West. So why don't we go ahead and go in the East, David?
Let's see. The Russians get bounced in Sweden. They take Romania. Otherwise, there's nothing that's terribly shocking here. The move from Apulia to Venice is very unusual from Chris, with Tyrolia holding. That's fine not to convoy to Tunis, but going to Venice with the army just makes Austria nervous. So we'll see what that means. Going to Tyrolia and holding can be diplomatically the right move, but only in the right circumstances. Here, it might have been better if you're not going to go after the Austrians, which is fine. Then take a shot at Munich.
Yeah, I never loved the move to Munich as Italy. I always feel like I can't hold it, but I mean,
that's not, you're not
you don't
trying
have
to
anything else
hold
to do. Yeah.
Bryan, you're not trying to hold it. You're trying to transform that army into a fleet. And if you lose it later, you kill the army, but you got that extra fleet. That's what you're really doing when you go to Munich.
Got it. It's like a tempo play, basically.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. In the West, Bill.
And there's always a chance you can retreat it to Burgundy and really do a number on it.
True.
We got a little bit of a kumbaya of Ruhr and Picardy supporting that convoy into Belgium. And for the sake of the EFG, that I'm sure isn't an EFG, I hope they didn't spend too much time in the chat room amongst themselves. Otherwise, the rest of the board might be getting a little bit nervous about a Western triple.
Oh, yuck. Yuck.
So it's been interesting to me observing these virtual games. In most cases, when I've seen the Western triple played, Germany insists, hey, if I'm taking the risks, I'm picking up Belgium. And I've seen several Western triples where England gets Belgium and then uses that to propel moving into Russia and Scandinavia. And I've always found that to be a curious way to play it. But that looks to me like we could be seeing here. If I were in the East, that's how I'd read it.
Before we move on, let me just say one thing about what Big Guns did here, bouncing the Russians and Sweden. I just think we're seeing this too much. This might have been the right move in this particular game. I don't know. We'll see. But Germany, most of the time, you actually want to have a possibility of friendship with the Russians, unless you know for sure that you got a strong EG that's going to turn into a smash into Russia. I don't know why people bounce so much. I just don't. And I've heard explanations on, well, you got to keep the Russians from getting too big. No, you don't. You want to do what you want to do is have an ally. So unless you know you're anti-Russian, I just don't believe in the bouncing. And actually, when I do it, if I'm the Germans, a lot of times I make a deal with the Russians. All right, you want Sweden? Here's exactly what I want you to do. And then you do exactly, you just tell Russia exactly what moves you want, and then you give them Sweden.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, David. Why make an enemy out of Russia when what are you getting out of that?
I mean, I've heard arguments that, you're balancing. If it looks like the Russians are going to get Romania, then you don't want to get them to 2 builds. I mean, why not? Why don't you want them to get 2 builds? If they're your friend, that's not a problem.
Yeah. All right. And Bill in the East.
I agree with everything David just said. Last time I played Germany was at the most recent PTKS league game. I definitely let Russia into Sweden in 01, and the Russian players spent the rest of the game attacking me. So that was probably more of a me problem than a.
That is the well-documented Hackenbracht effect.
So in the West, starting with England, we've got a build Fleet in Eddie, Army London, Army Paris, Fleet Marseille, Army Munich, and Fleet Berlin. If that does not scream triple, I don't know what does. We've got an army in St. Pete from Russia, and we've got Fleet Naples, 2 army builds for Austria, and Fleet Smyrna for Turkey. To me, the standout build, the Fleet in Berlin. Anything else stand out to anybody?
Don't be surprised if this is an EF.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
I think they can really go either way at this point. I think that the true Western triple builds would have been 2 fleets from France, but we'll see.
Yeah, so Germany believes there's a triple, certainly.
But again, just for anybody watching this stream that's learning the game, though, and Sam probably would say this too if you asked him after this game, why build in Berlin instead of Kiel? Berlin doesn't do anything for you that Kiel doesn't also do for you, but it gives you more flexibility.
Sometimes England asks for it to be built in Berlin versus Kiel.
Yes, but you politely tell them no. I'm not doing that.
Well, sometimes you do it.
All right. Well, let's find out what the impact of that fleet build is, starting in the West.
Well, I don't think there's any impact, but that's the move you would have done even if you had built Fleet Kiel. You theoretically just still support yourself into the Baltic.
So I think you see the rest of the board clearly identifying that this is a potential triple, and now Germany's got 2 unfriendly units on Munich. France has got an Italian army in the Piedmont. This is and France is going no further in the Med. So this is kind of the problem with telegraphing your friendship.
It's probably not a real triple. Though in a real triple, you don't send the English army to Belgium. You just don't, because it doesn't have anywhere to go unless you immediately convoy it back out and build 2 fleets, or don't build another unit yet and use that as your. It's not. If you're going to have a Western triple and you're Germany, you say, yeah, England, no, you're not putting your army in Belgium.
Well, we still haven't seen the fall moves, which could very easily be a supported convoy into Holland, especially since Germany's going to be playing defense on Munich. And to be honest with you, all things considered, I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to see. Sorry, Sam.
Let's find out.
No,
we do not.
They continue on.
Yeah.
It makes it at least look like a triple. I mean, it is at this point. It is a triple at this point. We'll see.
Yeah, no, England has truly committed its fleets north, but yeah, it's yeah.
So, David, if you're in the East, what do you do? Like, you've got what clearly appears to be a triple. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think we talked about this in a past broadcast. You do one of 2 things. You make complete peace, which is what apparently they've done here, or the Russia, Austria, and Italy send some units to go to kill the Turks and use the builds to build units closer to the front against the Western Triple. In addition to, of course, trying to unhinge the Triple. That's the big thing you do. So this is a people game, not a pieces game. So you want to try to unhinge the Triple diplomatically. But in terms of the moves, this is one of the two options you have, which is make complete peace and just try to convince the Turks to hang out until something changes, or you try to go kill the Turks.
Yeah, and if I'm Turkey, I don't mind. I'll sit and wait. If you're not coming after me and you're moving your pieces away from me, that's a good opportunity. Sure.
I mean, maybe you don't do that forever, Brian. I think you'd agree, but yeah, short term, I agree. You'd wait for those units to move away, and then, I mean, as I think Bill pointed out this very night, Western triples are spectacular for Turkey.
Yes, exactly. So,
if you're only in this situation, Dave, do you consider walking into Venice and Naples?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of what you said.
If you're Austria in this game, if we could just roll it back, if you're Austria in this game, do you consider walking into Naples and Venice?
On the grounds that you can use the Turks as your third anti-Western power?
Well, you cede Tunis. So what? How many games does Austria actually get Tunis?
So what I'm saying is you jettison Italy as a defensive partner and replace them with the Turks. It could work. And that's certainly a possibility. It would be easier to do if the French weren't already so well advanced. But it still might be worth doing. I mean, I will say I've played many Western, Eastern powers fight Western triple boring slugfest things. And that does tempt me and probably lots of other people to just do something different just because it's boring.
Well,
you might want to try that. I mean,
the way I'm looking at it is, if you do that, Italy's down to 2 units. And what does he keep?
Yeah, let's let's go ahead and pick up the pace a little bit here. Let's focus in, Bill, on what's the major theme that we've got in your theater for this turn.
In the West, the triple keeps rolling. This is all pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, so just makes the moves that you expect from the triple.
Yeah, the one thing to note is, like David said, you see the army trying to convoy out of Belgium, but now you've got a German army in Livonia. He's gone.
Nice little convoy there. And David, what's the major theme in the East?
More of the same. I mean, I guess if you're responding to Bill's point earlier, the major theme is Austria doesn't move. Doesn't move in Trieste, doesn't convoy out of Greece into Apulia or whatever, or Naples or whatever you might want to do if you were thinking about some kind of, cutting Italy out of the deal thing. Otherwise, it's all fairly standard stuff. I mean, killing the Russian fleet's even standard at this point, because you don't need the Russian fleet to defend against the Western Triple, so you kill that so it can get rebuilt. Honestly, all of this is standard. Even the Germans getting into Livonia is standard, in the sense that he had to either defend St. Pete or cover Livonia. He couldn't do both, and so he defended St. Pete.
Here's the fun thing, David. Now Austria and Turkey are in position to take all of the home centers of Italy.
Man, you are really out for Chris McNeely, aren't you? What did he ever do to you, man?
So Origins.
Did he make fun of your beard? What happened here?
Origins 2004. There was a Western triple versus a 4-way in the East, and who used to run Origins?
You talking about Yerke or Andy Marshall, maybe?
Nah, before them.
Oh, Origins. I'm sorry, I was thinking about the other one. Origins would have been.
Comes the head con. Dan Mathias.
Yeah, Dan Mathias. Yeah.
So his rule was so I kept proposing a draw over and over again. I was Turkey, and we got Italy, and Russia got all of our units into position, and the English, French, Germans, they were just holding the line, waiting for us to break. And so in a fall turn, we just took all the Austrian dots and then proofed back out. It was and then we voted a 6-way draw. But
yeah, that's sad.
Boo. Boo.
Sad result.
So
I mean, what you're saying is a possibility, and I know we need to move on here, but yeah, at some point, if you can cut somebody out that allows you to get big, yeah, as long as you can do it without giving away too much possession, I'm not against it at all.
actually, I don't think it was a 6-way draw, but we're talking about a game from 16 years ago. So,
I mean, if you're not careful, I'm going to start pulling out my 1987 DipCon victory and talk about that. That would have been 17 years earlier than yours.
Let's save the war stories for after the game, and let's bring this to Virtual Diplomacy League Game 18.
Oh, wow.
David, what's the major story in the East?
I mean, the problem is we're trying to come up with stuff to talk about when it continues to be a triple. I mean, in the East, okay, they got rid of the Livonia army. That's kind of cool, given the fact that they were going to lose St. Pete anyway. Probably a good move. Because you at this point, it's all about position. It's not about centers when you're trying to fight off the triple in the East. Mm-hmm. Let's see. I'm trying to read the rule. What happened with Lyon? Did that actually go?
And I got dislodged.
That's what I mean. The unit that was in Tyrrhenian actually got to Lyon. That's kind of cool too.
Yeah, instead of going to Rome, it went to Lyon.
Yeah, they're making some progress here.
But
otherwise, not a whole lot to talk about. I guess one thing I could say is the Turks were probably not supposed to stay in Romania.
Well, they tried to leave.
Yeah, they're probably not supposed to stay in Romania.
Yeah, and
that could be interesting.
The Turk now has 2 builds in the bag.
I mean, what you're supposed to do in that situation is go to Ukraine. So that's interesting. It could mean something.
Turkey's now sitting on he got his 5th unit, and he's easily able to get to 7. And he's already.
Wait, Bill, are you saying that Turkey could benefit from a Western triple coming? Is that what you're trying to say?
Never. Let's roll that beautiful footage and see what happens next.
So, Bill, what's the major theme in the West?
It's a Western triple. Next slide.
Just continuing to roll. They're making most of the right moves. I think this being pushed back to Lyon.
They got St. Petersburg, but they lost Gulf of Lyon and they lost Livonia. So they're getting dots. They're getting a dot, but they're losing position. And usually this is like what I, on the other side of the board, try to point out to these alliances. Like, hey, man, you're using all of your units and you got 1 build. Mm-hmm. You got 1 center. And we're no closer to cracking than before. Like, and that Turkish player, he's going to benefit huge while you guys go nowhere. And then it's just all a matter of how you sell that pitch. And you gotta pick the right. You gotta separate one of those three horses or 3 zebras out of the pack, so you can kind of convince him to join with you.
So, Bill, let's go a little earlier than we normally do. I think this might be a fun point. Who do you like from this position? Like, who has the most opportunity? Turkey. So, outside of Turkey, if you have to pick somebody in the West, who has the best position to make a move here?
England's already in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean and they're building. They've got the best position for a stab.
David, what about you?
Here.
Yeah, absolutely. Good for the witches in this game.
Yep.
So, all right, so we've got a English fleet in Eddy. We've got a Turkish fleet in Smyrna. Russia disbands in Warsaw. Army in Kiel. Looks like we are continuing on.
Hold on, before we leave, English fleet in Edinburgh?
Mm-hmm.
How do you justify that if you're England, I wonder?
You think that's a precursor to maybe a play on Scandinavia?
It's got to be. If the only argument you could theoretically make about building an English fleet is building it in London or Liverpool and sending it down to help in the Med area. You can't possibly justify Fleet Edinburgh, can you, Bill?
I think it's the build of a fleet that is least threatening France. And
Yeah, but that means it threatens Germany. And if this is a real triple, that's hard to justify.
Unless you're building an army, why not wave?
Oh, let's see what they do.
Especially do this.
Yeah. So Bill, talk to us.
Let's see. I think Italy has allowed too many units into its traditional sea zones of influence. You've now got an Italian. You now have Turkish fleets in Aegean, Ionian, Tyrrhenian Sea, and I think we can pretty much predict how the rest of the game is going to go based on that. But sticking to the West, they've convoyed that army into Prussia successfully while holding down Munich, and there's just really no. And now they've got total fleet superiority in the Baltic. They can attack. They can pick off units up there at will. They're probably going to get rid of that fleet Livonia time now.
We can hear the comments we're asking about Livonia, and there's looks like
it's got to be
they're
in
at in this order there. So army.
The machine will let you. The machine will let you order whatever you want. You see people doing the ridiculous things of supporting units to from Smyrna to London and things like that. So maybe he just had nothing better to do with it. Probably should have supported Prussia though.
Yeah.
That's probably what he was trying to do, but he misordered it somehow.
Yeah, Livonia was ordering Moscow to hold, which obviously wouldn't work. So I'm sure that was just an accident. Costly accident though. All right, so in the east, David, what's the major theme here?
Turkey continues to advance position is the main issue. I mean, if you're going to let Turkey be part of the deal, you got to let Turkey be part of the deal, and they're letting Turkey be part of the deal. But that puts Turkey, as I think Bill already mentioned, really close to lots of stuff. I mean, moving to Ukraine means he couldn't do this quite as easily, because he could also stab the frickin' Austrians and try to take over that position.
All right, so
oh boy,
David, what's going on here? Is he stabbing the Austrian?
No, he's
stabbing everybody in sight. Rome, Naples, Greece. This is like a Tanya Gill stab for the win at the Boston Massacre, where you just stab everybody you possibly could at one time. Rome, Naples, Sevastopol,
Sam.
Wow.
Rome.
There's a lot going on here, and it's awesome. I mean, honestly, at some point, the Turks have to say, yeah, I'm going to do it. This is pretty bold, though. This is really bold when you haven't yet seen a fight between EFG. Now, you are seeing a fight in EFG. Bill's going to talk about that, and which makes this stab even cooler than it would have been anyway. But when he did this, he didn't know for sure whether there was going to be a split in the triple.
So I think this was a fall move. Now it's the proverbial 1-dot stab for England, but it's a pretty critical move there. You've got a wall of French armies headed towards German dots. England's clearly got fleet supremacy. They're going to slap another. They don't need another fleet. They might lose St. Petersburg, but probably not, because Russia has to disband. Russia's down to 2 units now. This is really well timed. I think Ben's in a great position, but Dave Roberts he's running. He's running this board.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a 1-dot stab, but it's also a total positional stab with all that fleet rearranging. So everything's good on the English front if the Turks can be contained.
Yeah, I am a big fan of the Wicked Witches theory. I really believe that English and Turkish success can be strongly correlated. I love reaching out as Turkey or England to the opposite partner and trying to coordinate for this exact kind of situation. I really hope that Dave and Ben were talking through this, because the timing on it is perfect. I really feel like this, if that's the case, that's some great diplomacy on both of their parts. All right, so the net effect of that turn is we've got a English army in London, and we've got all of the builds from Turkey. We've got 2 fleets and the army in ink. Those all make a ton of sense to me. Anything stand out to either of you from these builds?
I enjoy the drama of this particular turn. It was awesome to watch.
Gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, Bill, why don't you lead us off in the West? What is the effect of Ben's repositioning?
He's going to lose Denmark. He's going to lose Sweden. He's going to lose Denmark. And he's going to lose Sweden and Denmark. And I'm just surprised that England didn't invite France into Belgium.
That would be my question for you, Bill, is if you're France, how do you respond in this situation? Are you on board with this? Are you trying to get your piece of the pie, or does this worry you?
Well, I mean, France did get Tunis out of this, which is fantastic, but yeah, he should be asking for his piece of the pie. So maybe things aren't going to be that because England and France aren't coordinating. This might not be that bad for Sam, but it doesn't look good.
It ain't good.
Yep.
Maybe it's not bad, but it sure ain't good.
So, David, it seems to still be, it seems to be pretty good for Dave Roberts still. What talks about the East?
Yeah, just basically moving the new units in position to help hold what is already taken is what's happening here. I'm a little bit puzzled with the Albania to Serbia to Budapest move. Maybe that makes sense positionally, but it doesn't. It seems like you're giving away the support, the threat to Greece for no good reason. But maybe that might make sense. I mean, we'll see. It's hard to know what to do in this situation when you're Austria trying to rebuild some kind of defensive line. So I'm not going to be critical there. It just surprises me a little bit. To be honest, I think I agree with and understand what France is doing here, even if he didn't really like that stab. The problem is Turkey is now so gigantic that you really can't leave them alone. You almost have to continue on with England and go down there and try to set up a fleet line against the Turks. You almost don't have any choice. If the East was still a bunch of gobbledygook with nobody much bigger than anybody else, then France could have been tempted here to side with the Germans and try to do something maybe.
Yeah,
but even then it would have been a tough thing with the English already in the mid-Atlantic.
So Armenia is going to support Sev to hold.
Yeah.
And he's going to lose Romania.
That was the thinking with the army redeploy, maybe so. And if so, that's not a bad move. That's what I say. There's lots of options that one had here.
I'm reading that.
I don't think worries about losing one thing. It's just all about position at this point, not about strict center count.
And the cool thing about picking up 4 and only being able to build 3 is you got 1 in the bag.
Yeah. Oh, never a bad thing. So, David, why don't you talk to us more about the East here?
All right. So Austria does take Romania back. Otherwise, it's really just a continued position. It's a nifty little convoy to Tuscany. I love to do that. I just did it in one of our gunboat tournaments. Because sometimes it's just not expected sometimes, but that little nifty convoy to Tuscany we're putting the French army in there is pretty significant.
With support.
Yes, with support
from the
interestingly, the Turks were not in a position to take a shot at Venice anyway. It's just the way it worked out. So that allowed the Italians to do something like that.
See, I think if you're Turkey, you do what you do, but you don't mess with Austria.
You talking about the stab?
Yeah, he one-dotted Austria when he couldn't build off it anyway.
Well, it may well be the thinking was, if I'm going to stab these guys, if I'm going to stab the Italians and the Russians, that's just going to make Austria mad at me anyway, because I'm blowing up the line against the Western Triple. So I guess I'll just take one from Austria too. I'm already going to be mad at him. He's already going to come back and fight me. Now maybe that's fatalistic. Maybe that's fatalistic, and you try to convince Austria not to do that. But that might have been the thinking. If I'm in for a penny, I'm in for a pound.
Austria's building 2.
Yeah, Austria dotted Germany and Berlin. Bill, what impact does that have?
Well, it blows up. It definitely blows up Sam's position. I'm surprised that it blows up Sam's position. He's got 3 centers and he's pulling 2 units. Probably going to pull his fleets, but he's got to want to get Ben back. So I don't know. He's going to be making an emotional decision very, very soon here, and picking who gets his dots, and that's never a position a player wants to be in.
Yeah. Well, the net effect of this turn is that we've got Germany decides to just give up the northern fleets, and we've got another French or English build in Eddie. We've got the obvious builds from Austria and an army in Marseille. Anything stand out, Bill?
Why another fleet? You've already got 4, and you're in a ground fight with Germany. Is my thinking, but
maybe not. Maybe you're getting ready to move. Maybe you're getting ready to change tack again, and go after somebody else. I don't know.
If that's the case, are you just trying to blow smoke with the northern build?
Perhaps.
North Sea can easily go to English Channel. Eddie,
I mean, there are fleet places to go for the English. There's Helgoland, there's Baltic Sea. There's places you can go that are useful with fleets.
Yeah. My guess is that this is just more. I'm going for Denmark and Kiel, but we'll see. Why don't you lead us off, Bill?
I'm thinking there's a non-zero chance that. Oh, never mind.
Sorry. What are we seeing?
We see a vindictive Russia, and we see the East really coming together against the guy that stabbed all of them at the same time, and they are taking dots off of Turkey. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. That's a valid point. And there's not as much going on in the West anyway, really.
No,
yeah, Bill, why don't you just finish out the board for this turn, and then we can take the fall.
So sorry, Dave.
That's all right. That's all right. You weren't like this before the beard.
It's been 4 hours. I'm a little bit loopy. Sorry. That's the reason why we take breaks. No, so Germany's cleared Austria out of Berlin, but at the cost of almost all of its units, all of its centers. I'm really surprised that Ben didn't move Sweden to Bothnia or something like that, just to make sure that he doesn't lose St. Petersburg this year. It would be very frustrating to kind of get that setback. But we'll see what happens. I'm very interested to see what convoy England makes with Fleet London and where its target is. My bet is Kiel.
All right.
I'll just make one quick comment before we move on. The difference between the Turkish stab here and the one I was talking about that Tanya made in Boston was that Tanya made that stab against everybody in sight to win the game. That's how big she was already. This stab might have been premature, you can tell.
Got a Kid Icarus moment.
Maybe. Although it's hard for Turkey to go down so hard, really, but still, they're obviously losing a lot of stuff here. Not just centers, but position. Losing the Tyranian, for example.
Nobody's attacking Austria.
Yeah, this could be really interesting to see how long the EF sticks together. But we could be in another situation like the last game, where you've got the EF that can get over the stalemate line pretty heavily.
Yeah, definitely. So,
yeah, Sam's in full effort mode.
All right, here we go.
Or maybe just Janissary mode.
He's not.
I guess they're not going to keep him alive though, so it doesn't really matter.
Now.
Okay, so give me a second.
Well, maybe they'll keep him alive. Who knows? It's tributes. You've got kind of an artificial incentive to keep people alive.
Yeah, I guess he's down in Tyrolia.
All right, so let's see if we get our Winter 06 adjustments. Got finally the army that you were asking for from England in London. France is building a lot. We've got Brest, Paris, and Marseille. Not a great a great year for Turkey, disbanding in Armenia and Adriatic. Decent year for Russia, coming back with the army build in Moscow and in Warsaw. Anything stand out, David, to you?
Not particularly. I think all of these builds and disbands make sense, honestly.
Yeah.
I think in England, if you're going to stab France, this is when to do it.
Move all those fleets.
Now you convoy to Belgium, and you move Western Med to Spain, South Coast. You take too often when you can not afford to lose it. Because honestly, where else are you built in England?
Well, let's find out if that happens. Bill?
Nope.
No. And clearly the West was not motivated to keep Sam around, despite his best efforts to convince them otherwise. Austria must have convinced the. Sorry, I'll let Dave do the East.
All right. Well, the French, after getting Italian help, decided, I don't actually need you anymore, so I'm going to take your Rome, which means the Turks actually go into Naples, at least for now. Of course, they're in the EF guys are in the Tyranian, so there's only so much that Turkey can really do here. It looks like maybe Turkey and Russia finally made up, which makes sense. For the Russians, that's about all they could have done, and they didn't. It was great what they did do, but it's time to make a deal. So they've made a deal. So you can tell the move to Galicia. We'll see what this means. Maybe that means they're back on board for trying to stop the EF advance over the stalemate line. We'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, so David, at this point, it's unlikely if you're one of the powers in the East that you're going to top the board. What's your motivation? What's keeping you going here?
That's actually a good question. It depends on how long the game goes. It's not impossible for one of the Eastern powers to top the board in the sense that you could get back in a position to get big or something. But I think the biggest thing is under tribute, getting centers matters. This is not just a one-off game. This is a VDL game where your score matters over time. And so I think your motivation is to not only stay alive, but actually grow your center count. Particularly if you can do it against the topper or against, actually, frankly, there's also an incentive if you're small to kill the other small people. So that's another thing that you could do if you were, for example, the Russians and the Turks. Maybe try to figure out a way to get the Austrians out of the game.
Yep. All right. Well, Bill,
Now-
what's going on? Talk to me about the West.
Under the tribute scoring system, explain it to a history major. Is it really in France's best interest to eliminate Italy?
Oh, go ahead, David.
No, I was just going to say, and you're the expert on this, Brian. I was just going to say it could be in your interest to do it, because it's not just about, because getting rid of Italy, if you're going to end up as the board topper, is unfortunate, but getting rid of Italy so that you can use the builds to accomplish something even greater, even under tribute, is still worth doing. And as Brandon likes to say, that the system was designed to give you lots of strategic options, not to tell you that every single time this one thing is the thing to do. It actually still depends. I think is the right answer.
That sounds like it. I'm looking forward to playing more games under this system. What you're seeing in the West is England and France are trying to channel their armies through what used to be Sam Feldman's Germany. And they've clearly set up the ability to do a supported convoy in the Livonia. And so they're about to pop behind the lines.
All right. So let's stay in the West here. And we'll let...
But they'll probably just force Prussia instead.
All right, Bill, let's talk about the West. Nope, sorry. Got some screen lag here. I apologize. There you go.
We should probably point something out that's been in the comments. There was a turn that we had to skip from some kind of technical reason. And I was wondering at the time how Russia ended up in Romania when I thought the Austrians were there. Now I realize it's because I missed something there.
Yeah, I apologize. I've got some lag on my computer system right now that's causing the interface to jump around a little bit. So apologize for that.
That's why we missed some of what happened there. Although I think we got the general concept when we talked about the Russians and the Turks making a deal.
Yep.
Oh, looks like they kept Sam alive for at least another year.
Ooh, right, they moved out. Yeah,
and that's fine. That's fine. I think it's and they traded it. They traded Berlin for position, because now you've got units in Prussia and Silesia, and Warsaw's not. I mean, they'll be able to crack through pretty quickly. And I don't know how much longer this game goes, but we may be looking at one of those 17-17 type scenarios.
Oh, I hope so. Just to make Brandon and Bryan cry on screen. I want to see them cry on screen. Actually, the one thing I want to say, well, there's only one thing that jumps out at me. I really like, if I'm France, I really like that England is finally in front of me in the Med instead of behind me. So putting that English fleet in the Ionian, it really can make the French feel pretty good about the English not stabbing, because it's just one less thing behind your line.
That's a great observation there. Yeah. All right. So the result of the 1907 orders is we've got a Turkey building an army in Caen and a fleet in Smyrna. We say farewell to the Italian fleet in Venice, and that looks like those are the only changes. We'll go ahead. Dave, why don't you lead us off in the East, and let's see if the East can do some kind of defense.
Well, in the sense that they took Ionian out, yeah, although it retreats to the Adriatic. Otherwise, I see mostly red arrows. They'd lose the guy in Livonia, which I guess was going to happen there. Sev going to Moscow gives it nowhere to retreat. But I don't think there was much of a choice there. He was trying to accomplish something with the Livonia before it got piffed. Otherwise, the Turks are moving back up to the front because they can be trusted to hold their part of the line for sure. We know that.
Maybe they've been sufficiently chastised.
They probably have been chastised enough. The French getting into Tyrolia is definitely significant.
That's game. That's line cracked.
Yeah.
And is he opening up Marseille for a build?
Probably.
Well, I mean, we've got some business going around here in North Sea too. It could be related.
That's true.
So, Bill, what do you think? What do you make of that?
I'm sorry, you broke up there. I don't know if it's my connectivity or not. You know, I
North
see
Sea to
the
English
fleet.
Channel. Tell us what the heck is going on with North Sea to English Channel.
They'll be bouncing in Brest, I'm sure.
Yeah. So the move from Marseille to Gascony may just be to bounce.
I mean, it's not a pro-France move, and maybe Ben's setting himself up. Maybe Ben's not interested in a 17-17. Maybe he's interested in a board top.
Although if you do that, I don't think you convoy to Livonia and move Ruhr to Kiel.
No.
Those are very pro-French type, pro-EF killing the East type moves.
You just need one to top, and from that, like it's sitting in North E, like you were talking about earlier, David. Like, you can take and you need it. It's there.
Yeah.
But he's also board topping right now.
Who, England?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
He's got Berlin in the bag.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, it's a race. This is very much a race between the two. I'm curious to see if they try to split it and arrange that, or if they just agree, hey, may the best person win.
And, you know, we've seen the answer to that question a lot of times lately has been the share instead of the race, which is interesting, I think.
All right. Well, let's stay in the West. What are we seeing from the West?
They've cracked Moscow and they cracked Warsaw simultaneously. They cracked Venice, but they lost Tunis.
You mean Tyrrhenian?
Well, but they've lost Tunis.
Oh, you mean, okay.
Because of the retreat to Lyon.
I see what you're saying. Yep.
In the long run.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, they didn't lose Tunis because both Fleet Adriatic and Fleet Lyon can tap Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian, and Tunis can support MAO to Western Med.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, positionally, the EF's still in good shape here.
They're in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because Italy just is about to take Rome off of Turkey.
And
so English Channel, the Mid-Atlantic. I assume that Mid-Atlantic to the Western Med is what France is really hoping for in the next turn.
Well, you didn't see North to English Channel, so I say there's
true.
probably a pretty good chance that that's what Ben does.
Well, and maybe we'll see, because you could still. It's a spring turn coming up, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we shall.
All right. Well, for our adjustments, we've got another English army and French army and French fleet in Marseille. We've got Russia disbanding almost everything. Got a disband from Turkey. Anything stand out for any of these builds?
Well, I think those French builds really prevent any thought of an English stab. And I'd say we're either looking at a draw pretty soon, or this is going to be a drawn out game.
Yeah.
Do we have a time limit? We have a time limit for VDL games of some kind, don't we?
There was. I'm not positive. Maybe we can get. I think I saw Zach in the chat. Maybe he can clarify. I think some of the rounds were time limited, but maybe not all of them. And okay. I'm not sure if this one. I suspect this one may be time limited because it's a precursor to the next round of games, but I don't know for sure.
This was one of the like the 11 a.m. Central Time games.
Yeah.
Actually, I think this was it because I'm looking on the left. Well, let's see what happens.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and reveal. Bill, why don't you lead us off in the West?
You're happy to.
Unless this is the end.
And yep, that is the end.
Hey, shared board top. I mean, I think there's a lot of play left in this game, but I mean, if it's a timed game or, if it's, I can see why you in a league, just take your shared board top and you get ready for your next game.
Yeah. So it looks like I'm reading from some of the players in the chat that there was only about 15 minutes left. It was on a time limit. So,
okay. That totally explains this then, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it makes me second guess a little. Maybe back here, like you could have seen Ben maybe make a play to try and top the board if they knew they were getting close to the end. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, to me, this feels like, David, how do you feel? Is this the right outcome for this game?
Well, in a time-limited game, I guess this is as good as outcome as anything else. I mean, one thing you got to think about in league play, and we talked about this in the last edition of Deadline News, is that you are playing with it's not, these are not one-off games. And so do you want to poison the well for the future when you want to work with friends again to just one dot them here to get the board top? I mean, tribute people say, yes, please do that. Mm-hmm. But players, when faced with that set of incentives and set of consequences, may say, yeah, I know that scoring systems tell me to do one thing, but the league setup is telling me to do something else.
Yeah.
So for that reason, I can understand the shared board top here, and in other times we've seen it in tribute.
I think you got a really good point, David.
I have one per week.
Yeah, and I
just used it up, so crap.
Yeah. I know I said this on the Deadline stream about reputation, but to me, this game's real similar to Survivor. And the one point I didn't make that I think is worth bringing up here is that if you make it to the top board, your peers become like the equivalent of the jury in that game. So the reputation that you get, people do have memories. And if you get on that top board and somebody decides, hey, I'm not going to win, that means it's a beauty pageant. I'm going to decide who does win. And if you upset people by dotting them, some people may remember that and say, you know what, I don't want to reward you because you hurt me in some other way. Of course, some other people will be like, hey, I respect that. Good on you for going for it. So.
Let me just say one thing before we leave this. One more thing before we leave this. What you really want to do, I think, in a league play or tournament play or just your hobby persona in general is not be predictable, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you're an alliance player, don't be afraid to stab every now and then. And if you're a stab-o-matic, it would be fun to go and play an alliance game. I've actually, in my career, which is somewhat lengthy, have been known as an alliance player and as a go for the jugular player. And it kind of depends on the situation. And I think that's ultimately what you'd hope for, is to not be predictable.
Yeah. Well, speaking of not being predictable, we're going to have a change in schedule here due to my microphone. I'm going to go ahead and bring Brandon back on. Brandon, welcome back.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Cool.
Hey, Bryan, before you go though, we got to talk about this for a second, because we both play in a league in which there are often time limited games. In fact, almost all of them are time limited. And there is a different kind of ethic. The ethic of our Chicago leagues has definitely not found its way to the VDL. In Chicago, this game would never have ended in a split top. There would have been definitely England. Definitely England or France would have gone for a stab at some point. This certainly would have gone an extra year in order to try to grab the board top. And there really is no loss of reputation for doing that. There's a lot of, in fact, respect for people who actually take the opportunity as it's given. And if people pass up opportunities, they almost lose a bit of board reputation. So it's the culture of the club. I suspect that with time, VDL would that culture would seep into VDL, because it's a winning strategy to go for it when you have the opportunity.
You'd be surprised how much groupthink applies, though. I mean, it could be that Chicago Hobby does that way because the other members of the Chicago Hobby did it that way. Yeah. And so people, when they were joining the hobby, learned that meta. I mean, that happens in sub hobbies all the time in the diplomacy world, where somebody thinks X and so everyone else thinks X. And the best way to test that is to go play with people outside your group and see how they do things.
Yeah. And that's part of the beauty of this format is
Yes.
not only bringing in people from other face-to-face hobbies, but bringing in people from the traditional like asynchronous online play. It's been a lot of fun to watch that. So cool. All right. Well, Brandon, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Thank you for filling in for me. And I will stick around. And if you need me, just let me know.
All right, Brian. Thanks a lot. And we'll get your microphone stuff worked out for next time.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, and Bill, this is the end of the line for you tonight. Thank you so much. What's that?
2 things.
Okay.
One, make sure you support DBN on Patreon so that we can buy a new microphone for
We
brother.
don't have a Patreon.
Yeah, we don't have a Patreon yet. We're not there yet.
Point 2 is let's get DBN up on Patreon. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to make a real brief announcement about the World Diplomacy Classic, 18 to 20 December. Because of the due date for my wife, David Hood has volunteered to be kind of a standby GM for the event, with the understanding that I'll do all the organizing work beforehand. And the other tournament directors from around the world are going to be Peter McNamara, Chris Brand, Marcus Zilstra, and Gary Sturley, the last 2 from the UK. And we're going to, over a period of 2 days, between 18 and 19 December, we're going to spread out some games so that they're accessible to folks around the world, drawing from the inspiration of the VDL and their 2:30 a.m. board. And then it'll conclude with as all large events should, with a top board on Sunday, December 20th. And we're really looking forward to closing out this year of virtual diplomacy with a fantastic and well-attended event. Please look for announcements on Reddit and Teams and Discord and in the various online and print platforms that diplomacy has in the next few months.
That sounds great, man. And I assume that you're going to get enough attendance that this will qualify as a qualifying event for the DBN Invitational. Yeah,
I hope so. By the way, Brandon, was GudCon, is that a qualifying event?
Was that the one that you did in February with George?
This is a loaded question from Bill, by the way.
Well, right. Bill, let me ask you a separate question. Do you have a vested interest in the answer to this question?
I certainly do, because I would love to be an automatic qualifier.
We actually don't know much about the tournament, so we'll have to talk about this off air. I'm
sorry for putting you on the spot. I'm so sorry. George is more than able to advocate for his event.
All right. Well, we'll definitely look at it. It just needs to meet certain standards, big enough and enough boards and stuff. Anyway, Bill,
I vote no because Bill won the thing, so therefore,
Bill, still lots of time to qualify though. So just got to enter. You got Tempest and Carnage before your own event. So, all right, man. Well, listen, thanks for joining us tonight. It was great having you on the broadcast. All
Thanks
right,
a lot, guys.
hey, Bill.
Have a great night.
All right, man. All right, and bringing us coming back to the broadcast is cigar smoking Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome back. You're muted again.
Again, really good commentary from Sullivan.
Care Bear Ed Sullivan reporting for duty. Ready to come in. Give the Care Bear
Ed, I don't think I will ever forget that that quote of yours. I don't have the killer instinct of a champion.
John Anderson has already posted it in his room. He sent me a picture.
Now, let me tell you, Ed, that means you are so well set up for the big stab that you're going to do.
That's what I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
I play the long game.
That's what all this is about, was setting that thing up.
But you gotta make the top board, and you gotta, it's top 3 scores. So you gotta be able to, you gotta get a ticket to the show before you can perform.
I'm getting there. I'm going up slowly. We'll see.
All right. Well, yeah, after this, as soon as we're done with the second game, that we have two more games. They're both from round 3, which started at 4:00, and we just hit the time limit. I think it's 11:00. So those games are definitely done by now. And after that, we will have a look at the updated current standings, and we'll see how things have shook out. We'll only see the top 10, but so be it. All right. Are you guys ready for some more diplomacy? We got 2 games left.
Actually, while you introduce the players, I'm going to take one quick break. I'll be back in just a minute.
All right, David, do what you got to do.
Impressive that Bill went 4.5 hours without a break.
Duh, I wasn't set up to do this. So let's try that again. We're going to get double polar vortex right here.
I'm so excited.
And what?
Failed again. We're firing
right.
Bryan or Brandon? Who are we firing at DBN?
Third time's a charm. It's going to work this time. Ta-da!
There you go.
In Austria, we have Morgante Pell coming to us from Vermont. In England, we have Saren Kwok back after a night's sleep, I believe, in London. So I think she played round 1 on Saturday and round 2. Well, this would have been early Sunday morning for her then. Okay. France is Tommy Anderson, also coming back from round 1, getting some day sleep there. And in Germany, we have Karl Ronenberg, who was also in round 1. Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he was. And in Italy, we have Andrei Gribakov coming to us from California. In Russia,
he was in round 2. He played Austria in my round 2. So this is his second game.
Second in a row. In Russia, we have Jonathan Frank coming to us from Baltimore. Was he also in round 2? Or?
No, he's not played, but he plays frequently. A very nice fellow.
All right. And in Turkey, we have Sam Feldman, who was definitely in round 2, playing that one of those Germanys. And he's coming to us from Austin, I believe. We could probably get a little more specific on that.
Dallas, I think. I'm from Texas,
right?
so you got it. Yeah, well, I know he goes to college in Dallas at least.
All right, and then as far as the DBNI invitational rankings go, we have Tommy Anderson in 4th place, and then everyone else has played some, but not enough to place very high in the rankings. All right, and we don't have David Hood yet back, but we will switch on over to the map and so we know Tommy, we know Saren, we've seen Carl and Jonathan play. Morgante's played a couple. And Andre and Sam, we have a bit to say about all of these. So just giving a scan to the way the board looks right now, Ed, any thoughts on how this game might evolve? Is there any pairings here that stand out to you?
I like Tommy, but so I think Tommy and Saren will probably work together on an EF. I don't know Carl. And then I'd be curious to see what Jonathan and Sam are able to work out on an RT, if they can do that or not. Jonathan is aware of a lot of tactics. He's a frequent commentator, at least on the DBN stream, and knows a lot about diplomacy, but hasn't had a lot of great results. And neither has Sam, even though they're both in the learning. So I'd be curious to see if they team up together, or if Morgante is Austria and Andre on the AI will outplay him.
Yeah, it's been an interesting evening for AI, so it'll be cool to see if that continues. Also for Western for Western triple shenanigans, Morgante has won a best country, I believe, at least one of the tournaments. So he's definitely capable of putting some good moves together. David, anything jump out at you on this board, or shall we just dive in?
Let's dive in.
All right, we're going to go. I think you guys have both done East and West one time each, correct?
Yes.
All right, so
yes.
let's do. So Ed, I'm going to put you in the West and David in the East, since that is the order in which you appear on my screen. And with that, let us, Ed Sullivan, see what happens in the West.
Everything's standard except for the bounce in Burgundy. And usually you don't see Army Marseille move to Burgundy. But other than that, nothing is leaping out at me as, the channel move.
Oh, the channel. Yeah, we can't let that one go.
Yeah. Missed the channel. So, look, it's 4 scotches and about 7 cigars into the night. I'll do the best I can, all right?
All right.
But
we're here for you, Ed.
That's not bad. David?
All right. And it's worth pointing out that England followed up to York here, not to Wales. So it's possible.
Correct.
That not as
you see this opening a lot in Gunboat.
All right, David, take us a walk around the East here.
Well, two things certainly stand out. One is the full Sundstrom there from Turkey, which is a minority position, but is certainly well loved by people that enjoy playing it. So we'll see how that goes for Sam. The thing that really stands out, of course, is the Italian opening, which we haven't seen yet tonight, and haven't seen much in the virtual face-to-face world this season yet, which is the moving the two armies to Piedmont and Tuscany, sort of the precursor to going west for the Italians. So we've seen Piedmont and then the Rome army going to Venice, but I don't know that we've seen maybe ever yet in the virtual face-to-face games, or at least maybe once or twice.
I can't think of it. David, tell us why somebody might want to do that.
You're trying to go ahead and mess with the French to try to get them into the guess of whether they can take Spain or not, or have to cover Marseille. And you're doing it in a way that doesn't make Austria feel like you might slip into Trieste. So it's an extremely strong AI, but we're not going to go kill Turkey opening.
Yeah, it's definitely nice for Austria, isn't it?
It's definitely nice for Austria. You can still coordinate with Austria. You're just not setting up the convoy thing for Lepanto. You're not setting up the Trieste for the key or the let me borrow one of your centers opening. You're not doing either one of those. I
don't like the move to Tuscany.
You don't like it.
I think there's a reason we don't see it very often.
It is an unusual. It's really a diplomatic move. It's a move to the Austrian saying, "I am your best buddy ever."
And at Fort Naples now, the fleet in Ionian now has to go to Tunis in order to guarantee the build. And there's a huge loss in tempo against Turkey. Now, that said, that may be what you want. It may be that this is evidence of some sort of interesting three-way alliance in the East. Yeah.
Again, if you're going to fight France, then this opening is just fine, because your fleet was going to go to Tunis anyway. And if the French decide to guess wrong, you go Piedmont to Marseille and Tuscany to Piedmont, and then you've got two guys instead of just one. So that's the theory behind it. We'll see how it goes.
All right, let's find out right now, and tell us about it, David.
Well, of course, the French weren't going to do that. That would have been silly to do that. But the French are not in good position, not in good shape, which Ed will talk about in a minute. The thing that really, really jumps out at you, and I'm not sure the last time I've seen this.
I don't think I have either.
Bulgaria and not getting in other words, taking Bulgaria because the Turks actually go to Romania. I'm just like, wow. I mean, this is one thing the Russians can do in response to the Sundstrom, is to just say, all right, fine. You want to give me into some kind of weird guessing game about Romania? I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to oppose you forever because you went to Armenia, which is, by the way, is the correct way for the Russians to respond to the Sundstrom, is to go, you're not going to get anything from me. We're not going to be friends. If you want to be friends, then you shouldn't have gone to Armenia.
So I think we don't see this very often because even in this case, Austria still usually supports Albania to Greece to guarantee the two dots. So it's a risk by Austria here that pays off with good positioning.
But you know what? He knew that Italy was his best bud. Yeah. Italy had no reason to go to Greece in that situation for any reason. So he knew the Italians weren't going to bounce him.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do it, this was a cool time to do it.
All right. It's interesting. This is a cool configuration.
It's absolutely awesome for Morgante.
And I have to say, I am still. There was a chance that there was a sort of AIT happening. I think it's a little bit less likely now with Austria advancing positionally.
A little less likely. He just took Bulgaria, for God's sake.
I know, but you could have seen I don't know. Anyway, let's go to the West here. Ed, tell us what you see.
It's not great news for Tommy, but it could have been theoretically worse. England makes a positional move on MAO while Tommy covers Brest with Picardy. I guess he could have taken Belgium and gotten two builds temporarily. Two builds is sort of critical for France in this situation. One build is really bad. not life support bad, but not a good sign for France, especially with the Germans now moving to Holland and Ruhr. And I do this as much for education as anything else. I heard David Hood say, well, we need to let more Russians into Sweden. This was a great move, I think, for Germany to do that because, Russia's got to worry about the South and not be a threat to Germany. Germany's moving away from Russia, so it seems like that's not bad.
Yeah, I think this turn actually went reasonably well for Tommy from my standpoint. It wasn't perfect because he could have taken Belgium and then gotten the 2, but Munich didn't go to Burgundy, and Germany is allowing Russia to be a potential problem for England. So it's not great, having an English fleet in the mid-Atlantic in fall of 1901. Never great, but it could be a lot worse, I think.
It's still pretty bad though because you can't build a fleet. Yeah. You can't build a fleet.
Yeah. All right, let's check out some builds here, and the answer is Army Paris. No surprise. We get a fleet in London. No surprise as well. 2 armies for Germany. This that is interesting, and it certainly suggests that Germany does not want anything to do with Scandinavia, which is not something you see Germany's do a lot. So we'll keep an eye on how that evolves. Elsewhere, we don't have much that's too surprising. Turkey's the only one with a decision down here, and that was whether to put one in Smyrna here and use that to, keep the AI away. But clearly, he's decided to either force black or just cover Aegean and then worry about Eastern Med and Smyrna later. All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. Spring 1902. David, let's start with you in the East.
Turkish Army Romania is dead, which is absolutely the right move for those guys, for AR, which I assume there's an AR. That's exactly right. Otherwise, the Turks get their units back in position. The Italians surprisingly go west. I don't know where that came from. I wasn't expecting it at all because they haven't been telegraphing that since spring. The only thing that surprises me that Tuscany went to Venice. Maybe he was getting a little jumpy, but wouldn't it have been cool for him to do what I was talking about earlier, which is follow up to Piedmont? That would have been even cooler. But this is still pretty cool.
It's a peculiar time to get jumpy, though, don't you think? Because Trieste to Serbia was
there was no way that wasn't going to happen. Yeah. So I'm a little disappointed, and probably Andre's a little disappointed he didn't go on to.
Because he actually doesn't need. Presumably, Germany's not going to be supporting France back in.
You would think not. No,
you would think not. Okay. Elsewhere in the West, what happens over there, Ed?
Bad news for Tommy. I'm surprised he didn't do a dreaded David Hood mutual bounce in Spain. Instead, I listen. Instead, he must have trusted the Italian, maybe. I don't know. But anyways, he loses Marseille. Germany, we know what he's going to do with all those armies, as are now into Burgundy, now into Belgium. English is in the Channel, although holds 2 units. So now this is my 3rd David Hood reference of the game on holding. And, so, clearly England's working some detente here with Russia to not go to St. Petersburg. And it seems like that's not awful. Clearly Germany and Russia have some friendship here.
Yeah, it's very orderly in the West. Really interesting. You got to wonder how long that'll hold, but does not. Tommy's time on this earth doesn't look great.
Minor quibble would be Munich probably should have been the one to move to Burgundy.
How come?
Because now let's assume for a minute that you've got Burgundy, Ruhr, and Belgium. Now you can use your Belgium army to go forward a little better. The Munich army is now almost useless, whereas before all the armies would have been somewhat useful. I think it's a minor quibble. I just wanted to point it out for those trying to learn the game by watching these streams.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I mean, he really shouldn't have had to worry about any armies coming into the dead zone over here.
And
so.
even if you did, Ruhr can cover Munich just as well as Munich can cover Munich.
Yeah. I mean, the worry you would have would be that Berlin would be completely open, but Warsaw to Prussia seemed pretty unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Yeah, I'm with you. And then also, anytime you think you're getting a build and you can have Munich open, that's, especially if you're, you're committed to a land assaults. Okay, let's keep going here then. And David, let's stick with you in the east. Looks like a mix of red and black arrows. Tell us about it.
Yeah, but the black ones are really interesting in the sense that the Russians actually got in the Black Sea, which I guess makes sense because the Turks had to cover Khan. But goodness gracious, I'm not sure I would have done it quite that way, because you sure as heck don't want to lose the Black Sea.
Yeah, that's your one saving grace, isn't it?
Yes.
And there wasn't a need to support. There was no need to have a support.
Yeah, you could just bounce it with one. Yeah. I guess he thought. There could have been something diplomatic going on here. I don't know, but wow, Sam, I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, I suppose now if you wanted to go to Eastern Med, and then, you can defend better from the south with the Second Fleet down there, but you can't defend the north with the Russian fleet in the Black Sea. Maybe
he just didn't think the Russians were going to go to the Black Sea, and he was just hoping to pull off a little gambit. I don't know.
Well, elsewhere, it's nice to see some distrust in between Austria and Italy. And all right, tell us about the West, Ed Sullivan.
Well, the price that Italy paid for taking Marseille was to get Italian support to Mid-Atlantic. So France improves the position slightly there, stymies a position move into Gascony, but loses position with Picardy. And so FEG continuing position move there, although lost a little tempo, sacrificing Mid-Atlantic essentially for Picardy. On the other hand, the end of this détente with Russia has concluded with Germany supporting Norway into Sweden, but moving to Skagerrak and not Norway, which is a little curious to me.
It's certainly ominous, isn't it?
I wouldn't want to be Germany here.
Yeah. All right, let's push ahead and look at some builds here. We've got a fleet in Liverpool for all of that trouble. And now we have the German fleet in Kiel. Perhaps this is a response to the fleet in Skagerrak, or
it would have to be, I would imagine.
Elsewhere, we've got an Italian army in Rome. This is perhaps a little bit surprising. And we did not see, Venice could have gone to Piedmont there. There's lots of, Italy had a couple different options here, right?
Yeah.
Could have taken Spain, supporting France into the English Channel, into the Mid-Atlantic there is interesting. But the army Rome here, that definitely limits some of Italy's options in a way that may come back to haunt them.
Well, he may have figured he had to build army Rome because Austria had moved down like that. If he didn't build the army Rome, he couldn't really defend Venice very well.
Yeah, maybe suddenly worried about. So maybe that's evidence that that there is significant distrust in Austria and Italy. It's not just Austria trying to be a little bit overcautious there. Okay, let's push forward then, and let's look at some moves. Well, we went back to Tuscany. So apparently, Tuscany is a place where Andrei Gerbikov likes to be. Tell us all about it, David.
And the Italians took Spain, as Ed was just talking about. The Russians have taken Bulgaria from the Austrians, which is, fine. So maybe that business with Sam letting we said at the time it might have been a diplomatic issue, and maybe it was a diplomatic thing. Let me in the Black Sea, and I'll work with you instead of against you.
It appears to have worked. If that's what it was.
Absolutely, yeah.
But we can't let this turn go by without talking about what happens in Greece.
Yeah, Aegean to Greece with support of the Ionian. I mean, obviously, we knew it broke down when we saw the Austrians moving down and then the Italians building the army. We knew something had broken down, and it's completely broken down now.
Although interesting that Venice just holds here. You'd think Venice to Trieste. Maybe Italy was holding out hope that that they could still stay together. This wasn't. Well, but then,
or even
Yeah.
to Tyrolia, assuming that you think the Austrians might go there. You go Venice to Tyrolia and Rome to
Yeah.
Venice.
Yeah.
Tuscany, just joking around, it actually doesn't do a whole lot for me. I think I'd probably go to Apulia if I wanted to move something.
Yeah, if you were going to fight Austria. But I mean, look, in this case, it can now go to Piedmont freely since there's nothing in Tyrolia. So
it could. Yeah.
this feels like, it's sort of a middle ground option here.
Yeah,
all right. Over to the west. Ed, tell us all about it.
Well, Andre, after helping France into the Mid-Atlantic, obviously gained a little bit of more trust with France enough to go ahead and take Spain. And then we have Germany advancing into Paris. So far for all of England's troubles, it's gotten exactly 0 dots on the move to the Channel and then into France. But on the flip side, France and Germany have seemed to work out their problems with that nice little fleet build in Kiel, and Skagerrak has now moved to Norway, with Kiel pushing Baltic, who has to retreat to Gulf of Bothnia. So it looks like EG is back on side for some amount of time.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty interesting way to do this. You'd think England might not be happy with that fleet build, but it shouldn't be hard for Germany to sell it as sort of just necessary to keep balance in the force. But the question is, like, what are these fleets gonna do for Germany? What dots can they produce? It's really only Sweden or St. Pete.
Right.
Well, I mean, honestly, if you're an English player that is trying to be at least somewhat fair to your German ally, Germany has to have 2 fleets. They just do.
Yep.
They just have to have 2 fleets, or they're always going to be too vulnerable. So maybe that's just the way he's just accepting that fact.
All right, let's push ahead here into fall of 1903. And Ed, let's start in the West. Looks like a fair amount of activity, especially over by the Mid-Atlantic.
Sure. So with the fleet advantage, now England presses in on the Mid-Atlantic and takes Brest. So England finally got a dot out of the French attack. At this point, Portugal bounces, which is not unexpected given the sort of double abuse Andre put on Tommy. It's, if I'm not mistaken, other than Portugal, it's goodbye France. That's a pretty efficient takedown of France in 3 years from my perspective. And, we've got Germany pushing in now on Russia with the convoy from Berlin to Livonia. And I can't quite tell. It looks like Norway made a stab for St. Pete, but not unexpectedly got it this turn. Did not make it. Didn't move to Barents. I assume was afraid of Finland. So and got Denmark support for Sweden to prevent any attack there.
That's right. All right. How about the East? Tell us about it.
Yeah, look who took Greece back
with support from the
Italians' help, and look, and Tuscany does go to Piedmont, so maybe AI is back on track. Which honestly, they ought to be on track. They kind of need to be on track because of how fast the EG has destroyed the French. I mean, the Italians are there too, so the Italians are hoping at this point that they can turn one against the other, or they can set up a line or something. So otherwise, helping to destroy France doesn't do you a lot of good if it just means you're going to get steamrolled by the EG. But otherwise, lots of holding and supporting. The Austrian move to Galicia probably means that up until now there's been, some parity there, but now that's a positional problem for the Russians in addition to the Livonia army. So the Russians are in serious doo-doo, even though they took Bulgaria from the Austrians.
Yeah, they actually get a build here.
Yeah, they do. They do, but I don't like their position very much. Do you?
Yeah. No,
where do they build? You got problems everywhere.
Yeah, and they don't have friends, right? I mean, their best friend is Turkey, who can't do anything to help them. So it's interesting, this sort of this back and forth. It's a kind of dipsy doodle. It's not the circular one, but it's a back and forth dipsy doodle. It's Italy. You kind of have to give Italy credit for keeping the East in this frozen state that where no one's attacking them, but no one's really getting too big to worry about while they're taking care of their western flank, at least for the moment.
Am
I
I
think
wrong to
going
think
west-
that Venice should have maybe moved to Tyrolia either before or now? I guess maybe concerned about Austria, but it seems like the unit could be useful.
Well, my guess is that Italy really needs to make a friend in the West. He needs for one of them to stab the other with his help. So maybe if he goes to Tyrolia, he can't make a pitch to Germany or something. I'm not sure. He really needs to be making a pitch. Italy going west can certainly be a legitimate strategy, and people don't do it enough, in my opinion. But you can't go west with two alliance partners in the West and them stay together. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Something's got to change there.
And geez, do you need more fleets over there, right?
Yes. Yes. He is an army heavy Italian, which when you were worried about the Austrians, it seemed fun, but now it seems sort of
Yeah, you just need a fleet.
Unless you're going to cut a deal with the English, and the English are going to slam into Germany, which is not completely impossible here.
Yeah, it'll be so England gets one build here, right, from Brest. Let's punch ahead here and see what the builds are. We've got a fleet in London, probably necessitated by that fleet in the English Channel, which was, and the fun option was to keep that one, so it was pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah.
So that'll actually slow down England in a way that will benefit Italy and possibly Germany as well. Germany plops down another army in Munich, really strongly committed to something, to a land assault here. I would be surprised if that didn't go to Silesia here and try to take out Warsaw, which finds itself with a brand new army. And elsewhere, I think that's it. We got the fleet in Naples, which is no surprise. All right. Let's lots of black arrows in the east. My eye is immediately drawn to that. So David, tell us all about it.
Yeah, Austria goes and takes a bunch of stuff from the Russians. The Russians leave. They kind of almost have to, because their play for survival now is, you need me to not crumple so quickly to the Germans and the English. So that's his plea there. But man, that's a lot of black arrows, isn't it?
Yep. And a lot of purple spaces about to turn red.
That's really true. But of course, if it was unavoidable. As you said, the Turks couldn't do very much to help him, so there wasn't any way for him to keep that stuff.
Well, what do you make of the Turk retreating to Smyrna here? And they helped Serbia into Bulgaria. It could have made an argument that they should
Sam's looking for a friend from anywhere he can get one. The Russians are now not. They're also not much use to him. So he's got to try something. So he's trying to make friends with the Austrians.
So hopefully just hold on and not necessarily look for the growth strategy. Look for the immovable wart strategy.
He's in survival mode at this point.
All right, Ed, tell us about the West.
So in the West, I think the curious move from my standpoint, believe it or not, is what's happening to Tommy. He moved his fleet out of the Channel, which is going to really sort of limit his options, as it seems like EG is still going on. But he's going to keep Portugal, at least for now. So that fleet's going to remain. Germany moving into Gascony is a sign to Italy that EG is still going. So that's curious to me. I'm a little surprised Tommy didn't support Denmark to North Sea, because I think that mutual bounce is probably going to happen, no matter which way you slice it. And he had a lot of time to think about that move with his one unit.
That would have been fun. I mean, I think the reason you keep this fleet is to engage in chaos muppetry. And English to pick is kind of the least muppetry thing that you could do. If you're Saren down here, I think that the presence of that fleet in the English Channel forced her to want to keep the North Atlantic fleet in play somehow. So she was probably fine with the bounce, but if it hadn't been for that, she might have been fine going to Western Med here.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. All right, let's push ahead here. Fall of 1904, and the West actually does get a little resolution to the French problem. Tell us about it, Ed.
So MAO gets into Portugal because Spain was supporting Marseille, but it didn't seem like that support needed to be made because Piedmont was there. But okay, maybe Italy made some arrangement with England to, take Portugal and resolve the French unit that was bothering it. Okay, fine. And elsewhere, I think the bigger news is Russia Germany getting into St. Petersburg with Norwegian support, where Norway can support it ad infinitum, I assume.
Yeah, I have to say, I think that there could have been a guessing game down here in Portugal and Spain. Italy probably decided they couldn't move Marseille because of the two German fleets. And so once you decide that, then you can't both cover Portugal and Spain. And so Andre
he was worried about the Mid-Atlantic movie. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So that would have, hopefully that was a fun guessing game in both of their heads. And, it worked out for Saren here. All right. Well, what about the East? I see a lot of not moving, but there is some black arrows.
There's a little. I mean, the Italians finally go to Tyrolia, but look at Serbia still. I guess there wasn't anywhere else for them to go, but were they worried about the Italians slipping? There's always been a little bit of AI mistrust at that border, hasn't there? The Turkish fleet in Smyrna going Eastern Med. I don't want to get near your stuff, Austria, but how about letting me into the Ionian at some point?
I know, right?
That could be of use, right? I could be of use to you somehow against the Italians or the somebodies. Give me something to do, man. Give me something to do.
Sam kind of reminds me, the way he's playing Turkey kind of reminds me, there was a game that George played as Turkey, George Zhang. I think it was at Liberty, where he ended up in Spain with just one unit. And there was a turn where he got into Spain and he could have built in Smyrna and actually passed it up. And the Carnage system made it all sort of sensible. It's just really interesting. So I wonder if Sam has a future like that ahead of him. We'll find out. But first we got to see some builds. Winter 1904 sees Austria put down 2 armies. Germany put down another army in Munich. And we get the famous Army Liverpool build, which, why not in this case? I guess she's got enough fleets, so can't do anything with the army this turn, but probably can next turn. So getting it ready. That is the bullet in the that is getting loaded into the chamber. All right, let's so sticking with the West here. Ed, tell us about it.
Well, the English continue to improve their position. So they've taken Brest, they've taken Portugal, now they're taking Spain with German support. So these Italian advances on the West are being eradicated. They're set up really well. So I like that move. And then with the Army Liverpool moves to Edinburgh, and of course you see the fleet Norwegian moving to Norwegian, so there might be convoy there, not to the North Sea. So Bill would be a little disappointed that England has not moved a fleet into the North Sea, but I get that. And then the convoy of England with German help into Livonia. And I'll let David preview, but it seems like AI has figured out the German issue right now.
Yeah, they've gotten into Silesia and Bohemia. They're doing what they can do. Otherwise, I would say there's not much surprising going on here. That the Turks actually do go to the Ionian, so we'll see what that means. I actually just wanted to make a broader point about what the games we've seen tonight. We have, I think, in every single game, seen a fairly quick-moving Western alliance.
Yeah,
pushing against the stalemate line pretty quickly, which is certainly what the West wants to do. But it is striking how that every single one of these games has fallen into that pattern so far.
Yeah, in fact, have we had an elimination in the East before 1904 in any of the games?
I don't believe so. That I recall. Yeah, it's not that this is so unusual. It's just every single game. Wow. I mean, the one difference here is that the Italians actually helped it happen here, in the sense that they went and helped destroy the French, hoping that they were going to be one of the survivors in that. But, so far, no luck diplomatically, unhinging the EG.
Yeah, there is actually a guess here tactically. Italy can retake Spain here if they guess right. Marseille would have to tap Gascony here, and then North Africa taps Mao, and then they put 2 on Spain. But that hinges on Germany not taking Marseille.
Right.
Let's find out what happens here, and let's stay in the east, David, which is quickly clearing out.
Yeah, they're clearing out. The Turks are coming to help. By God, we're going to get there and help against this evil EG. But look who did make the right guess. No, they didn't. They lost Marseille, and they took. No, that's right. So they made the wrong guess. Sorry,
that's right.
They lost Marseille. Otherwise, Austrians go to Galicia. Ooh, they got into Munich. I guess that was going to happen because if they took the Marseille thing, they couldn't use Burgundy to support Munich. So I guess that was the deal. They couldn't do both. The Germans couldn't do both. So the Austrians were able to take Munich in that situation.
Yeah, I think if you're Germany, wouldn't you? You probably rather have Munich in this case than Burgundy. What do you think? Than Marseille?
Well, you're going to have 4. Let's see. You're going to have 4 armies, right? So Burgundy, you're going to have 4 armies against 3. I think it's probably still okay. You take it right back.
Yes, if you use all 4 of them, yeah, that's right. But then you lose Marseille as well. Yeah, okay. All right, and then Ed, I don't think we talked about the West, but I think everything got talked about.
Yeah, it did. I mean, Gascony moves to Marseille, Marseille moves to Spain. So it'd be curious to see what Germany does.
North Sea, though.
Yeah, Norwegian coming down to North.
Did not convoy the army to Norway, as I think was probably the expected move.
I think that was the expected move, and Germany really is at the mercy now of England. If you look at the map, there's not a lot of options for Germany other than trying to get back into Munich or holding Marseille, and that gives a lot of opportunity for England. So I would not be surprised if we saw. Well, I guess we could in 06 see a nice little move to Belgium, Holland. All that's available for England.
I'd like to see it. I think that would actually be a good move for the English.
All right, so it's winter 1905. Let's do a little quick reset here, and then we should probably pick up the pace a bit. We've got Austria and Germany both tied for the board top at 8, and we've got England at 7, just 1 behind. Who do you think? And then Italy's down to 5 at this point, but has lost a lot of positional flexibility, especially with a Turkish fleet rather, in Tyrrhenian Sea. Who do you think has the inside track to the board top here?
Honestly, I'd like to be England in this situation. Italy's got problems, so England's got room for growth there. England's got room for growth with Germany. Austria is a little too not contiguous for my liking. So my pick right now is Saren in England.
David?
Just to be contrary, I'll say Austria. Even though I agree that England's in a good position, Austria could be in a good position. Sometimes being spread out like this means you got lots of opportunities. The downside is that you really do still have Sam behind you. And I'm not sure what you can do about that if Sam decides he wants to become more active.
All right, let's find out. And all right, winter 1905 just shows us effectively Dot has gotten transferred from Italy to Austria indirectly through, I believe, Germany. Yeah, Germany was the intermediary there.
Yep.
All right, let's start in the. Why don't we? Ed, I'm sorry. Let's just go with you, Ed, in the West.
Okay, so they put 4. Germany tried to save Marseille, but ends up getting Munich back. So essentially trades the return of Munich for Marseille. England does not make a stab. Convoys to Norway, which could have occurred before, but that convoy is still there in the fall if necessary. And England can still stab Germany in the fall, which would probably be better anyways. So Germany's still beholden to England's will.
England going to Gascony here and causing the German army to get popped is kind of interesting. Does that shift things into England's favor in the tactical situation in the East? Let's see.
I think it's been in England's favor. Oh, in the East. So
I'm sorry, in the West. That's what I meant. Around Spain.
I think it's a great move, which I didn't see right away because obviously Germany had nowhere to retreat. I guess it could be pitched to Germany that you'll get a rebuild in Kiel, but it depends on what England does this time.
Yeah.
Oh no, because he lost Marseille. Oh, he got Munich back.
Munich back.
And England has to worry about Mid-Atlantic now, which now has 3 fleets on it. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure this worked out well for England tactically. David, tell us about the rest of the moves on the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would say maybe the one piece that is the most interesting move here is Tyrrhenian to Western Med. You got the Turkish fleet essentially helping the Italians. That's actually pretty significant here.
Yeah,
and the fact that the Turks are continuing to stay docile in Turkey is pretty
not
significant.
moving either unit.
Yeah, now the Austrians moving their armies around means that they could probably take one of the Russians out if they want to.
Yeah, without they're in a place now where they could probably get 2 of these Russian dots and only have to lose 1 to the EG.
It might be worth doing.
Yeah, and then you've also got. I mean, the problem you can't attack Italy if you're here, if you're Austria here, because Italy is helping against England.
You're only 1 English stab of Germany away from being able to do it, though.
Mm.
Yeah, they could get on the horn with
Hello.
each other.
Hello. Danger. Venice has fallen. Danger.
There's lots of wow. This is all right. Let's give some applause to VDL number 19. Lots of interesting activity here. So the East is easy. David, there's I think 2 things of note to talk about. Tell us about them.
Wait, let me make sure that I've got the same ones Brandon got. Venice and Warsaw.
That's what I say.
All right. Yeah, I agree. That's about it.
All right, both in Austria's favor. And in the West, Ed Sullivan.
Well, England makes a move, but I'm not sure. I mean, they're going to get some build, so I guess it's okay losing the North Sea. But they take St. Petersburg away from Germany. They take Holland away from Germany. They take Belgium away from Germany. They lose nothing. So, your foreshadowing and my thought was correct. I would have preferred probably to keep the North and go, and have 2 disbands, but I think it's arguable. They went for 3. They're going to get 3 builds.
And Germany has gone down 4 here. They had a PIF, so they're only going to have to. Well, no, but they got Munich, so they're down a net 2. Is that right? 1, 2, 3. No, they're down a net 3. I'm sorry.
They're down a net 3.
So they lost.
But they only have to disband 2.
Right. So they lost 4, picked up 1. So they're down. They were going to pull 2 units here. They have North, but England gets 3 builds here, which is not insignificant. So, all right, let's check out the builds, and then we'll do the who do you like. So we see England putting down 2 armies, which is interesting, actually. This may have been a case where 2 fleets would have been better. It wouldn't surprise me, actually. I haven't analyzed this completely, but it wouldn't surprise me if one of these armies actually never gets off of the island. Elsewhere, we see Austria only putting down 1 unit. Why is that? Because they lost Munich. Good. Okay. All right. So here we have England at 10. We have Austria at 9. Those are really the 2 fighting for the board top at this point. And who has the edge? David, start with you.
I'm going to stick with Austria.
And
They've got so much potential here.
I agree with the potential in Austria. I'm a little disappointed it's not 2 fleets because that's really going to cramp England's tactical options.
Yeah, I think that's critical. I think that's actually a critical mistake by Sarin.
Yeah. All right, let's find out what sort of price gets paid for it. And let's start in the West, Ed, with you.
Okay, well, either way. England did what they had to do. They had to go from Holland because they were worried that if they went Edinburgh to North Sea, that Ruhr might cut support. So, that's kind of the problem here. But they lose St. Petersburg with, to Russia. And they lose
They
Mid-Atlantic.
lose Mid-Atlantic. That is a big deal.
So your prescient guess about whether England's going to get an army off of Britain this time, one of those is probably going to get disbanded pretty quickly.
All right, and David, the East is surprisingly shenanigan-esque. Tell us about it.
Well, isn't it interesting that the Italians went ahead and spent their capital going after the Mid-Atlantic instead of pulling back?
Yeah,
I guess so, under the theory that you want to still be relevant and take Portugal or something like that. But I just find it interesting. They did move back to Tuscany because, as we all know, Andre loves Tuscany.
He really does. My God, but I think doesn't Leon have to go to Tyrrhenian Sea here?
It's just surprising to me that we didn't see a bunch of black arrows moving east from the fleets. It just surprises me as all. Yeah. And you see the Turks are now, whatever they're doing, they're not going to stay in Turkey anymore.
They've moved east and west.
Yeah, but I mean, so Greece is the one that they can get, and there's actually not really a reason for them not to take Greece.
I assume that what they're really doing is taking Sevastopol.
Yeah, but they're not going to get it, right? Unless
I'd make a deal with the Austrians. Let me into Sevastopol, and I will move my fleet out to Ionian and work with you against the Turks.
Why would Austria?
Against the Italians.
Yeah, but why would Austria take that deal? I mean, they can
as opposed to trying to deal with Sam behind my lines when I can't really do anything about it except try to make a deal.
But what's one fleet in Greece going to do?
Yeah,
take a unit from him.
But if you're Sam, you probably whatever deal you make over Sevastopol, you take Greece anyway, right? So,
maybe.
All right, let's find out. The answer is yes. Okay, so interesting. Tactically, they could actually have stopped Austria here, but it would have required Moscow being the mover, which maybe they weren't willing to do. Tell us about the rest of it in the there's another fun item here.
Well, that is fun. I mean, Sam wants to be a player, and why not? It's time for him to be a player in this game. But this is the big thing here actually is, why does Rome fall? Because the Italians did not go to Tyrrhenian last turn.
Yeah.
That's why it falls.
Yep.
And that was a real tactical boo-boo.
Yep.
I know he takes Portugal great, but he didn't need to have Leon support that move to Tuscany. That didn't actually help him very much.
Right. No. Yeah, we talked about that. So, boy, this actually worked out. So, Austria, let's go to the west here and start with Austria getting into Berlin there. Ed.
Oh, okay. Yes. Austria gets into Berlin. So, not good for Germany. But I think the real story here is the collapsing of the English position, having lost St. Petersburg and Portugal, although she did get back into Mid-Atlantic, which was obviously something she'd be able to do. Convoys into Picardy, so Paris is hers in 1908, and gets back into Holland without any penalty. So there's plenty of opportunity there to try and reframe the position from before, but Austria is looking mighty strong at 12.
And look at Sarah proving us wrong. She gets both those armies off the island.
Yeah, I was about to give her some props here. It was, it wasn't a great turn for her. She got knocked back too. Her tactical position is not terrible here. She has some room for expansion. Her problem is now that Austria has done so well.
Yes.
And so there is no room there's no room to top the board. There's no path. There's room to grow, but not to top the board at this point.
She's 5 down, and it doesn't seem like Austria is going to be losing anything quickly.
In a non-time limited game, perhaps there's a different answer to that question. In a time limited game, there's almost no other answer to that question.
Yeah, and I think. Sorry, go ahead.
No. You go ahead.
No, that's just right. I mean, even this game, max would go, I think, to 1910. And there's probably 3 years. If Austria were only, say, 3 ahead and, Turkey and Italy were better positioned. Now, Turkey's getting 2 builds here, so we should say that.
Oh, yeah.
And that's an army and a fleet in black. So this actually will stymie Austria's advance, at least on the Turkish centers.
Yeah.
The question is whether Turkey can. Turkey will definitely get Bulgaria in the. Can they hold on to it? That's the question. Sevastopol is going to be at risk. So actually, Austria's position is not impregnable. The question is, can it be knocked back enough? And England's further problem is that the place where they would get the dots is going to be through Germany, and they need Germany right now to hold back Austria. So there's a bit.
That's what I was going to. I mean, and Maletsky's saying England can still top. Maybe so, but it's going to be a tough slog to do it in the time limit available.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, the
Well,
position
there's going to be a lot of
Austria-
friction too, right?
Yeah, the
think about
Austrian position
yeah.
is not great from a tactical point of view, but it certainly is great from a time point of view.
Yeah.
But think about the human element, right? Because I think Sam just dot grabbed Italy. I'm not sure that they're going to want to work together.
We'll see.
I think it was the right thing to do. I have to say, because Sam doesn't need Italy to fight Austria. At least at that. I mean, he needs his own units more than the Italians. And the Italians' units were in the wrong position anyway.
Wow. But now they're holding.
Yeah, it's hard to see that.
What in tarnation?
All right. So I think we can start to move quickly through this. There's Austria is basically repositioning to fight Turkey. And there's a bit of dipsy doodle around the German centers. So clearly there's end game play happening here. And I think the only question is, can Sarin sort of gain enough while Austria gets pushed back enough? And is there anything in these moves that tells you that that's an increased possibility at this point?
Well, she's trying. She's trying to rally Germany back on side by, I think right now what you're seeing is everyone's a little worried about Austria. So there's that. That's her only thing, right? That's her move.
All right, and then it's interesting, right? The Burgundy here, they should be able to. Well, no, there's a bunch of Austrian armies here. All right, let's just keep pushing ahead here. They do retake. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, because they had Piedmont. As long as Piedmont was willing to cut Tyrolia here, they could retake Munich. And
that's what I was pointing out about the holds. The holds were really puzzling.
But he got it. He came through when they needed.
Yeah, he did it this time.
He came through when he needed. And so in the south, Austria loses Naples to cooperation between Turkey and Italy. There's presumably an arranged bounce in the Turkish center by Italian and English units. And elsewhere, this is definite dipsy doodle around here, but I suspect that it's coordinated between Russia and Turkey. So Russia's getting a build here. That is kind of awesome.
Yeah, Jonathan, way to go.
That is kind of awesome. It didn't have to happen here either. Sarin could have gotten greedy and taken St. Petersburg. She does take Sweden, but this actually probably was arranged given that Germany was only going to have one home center open for a build anyway.
Is Austria an Icarus?
Why would you, if you're the Turks, why would you support the Russians to Sev? Why don't you just take Sev yourself? That is really puzzling to me.
That's a good question.
What am I missing here?
Well, Turkey got into Naples. I think it's just a cooperative effort between everybody against Austria right now.
A lot of cooperation. I'm Turkey. I'm trying to get bigger.
I think so. Look, it's guaranteed. Maybe that was the overriding consideration there, that it was guaranteed.
Okay.
And look, Turkey's still getting.
Well, Jonathan wants to get bigger too. I mean, that guy's been sitting there the whole game.
That's fine, but I'm Sam, and I'm saying I don't. Jonathan, it's great, but I'm taking it myself.
Could it?
Maybe it's Jonathan threatened to support it or something if he wasn't supported in. I don't know.
And you could see some long-term planning by Sam here, like needs Russia to help fight England, blah blah blah. Who knows? Anyway, so Austria gets pushed back 3 here and is down. Now it's 9-8 going into 1909. And Turkey is suddenly at 6 in 3rd place. So, all right, now who's got the edge?
I'll tell you what, that did fall apart a lot faster than I thought it would. So I will say I was wrong about that. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think they would have time to knock him down far enough, but obviously they will.
Some good
if they
coordinating.
all stick together.
Good
I found that in these virtual games that once multiple players start coordinating in one room and one person's away in the other room and is lonely, there's a little bit of a bond that quickly occurs. And I wouldn't be surprised to see further pushing on Austria, but England clearly is going to have to grow through Germany and Iberia eventually if she wants to board top.
That's interesting. This
I will
idea
say
that.
this, though.
No, go ahead, David. You please.
No, I was just going to say props to Morgante for giving it a shot, though, honestly. It was still worth a shot.
I agree. It may have been I mean, we can go back and analyze after this is done what he might have done differently. And this is not over. Morgante is not done here.
No.
So
there's a lot of play left.
Yeah, and you've got the Turks got to build here, but it's in Smyrna. This is going to go to Aegean here, and he'll have more purchase on Bulgaria. But Greece is he can't hold Greece past this turn or for this turn. Whether he gets it back or not is a separate question. So it's far from over for Morgante. Yeah, it's hard not to like Saren's position here now, right? Like she's got Paris here. She doesn't necessarily need Germany as much. So she did keep Germany from getting a build. I was wrong about that. I thought Germany. Right. Germany didn't have Munich before. So Germany picked up Berlin and lost Sweden. So well done on Saren's part, actually. That build is worth much more to her than it is to Germany. So really shrewd, I think. All right, let's keep pushing ahead here and see spring of 1909 moves. I think we can go back to East-West split here because there's a lot of activity in both realms. So, David, take us through the East first.
Well, I think the most important thing I saw was Italians going west. The Italians could still have played a role in controlling Austria or helping the Turks or whatever, but they're leaving. And the English are leaving. The English go to the mid-Atlantic. I just find that fascinating, honestly.
Makes sense for England, right? Who's now looking to secure the board top by securing some Western.
Unless you figured out you could slip and slide into Tunis or something.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's interesting. I just find that fascinating what the Italians did. The Austrians can now have now moved down into the boot and can take Naples back, for example.
Yeah, the fact that Italy and England both did this at the exact same time suggests that there might have been some tipping off in negotiations between the two of them that something was up. So, all right, and then Ed in the north, what do you see happening here?
Well, obviously the end of cooperation between England and Germany is over, and I think this is a situation where the thinking must have been, hey, Austria is basically dead or on the ropes before Austria was actually dead or even on the ropes. And so you can see that there's a lot of paranoia from England and Germany here. And I got to tell you, I love this game. I think this has been the best really fun, game to look at all night because as soon as the momentum shifted a little bit away from Austria, Germany's like, hey, I'm not going to let England board top now. I already know England's capable of trying to effectuate a stab.
The best part about this game is there was never a Western triple.
Yeah, we should. Let's give a little hand for that. I think that this is a game where there are lots of people on the board who are trying to board top, and it's the sort of thing that the designers of Tribute had in mind. And this is a game where people are doing that. And whether Tribute really does function that way or whether it leads to a lot of shared board tops, that's still an open question. But these players are interpreting it as I want the board top. And all right, real quick, let's move on. But a tactical mistake note that this hold in Bulgaria could have supported Albania to Greece, even if you didn't think it had any chance, because it would have worked in this case. And since it had nothing else to do, you might as well have written that. So that is simply a tactical mistake. That could be a significant one, I have to say. Although Naples is guaranteed, so that certainly helps Morgante's case. All right, let's hear it about the East. And actually, that does make a big deal, doesn't it? David, tell us about the East.
They've lost Bulgaria.
Yep.
They obviously did. We already talked about them taking Naples back. Italians take Tunis back. So I guess that means the Turks go down one. I think so. Otherwise, I'd say nothing terribly surprising. The Austrians going to Ukraine, I guess, makes some sense. Give you a little more options.
I think if you're Turkey, you want to convoy Armenia to Bulgaria here, yeah?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point, Brandon.
And
we've talked about this before, the power of convoys. Convoys are not always the right answer, but they are often the right answer.
Yeah, that's right. This is kind of a mean-spirited taking of Tunis, though, isn't it? I mean,
I told you they didn't like each other. I guarantee you Italy didn't like that grab before.
Why is that a mean spirit? He wants another center. What's wrong with that?
And he's going to build that unit where?
It doesn't matter. Your centers are centers at the end of this game. He gets more points.
That is
and
true.
He doesn't care about the Turks. He doesn't care about the Austrians. He's not going to top. He doesn't care who tops. He just wants more centers.
That is true. I have a feeling that Turkey's not going to look very kindly on that. All right. And then in the north, we do have a bit of activity here. Ed, tell us about it.
Yeah, it's on like Donkey Kong between France and Germany. Okay, it's officially over, but England loses Norway to Jonathan. Little old Russia now is going to get be on 4 and get a build. Takes Norway down. On the other hand, England does take Denmark, if I'm reading my arrows correctly, and Paris. So
England
looks like England will get a build.
No, England does not take Denmark. Denmark takes Sweden.
Oh, Denmark and Sweden.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, sorry.
So Saren is pulling one here.
Good gracious.
The only thing that didn't go well here for Austria was that Moscow was completely open for the taking, and he passed it up. And losing Bulgaria is obviously not good as well.
Oh, this is a fall turn. Yeah, I missed that entirely. Should have.
But on the whole, this is a great turn for Austria because I don't think anyone else has a chance to board top now except for Austria.
I think everybody jumped away, or England and Germany jumped away a turn too early.
Yeah.
Look at how much empty territory there is next to unoccupied Austrian centers. That's just astounding.
That is great. All right. And then, so this finds an Austrian fleet build in 1909. And that is just fun.
Hey, one thing we have not said, and we need to, Brandon, props to Jonathan Frank for going up to 4 here.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has really scrambled as well as he can here.
He was at 2 for a while.
I think he was at 2. Yeah.
Yeah. And so Sam pulls the army that's in the back, not doing a whole lot, and that's about it. So does this game keep going here? It does. All right. So let's hear the West. Not a whole lot. So let's just hear about the East.
Yeah, a lot of red arrows in the West.
Tunis is one of those places that apparently changes hands a lot just for the sake of it, and it is doing it. And it may change hands again in the fall. Honestly, we'll see. But right now, it has been lost. The Italians just leave.
Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I'm not totally sure what's happening there, but you can see a lot of other arrows with Austria repositioning its units around.
Yeah, Austria gets into the Ionian here, even though
that was my point. There may be a supported attack on Tunis here in a minute. We'll find out.
I mean there will be, right? The question is, does
they're in the Tyrrhenian and in the Ionian?
Yeah, and maybe West supports one of those in.
But look at what Sevastopol do. Did Sevastopol support the Austrians?
Supported Ramdahold, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So they made some kind of deal, which is probably why he didn't go after Moscow in the fall of last turn.
It looks like he's ready for the game to be over, and there's just a whole lot of nothing happening there. And
well, if you're Jonathan, you're happy that you got to 4. Again, you don't care who tops. You just know it's not going to be you.
Yeah. And what we have here, we have Turkey holding on to Tunis, and Austria getting into the Eastern Med. That's great, and so can guarantee Aegean Sea. Actually,
I think it's time that they agree to the draw.
Yeah, I think so too. And the answer, no, they don't. We go on to spring 1911. All right, so now Austria supports Italy back into Tunis, and it looks like Turkey did not enter orders. It'd be interesting to know if that was deliberate or not. I could see Turkey saying, "God damn it, can this game just be over?"
Yeah.
And I'm surprised Sam isn't telling us, actually. I see Sam rage quit, Tommy Anderson says. All right. And I love that Tommy was still paying attention to this game, even though he'd been eliminated a while ago. Civil disorder here from Sam. And
Oh my goodness!
All right, I've actually got a back channel message from the tournament from VDL director. Civil disorder from Sam. He had been noticeably agitated for 4 game years and just quit after the 4th draw vote was vetoed. So, all right. So what we find here is Austria's board top getting bigger by a sizable margin. Picks up 3 here. Loses Warsaw, though, which is not insignificant. And that takes the score to 47. I'm going to assume that the game ends here.
Jonathan
right?
at 5. He got to 5.
He
There
sure
we
did.
Well done, Jonathan. All right, so Morgante finally tops this board with a score of 47. That's a nice size score for the VDL season. There hasn't been a whole lot of really big scores. There's been a few ginormous scores, if you'll allow me that word. I know that there's been at least one in the 70s, but this should move Morgante up in the standings. And guys, what is this the right result for this game?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
I think
It
there
must
could have
have
been
been
more
Saren-
potential, but
It must have been Saren vetoing the draw just because she had such a good shot at it, and then she didn't. She was probably frustrated. But this is the right answer.
Yeah. Ed, do you feel the same?
yeah. I mean, it's the right result. Austria played really well and weathered the storm because you're going to have good times and bad times, and he did that. So I'm really happy for Austria. If I look back on it, I think Saren may have stabbed too early the first time, and a diplomatic failure not pressing on Austria, even though Austria still had the most centers, and deciding to prioritize Germany over Austria.
Yeah, it's an interesting miss for Saren, because I think that if the Austrian stab hadn't worked so well in the first movement of it, then I think she would have had a better shot. But she became quickly hamstrung because Germany wasn't weakened enough, and she couldn't advance quickly enough on the German centers, and she needed Germany in order to hold back Austria. So I'm sure we could go back and find things that Saren could have done differently. But do you have is it just a matter of timing, do you think, without going back and examining all the details, or do you have a clearer sense of what she might have done differently?
No, well, I mean, other than what I said, but I think
Yeah.
it's a diplomatic failure at some level. But look, credit to Austria. Austria did everything he was supposed to do and had pressure at all the right points, and benefited a little bit, at least by one center by Sam quitting. But I'm not. I don't think anything should be taken away from the Austrian victory. I thought it was tremendous.
All right, and a final thought, David?
No, I totally agree with that. The reason Saren was not able to take advantage of the stab on Germany, maybe it was too early, but I think the bigger problem is he simply never made any friends with anybody after that.
So the diplomatic
It was a diplomatic failure. I'm sure she was trying. I'm sure she was trying, but it just didn't succeed.
Yeah, and then not being able to keep on the same page with Italy at the end was definitely the killer, like Ed was saying.
Yep.
All right, let's leave game number 19 behind and move on to number 20, and that brings us to the final game of the night, featuring in Austria George Linkert from Minneapolis. In England is Daniel Logan, coming to us from Lewiston, Maine. This is his first game with us, I believe, although he makes it into the rankings. Oh, you know what? Those might actually include these games. In France, we have Jim Fan playing from Monterrey. In Germany, we've got Jason Massbaum from Los Angeles. I think I just heard Siobhan Koff. In Italy, we've got Max Gurinis, the 13-year-old playing in Chicago. In Russia, we have Jackson Roberts, who I believe is Dave Roberts' son. I believe Dave Roberts, the turkey from the second round. I think I saw him say "Go Dad" in the comments earlier. And in Turkey, we have Kartik Konath. Hopefully I said that name correctly, Kartik. And we've seen him before. I've seen that name several times. He's played in a bunch of tournaments, sitting at 49th in the league standings.
He is a Longhorn.
Is that right?
Not only is he a Longhorn, he's a very good player. I'm hoping for big things from him.
All right, let's take a look at the map as it stands. Are there any... do we know enough about these players to anticipate any interesting alliance Any alliance issues?
I know George as well from Austria. He plays a lot of speedboat. He broadcasts some of his games, speedboat games on YouTube. He's from Minnesota. Very, very bright guy. Very reasonable guy. I wouldn't be totally shocked to see an AT.
Oh, interesting. And Max had a rough game as France in the previous round, so it'd be interesting to see if he approaches this differently. Is either more aggressive or works harder to make an alliance work. All right, I am going to switch you guys. I'm going to do a little bit of video magic there, and to make it easier for me to remember who's in the West and who's in the East. So, David, you're going to take the West this time, and Ed, you're going to take the East. So let us look at Spring 1901 moves, and David, we'll start with you in the West.
All right, I would say you've got standard moves out of 1 power, which is England. You've got the Churchill opening with the Yorkshire variation. But look at the French self-bounce in Burgundy. You know what I'm going to say about self-bounces in spring of 01. Why are you leaving yourself in Paris like that? Germany does the interesting, I'm going to go see what's going on down east kind of opening and goes to Tyrolia. Sometimes they do that to make sure nobody else goes to Tyrolia like the Italians. Sometimes you go down there just to hang out and cause trouble. So you'll see what happens.
All right. And in the East, Ed, tell us about it.
Well, I think there's 2 storylines. The first one is Turkey takes the Black Sea in the spring of 1901, bounces Sev in Armenia. So I don't know if Turkey smelled something with Russia, or I can't believe it's arranged. Maybe it is arranged, but it's possible. And then the move to Trieste, which is the 3rd time we've seen it in 5 games, and I haven't seen it in a lot of virtual games, but I see it in a lot of other games, but follows up with the move from Rome to Venice as well. So not a key Lepanto. There's no convoying to Tunis. So I'm sure Austria does not like this, except for that move to Tyrolia.
In the face-to-face world, this is the follow-up from Rome to Venice is almost always considered very anti-Austrian. The bounce in Armenia, I've started to see this with more regularity, and this is often arranged. But it's a way to give Turkey a little bit of an advantage in an RT, and also maybe a little bit of cover if they can try to do some diplomatic work with Austria or Italy. Let's stay in the East here and see how things work out. And yeah. All right. Tell us about it, Ed.
Well, Turkey didn't enter orders for 2 units, but the net result is what Turkey normally gets, which is 1 build in the black at the end of 01. Russia ends up getting to Romania and Galicia, while look at Max here supporting Tyrolia into Venice. It was definitely anti-Austrian, the moves, and then followed that up. So, bad news for Austria.
I think it was around spring of 1902 when I popped into this voice channel because I needed to find out where Max and Daniel were playing from. And I happened to be there right before everybody split up for the to start negotiating, and just everybody left, and George was sitting there by himself.
Yeah.
And I said, "Oh, I know how you feel, George."
George actually moved out of Vienna, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even if the Italians hadn't supported the Germans in, that had gotten it anyway.
Yeah, a little hard to understand what was going on there, but maybe he got tucked into something.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 3-build Germany in a very unusual way at the end of 1901.
Yeah,
but who knows what the alliance structure is in the West, because nothing else tells us.
Yeah, so in the West, we've got yet another convoy into Belgium. This is definitely one of the themes of the night. I don't know how many games we've seen this in, but it feels like almost every one.
Yeah.
All right, let's move forward here and check out some builds, see what they tell us. And we've got an RB Liverpool. This I think this happened. I think Ariel did this on one of the Ariel Mendez Pinate did this on one of the early broadcasts, and I think it's just gotten stuck in the teeth of the community since then.
Because you're going to get some props from DBN.
We just see this a lot, and I have never ever seen it prior to this year. We get that plus a fleet. We get a fleet in Brest, so this could signify that it's on like Donkey Kong in the West, which would be fun and a nice change of pace. And Germany does not pass up a build opportunity. Puts down 2 armies and a fleet. Lots of flexibility there. Elsewhere, we've got an army and a fleet. So Max is definitely taking the more aggressive approach to trying to win this game. Austria is just way out of position now. This is not a good start for Austria, and Turkey puts down a fleet. So we didn't talk too much about Turkey's holds here, but leaving the army in Smyrna seemed like the most constraining of the things they could have done. If they'd moved this to Khan, then they were able to protect Bulgaria better, put the army in with the fleet in Smyrna, but it's in Khan. Let's see how much it constricts them.
Not much. So, Brandon?
Hear me? Hey, can you guys hear me?
I can now, yeah.
Okay. All right,
you
let's
were
cut out for a second. Yeah, Ed, talk to us about the Easter.
Okay, so it didn't constrain, it constrained him a little bit, which is Smyrna still has to stay where it's at, but on the other hand, he gets into Serbia, Russia gets into Bulgaria. That's it. Spring 1902. Austria's going to be gone. The Italians don't get into Tyrolia because Austria essentially denies them that opportunity. But it's not looking bad for everybody not named Austria.
All right, David, tell us about the West. There is quite a bit of movement over there.
There's a lot of bit of movement. Some of it is in the wrong direction. when you see a fleet Brest, and maybe you've been talked into thinking that was something not bad, but England, come on, man, you went to the Barents. That's quite a bold move when there's a French fleet in Brest. Maybe it'll turn out okay, but I kind of doubt
it. One saving grace, though, is this curiosity of the French not going to Burgundy. So apparently, Burgundy is the place to self-bounce. And
do you know how many good places there are to self-bounce on the diplomacy board?
I can take a wild guess, but I'd like to hear you, David, say it.
0. Self bounces can make sense. I'm just playing around, but not in this situation. Don't make no sense.
Yeah, there's really no reason not to go to Burgundy here.
Paris can do nothing for you.
It would give you 3 on Belgium, and the thing about Germany here, right, is by going to Helgoland, that suggests that they're also anti-English, and so. We'll see.
It's clear that the French and the Germans are friends, and that's why the French don't want to go to Burgundy, because they don't want to upset the Germans. But for goodness sake,
somebody should be. If they're allies, somebody should be taking Belgium here, and the question is who.
Poor George. Not only has he lost Budapest, his army in Bohemia gets piffed. Good gracious.
Yeah, but look, Bulgaria is open for a retreat, so Turkey needs a bit of cooperation from Italy in order to take Greece. So we'll see. Maybe Greece is destined to be green here, and the answer is no. So Ed, we keep looking at the East first here, so let's stay with that.
If there was any doubt about an RT, you can look at it now with Budapest supporting Serbia into Trieste, but he gets Trieste but vacates Serbia, so doesn't get the Austrian dot there. But on the other hand, it's not like that's going to be a problem for the long term. That's totally fine. Fleet's in position now, a little delayed here, but got the army up to Khan, and Italy cannot like that.
Yeah, Italy. This is just a case where Italy got suckered.
Played.
Yeah. because it's interesting here. I guess Italy, with Austria helping Turkey here, Italy actually could not have held Trieste except with they would have needed Vienna to go to Budapest, which perhaps Germany was not willing to do. Lots of stuff in the West, though. Tell us about it, David.
Yeah, could this be the one game of the night where the East actually gets the better of the West early on? Because look, the Russians have already taken Berlin, which I guess was going to happen if they wanted it to. The French, surprisingly, I know they're in the English Channel, but for some reason they went after the English, and I guess that
What is Barents doing?
Yeah, Barents decided to hold because holding is almost always a great thing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, this just has to be
Daniel, you've got to go to Norway in that situation. You just got to.
Yeah.
Or St. Pete or something. You got to do something.
Yeah. I mean, Norway is the right thing to do if you want to keep Russia on board here. This is just a mistake. It's a mistake that's going to save Germany's bacon here, I believe. Germany is not going to get a rebuild because they didn't have a PIF, but they at least get to stay where they are now. Sweden stays neutral into 1903. That's not something you see a whole lot,
except in real life.
Except in real life, yes, that's exactly right.
All right. We see what we see here in winter of 1902 is that France puts down another fleet, which makes sense given the alliance with Germany. We see Italy dropping Rome here, which I suppose also makes sense. But we've got a kaleidoscope of colors here. We've got 5 different colors in all adjacent to Trieste. So there's still lots of possibilities for shenanigans down here. And kudos to George in Austria for hanging out at 2. That did not look like that was going to happen here. Turkey, for his credit, puts down another army here, which is probably the right thing to do.
I like it.
And Russia puts down 2 armies. You could have made a case for a fleet up here, but army at least lets them. Actually, no. I think it's got to be a fleet, doesn't it? No reason for there not to be fleet North Coast here.
I'd prefer it to be a fleet.
He's maybe the Russians are trying to make friends with the French or something, and not. I don't know. There may be some diplomatic argument for why you don't do it. I don't know.
Maybe. Okay, let's keep pushing ahead here. Spring 1903, and David, let's start with you in the West.
There's a lot of black arrows, so let's see if we can keep up with them. All right, so the convoy into Wales, followed up by the 2 armies going north. The German armies are switching around. The Russian stuff switching around. The English apparently take Norway, right, with the support of the Russians.
That's right. And England manages not to lose north here, which is quite significant.
Of course, I guess the Germans can just retreat they do just retreat to Sweden, it being neutral and all. This is just interesting. I will say again, is this the game where the East gets the jump on the West? I mean, maybe. Let's find out.
I mean, it certainly looks like Russia is, although France is going to make out pretty well on this as well. All right, tell us about the East here, Ed.
Well, the end of German adventurism into the Balkans has almost concluded, with Russia taking Vienna having to retreat to Bohemia, and then elsewhere. I'm sure it wasn't awful, but as Siobhan would say, "Oh, too bad. I've got to retreat into Serbia from Trieste." So it's really no harm, no foul to Turkey.
Ed, the correct way to say that is, "Oops."
Oops. Yeah. So it's fine for Turkey. And the meanwhile, Austria is helping Turkey into the Ionian. Yeah. And so not bad at all for the RT going here right now.
Yeah, I think Austria just went into full FU mode against Italy. Not with
who wouldn't? It's not an unreasonable strategy given the opening.
Not without good reason. All right, let's push ahead here to fall of 1903, and let's see what that finds for us. A little bit of intrigue in the East. In fact, quite a bit of it. Tell us about it, Ed.
Turkey's playing for the board top and the win. That's the way I look at this, which is taking Romania, taking Greece, and Serbia. So Turkey's going to get 3. Oh, I guess he lost Trieste, so we'll get 2 builds. But clearly, that's what's happening there. Italy, Max is scrambling like he did in our game the whole time. Helping Germany back into Vienna, which I'm sure Germans appreciated, and he got back into the Ionian since Ionian moved to Greece. So Max is going to use that German army and is scraping. But I really like what Turkey did here.
Boy, coupled with what happens in the West, this is a fascinating turn. David, how do you like them apples?
Well, good. Why would you leave London? I'm trying to figure out an argument for why London went to the North Sea. I just
to keep Denmark out, I guess.
But I guess why would you not bounce with the guy in Norway then? Do a self bounce. This is a self bounce that actually would make sense.
Yeah.
Do a self bounce in the North Sea. I'm assuming that Holland to Belgium is somehow arranged. I would think so, which is actually smart for the French to give that, because the Germans are important to keeping the Russians under control.
Yeah, with the one exception to this is that Germany doesn't have anywhere to build. So Germany's picking up 2 here, and
well, I don't think they were expecting. I don't think they were expecting to for the adventurism to still work
to get Vienna there. Yeah,
that would be my guess, is they were expecting to lose that. But whatever, you may be right. That maybe that was just a mistake because the French could build it better and use it.
All right. Well, let us see how things stand after we get the builds. Thank you for playing, George Linkert in Austria. You lasted a year longer than we thought you would. And you gave a nice FU to Italy, which I mean, given that's really Austria's only card to play when Italy dives in like that. All right, we see two Turkish fleets. A little surprising to see a fleet in Khan here. I think if you're going to put 2 fleets down, then Smyrna would be the place to put the second one. Yeah.
I'm a little surprised, but clearly that he wants the black and he wants to limit Russia's options coming south.
Yeah, he wants to support himself in the Black Sea.
Sorry, I forgot there's still a Russian fleet here. So okay, that actually makes sense. You want to guarantee that you get Black Sea here. That's pretty valuable. All right, elsewhere we get French army in Marseille, which makes sense actually. They want to keep Italy feeling happy about their partnership, and Italy puts on an army which. Actually, you could have made an argument for a fleet Naples here to protect Ionian, but he's getting away with it for the moment anyway. Okay, let's see what happens in spring of 19. Oh, and actually we get a surprise. So Ed, talk to us about what we expected, a supported attack on Black Sea. That didn't happen.
It just decides to go with the bounce, which puts Ionian in clear trouble because Turkey has gone to Albania, Greece, and Aegean. So there's that concern. Decided that all it was worth was bouncing Sevastopol. Russia retakes Vienna. This time, no support from the Italians in Tyrolia, who instead see the Turkish threat, try and maneuver around it. And I assume that the move from Venice to Apulia is defensive, maybe setting up for a convoy.
This is some nice diplomatic work on Turkey's part, isn't it?
Cut a deal, right? Cut a deal with the Russians.
You've just stabbed the Russians. You've got great position on them. You find a way to make a deal with them that benefits you both. Will probably benefit you more in the long run. But it's good enough for now for Russia, who needs some options. I like that a lot. I like that a lot.
It's a win-win for both of them.
Yeah, maybe a bigger win for Turkey in the long run, right? But it's enough sugar to taste sweet to Jackson Roberts.
It keeps Russia relevant and allows Turkey to focus on Italy.
You know what also tastes sweet to Jackson Roberts? Sweden and Denmark. Tastes really sweet.
With support from 2 English units.
Yes. Daniel is making himself relevant, although not for long.
So yeah, Jackson and Jason, I think, are only one letter apart, but they can't have been saying nice things to each other at this point. All right, what? Anything else in the West worth talking about?
I don't think so.
Edinburgh?
Not until we see the next moves. I wouldn't think so.
All right.
A lot of French armies not doing anything, but that probably won't last.
I mean, you got to, the French taking Edinburgh and getting in position to take North here. It's really, there is a slow advance by France here. It'll be interesting. I'll be interested to hear from you guys whether you like France's or Turkey's position better after this, or whether there's a surprise other contender.
Do you think, before you move, do you think Turkey goes for Trieste with Russian support or prioritizes the Ionian? I guess you could do both.
Kind of hard not to take Ionian. What do you think, David?
Except that can't the Ionian guy retreat to Eastern Med?
Yeah, but if Italy's willing to separate his position like that,
well, that's true. That's probably a mistake.
So much the better, right?
It's hard to turn down the Ionian when you have a chance, but on the other hand, isn't he going to have more chances? The Italians are not going to build unless the French come down there to help him. If the French come to help, which if I were France, I probably would do right now, to send a fleet to the Western Med and tell the Italians I'm there to help.
So what would you do, Ed? You asked the question.
I'd prefer to take Trieste. I mean, I've learned the hard way on poor retreats.
Got it. All right, let's see. And the answer is doesn't get either.
Neither.
That's the worst of all possible solutions here. So it had to be Albania had to be the mover here.
Yes.
It had to be. That was another problem we should have talked about there tactically. For this to work, Albania had to be the mover. So I guess its positions are gone here. But okay. Anyway, so this is the worst of those three options here.
Hey, guess who gets back into Vienna? Just when you thought German adventurism was over for good, you were wrong.
Wow. That's a big deal, actually, because now Russia only gets one build instead of two. All right, and then elsewhere we see some bouncing going on in Belgium. That's kind of the only we have triple bounce.
Yeah, that's basically it.
All right.
If I'm Mao, I really do wonder why you're staying in Mao.
Yep.
I mean, go one way or the other. Go towards the north or go towards the south.
I suppose the argument for not going to the English Channel here is that you want to give Italy less incentive to come towards you, but Italy's got enough incentive, not enough to worry about, right? You want to go
help the Italians. You don't need to worry about the Italians. You need to go worry about them falling.
Yeah. So do something with it. I'm with you on that. All right. So let's look at the builds here. We see a fleet in Brest. We see a fleet South Coast St. Petersburg, which actually is really the right call here, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have England on side. England's going to probably have to retreat here to Norway. I could make the argument actually that you need to be thinking further ahead and looking at France, but you've got a death battle going here with Germany, and you're not doing anything until Germany's gone.
Yep.
And those are the only two builds. So let us push ahead here. Spring of 1905. And David, let's hear from you in the West. At least
now the French go. Now the French go, which is better late than never. And of course they take the North Sea, Burgundy to Gascony. I guess is so you can allow a convoy, maybe, or something
to North Africa.
But I'm not sure why you have Marseille holding. Honestly, I don't. Maybe Piedmont makes the Italians too squirrely or something. I'm not sure. But you're either going to go in and hit the Italians, or you're going to go hit the Germans.
It's got to be one or the other, right?
Why would you leave Burgundy and stay in? I mean, that doesn't allow you to do either one. I mean, there may be some other plan going on. Jim knows how to play. We've seen him play before. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm just trying to figure out what the strategy is there.
He also, look, he has the luxury of lots of options, right? Because no one's fighting him. He's topping the board at this point, and he can do whatever he wants. So
it's very true. But sometimes when you have so many options, you end up not making any decision. Yeah. Which can be bad. I mean, Jim's playing well, and he may very well top this board, and so who cares what I say? But I just think there's some moves here that could have given him a better tempo.
Yeah, I think that the question about stabbing Germany here is it comes down to if Germany's willing to help you hold Russia back, and between Russia and Turkey, those are your two main competitors for the board top. So I think if you're going to stab Germany, which you probably need to do in order to secure the board top, you probably don't do it until you're further advanced unit wise. You've pushed things further forward, and you can.
That could very well be, but why would
Yeah.
you leave Burgundy anyway? Why unless Germany was insisting on it for some reason?
Yeah, I think you move Piedmont forward. I don't think there's any reason not to do that.
Yeah.
And all right, let's push forward here. Oh, I'm sorry. In the east, it's Ionian
Turkey
changes
takes the Ionian, and Italy retreats to Naples. Is the story here? That's it.
And that's kind of it, right? Except well, I guess Vienna doesn't change hands.
Right. Tyrolia supports it this time.
This and actually, all right, so it wouldn't have worked.
More adventurism from the Germans.
All right, we have the reveal of the fall 1905 moves, and in the west, not a whole lot. Yeah,
I see nothing except Gascony to Paris and lots of holding. I mean, sending the fleet down there to say I'm here to help probably means you don't send more stuff down there, or the Italians just get jumpy. I understand that. I get it.
but why not go to English? Especially go to English Channel here.
Yes, again, and unless you're just holding around for the time to actually go hit the Italians, and maybe that's what the holds are for. It's like a delayed time bomb that's going to eventually blow up in the Italians' face.
Yeah, I think, or go to North Atlantic, right? So you can come over the top against the northern centers. Okay.
Yep.
All right, and then in the south, it's just some pushing forward. All right, let's.
Well, yeah, but Italy helped France into Tyrrhenian Sea.
Yeah, so it's worth pointing out. All right, so no centers changed hands that time, so there are no builds, and so spring of 1906. Let's talk about the west, David. Ooh.
Hold. 2 fleets move.
Yeah, there's no reason not to move the third fleet up here.
Just not sure what Jim's thinking is there. Of course, he does take Naples, so why am I complaining about anything Jim's doing?
No, he takes Ionian here. He doesn't take.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't read that correctly. Yep. It doesn't matter. He takes the Ionian. Why am I listening to what I'm saying? Of course, the Ionian can retreat. No, it retreats to Greece. It's a spring turn. Okay. Germans take Denmark. That's relevant. And the Russians take Norway, which I guess was guaranteed.
Well, no, it could have been bounced by the French again, but okay. And so then in the south, Ed, tell us what happens around Trieste here.
Well, Serbia enters Trieste, so the Turks get Trieste. There's no end to the IT hatred, and I think that's Tyrrhenian Sea moving to Ionian, right? Not Naples?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and France,
So France is in the Ionian. So France is topping the board. They're in the Ionian, Norwegian, and North. Really no reason to think that they're not going to top this board, right? Turkey would have to both stab Russia and get a bunch of dots, while also France not getting a whole lot more.
I don't think it's going to happen, particularly with
particularly if he goes and takes German stuff right now, which he's doing.
Yeah.
So all right, so we do finally have a stab here. Interesting timing for the stab, yeah. I think
as opposed to when.
Yeah, and also, why don't you convoy? Why doesn't Eddie convoy into Belgium here?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's just a tactical mistake there. And then in the south, we have Ionian pulling back into Tyrrhenian Sea. Oy,
yeah,
okay.
If that's a little odd, but I assume that's going to be a play for Tunis. The Russians gain Romania, so Turkey clearly arranged that and kept Trieste.
So Russia's getting 2 builds here. No, it's just getting 1 because they've lost Denmark. Still, it's actually prescient of Turkey to arrange for Russia to get a build. That increases because France needs to be held back in the north. So all right, and then let's see what happens with the builds. We have Army Warsaw. This, I wonder if that was part of the deal actually between Russia and Turkey, or if this should have been a fleet north coast. And elsewhere we have an army in Paris, which suggests that France sees the way forward through the German centers, which could be right, could be wrong. Italy gives up on Tyrolia, and let's see, maybe you know what, the Army Warsaw may be designed to finally get Vienna for good. And let's see if that happens. All right. Let's lots of black arrows, lots of things moving in a westerly direction.
And easterly, yeah. I mean, it both on the other side of the board. But yeah, so Turkey had it. Oh, I'm sorry, Brandon. I was just starting.
Go for it.
Turkey's taking the Ionian. Put 3 on it. Taking the Adriatic. Taking Venice. I wouldn't be surprised, having played with Max once, if Max just said do it. I didn't really, I know he didn't want to lose Tunis. He thought France betrayed him in some way, but this is and Turkey gets back into Romania after since the fleet got since they decided to piff the fleet, maybe that was part of the deal, but man, a good year for Turkey, no matter which way you shake it.
This is a lovely, really, it's really worked out really, really well for Turkey. So yeah, and it should be said that Russia chooses to pull the fleet here rather than, retreat it to Sevastopol or the Black Sea. The Black Sea would have had Ankara guaranteed. So this is clearly an agreement between the two of them. Maybe that was part of the deal for giving Romania away in the previous turn. If so, diplomatic masterstroke by Kartik here. In fact, if Kartik goes on to top the board, and I think there's a really good chance that that's what happens here, we've seen 2 really good diplomatic turns from Kartik in terms of rearranging the alliance structure between him and Russia.
I agree with that, but it was set in motion because Jim made a strategic error in leaving the Ionian and coming back and thereby messing up his deal with the Italians. He should have really stuck with the Italians. Yeah. Once he stabbed the Germans, you don't want to also stab the Italians. It's not now who's your buddy? Nobody. I think he would wanted to keep the Italians on side to help keep the Turks under control, and that didn't work out. I mean, Jim can still top this board. I'm not saying he can't, but he just made it more difficult, I think, by his miscue last turn. I just don't. It wasn't worth it just to try to take Tunis from the Italians.
Since it's a spring move, do you suspect Turkey may pull back from Bulgaria, or no chance?
From Romania.
Romania, yeah. Long night, guys.
That's a really good question. He doesn't need it because he's getting Venice here. Or does he go to Sevastopol and follow with Romania, right?
Well, I guess that would be a question. You want to race with the French or not? If he doesn't do that, the Russians can help maybe control the French. The French are getting ready to take Holland, for example.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we didn't talk about this, but the French moves largely worked in the West, largely went pretty much the way he wanted them to.
Yeah, but, North is at risk now, actually. And, it's unclear what's happening between Germany and Russia. Let's find out. The answer is
I didn't think they were going to work together for sure.
Works out pretty well for France in this case. All right, tell us about it, David.
Well, as you can see, he took Holland, and I didn't think there was much chance of any RG help, any cooperation, because it was just when faced with the French coming, Jason sent his fleet to the Baltic, so I didn't think there was much chance.
That's true.
There being any rapprochement between those two.
But so France gets Munich as well. So
yes, they took both of them, which is amazing. But look who took Tunis. Ed, you want to talk about that?
I think Turkey has taken 4 centers. This is really good. Ionian takes Tunis with French support. Rome walks into Venice.
Is this
really good?
The 3 of them deciding how the game's going to end? Is that what's happening here?
Well, Max clearly is walking out of centers, right, for Turkey's benefit. So your question, David, is whether Russia, Turkey, and France are arranging the end of the game?
Maybe.
I don't think Russia would have arranged it to where Turkey would get 4.
Well, you're right. I don't think anybody was expecting Max to do what he did. But
Yeah. My guess is that France probably thought he was getting rid of Italy so that he would be able to take Tunis behind him, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Turkey is so well set up here. I don't think Turkey is going to be leaving Tunis, at least not with without more French fleets down there. All right, let's find out here how the builds went. We now have an 11-11 split between France and Turkey, with Russia sitting at 9, and Russia puts down 2 armies in places that suggest that they're perfectly fine with Turkey board topping. Turkey puts down 2 armies and fleet on the south end here, which suggests that they don't think they need Black Sea either to take the Russian centers or not. And Italy, I think that was it for Italy. It was. No, Italy has one.
No, he has one left.
One unit left, but clearly doesn't want to hold on to it. So it'll be interesting to see if Tyrrellia actually does anything to help anyone. It could be used to support Turkey against Russia if Turkey wants to go for the board top. All right, France, for their sake, puts down a fleet in Brest and an army in Paris. And
I continue to be baffled what France was doing there. That's why I was wondering, why would you put the Turks into Tunis like that?
If they can get a fleet into North Africa before Turkey gets another fleet into Naples, but it's not happening. So
it's just puzzling to me. I mean, Jim has made a lot of good moves here, but I just don't quite get that one.
Well, and let's see. Turkey's moves here are a little bit puzzling. You've got Italy going back to Venice, maybe trying to survive, and Russia's not interested in doing anything with those armies. Okay.
I mean, doesn't this look almost like some kind of look at all this holding and supporting and everything?
Well, I think Turkey's moving in position. I think he's going to eliminate Italy this turn.
I mean, why? If you're the French, why would Marseille be holding in this situation for any reason, unless you've got an arrangement on how you want to end the game?
France supports Russia into the German center, so this would end. This would
one
end
of these triple board top things, maybe.
Yeah, we're looking at an 11-11-1, 11-11-11-1. Did I say 3 11s? I can't remember. 3 11s and a 1. I think that's what we're going to end on in fall of 1908.
Unless we're totally misreading this, that's about the only way to read what's happening here.
Yeah, I think Marseille should be in Piedmont here to support Venice if that's going to happen. There is a chance here that Turkey could steal the lone board top, but could also lose it to France. All right, the answer is
the end of the game is with the answer.
Yep, with a 3-way 11 center board split board top. Okay, so that is how the game ends. And interesting, we had 6 games tonight. I think there were 3 split board tops. Is that right? No, this was a lone board top. So this is the first game. The second game is a lone board top. Third game is a lone board top.
Wrong. Hold on. That's a tie, isn't it?
Me and Conrad.
9-9.
That's my game.
That's right. Okay. So 1 split. Then we have a 10-10 split. Here we have an 11 center lone board top. And here we have a split board top. So we should spend a minute talking about this game and whether it should have ended on a split board top or not. But that's 3 out of 6 that were split. I actually crunched the numbers I'm doing a follow-up article that's going to come out in Diplomacy World on Wednesday. But there were 15% of the VDL games had been split board tops prior to this. And now we have 3 out of 6. This follows on the heels of Weaselmoot showing a lot of split board tops. There were more than half of them there. There we speculated that had to do with the existence of a top board. You can't make that argument here, although there is a top board, but it's so far distant in the future that it's hard to imagine that having the effect. I wonder if Weaselmoot has had an effect on how these games were played. Ed, you played in the games. You played in both Weaselmoot and this. What's your thought on that?
Okay, so what happened in Weaselmoot with round 1 with so many shared board tops is you have to think about the number of players that were playing versus the number of players that would make the top board. So what, you have 50 or 60 people aiming for 7 spots. So the incentive structure there in the first round was for everyone to put themselves in a position for the second round. And I think that's why you saw a ton of split board tops. No one wanted to rock the boat on the votes, or a few people did because there were some, but in general, no one was rocking the boat. That's why you had so many split board tops. I think even a 4-way, if I remember correctly, from Weaselmoot first round, because everyone just wanted to have the option of making it in game two. Game two, Weaselmoot, a lot fewer board tops because everyone could do math and they knew what they needed to do to go on. I think you have, until you just said it, Brandon, and I think Zachary has got a great thing going with VDL, even though he doesn't like me. But what I think is happening is not that people are playing for the top board of some VDL tournament. They're playing for the DB&I Invitational. And I believe a lot of people are happy just to increase their points to try and move up in the standings, because that's 21 or 28 players, if I'm not mistaken. So you'll see people making the same dynamic. That certainly in my head. I mean, that was one of the things I contemplated was I'll move up enough. I don't play that many games, and it seems, reasonable.
Huh. I'm not sure that moving up just a bit in the VDL standings will increase your position for the DB for qualifying for the Invitational that much. A big score could potentially do that, but your suggestion is that we're in a mode right now that feels a bit like round 1 of Moot, and round 2 feeling from Moot will pervade VDL as we get closer to the end of the season.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to this game for a second. Who passed up the chance at the big score here?
Jim
in France.
I think so. I think he had some opportunities to hold the South, hold the Mediterranean with Italian help, and at the same time go after centers in the North. I think that's the opportunity that was missed.
So this is the moment you think that he blew it.
I mean, blew it is a strong term because he still shared the board top and had a shot at the board top anyway. So I don't want to be too hard on Jimmy. He played really well, but I think if anybody had the chance to have the gigantic result or whatever, it would have been, and gigantic maybe not, but certainly the big result would have been Jim.
I missed his chance, I should have said. I blew it's a little bit too harsh. But so the thing to do here, in your opinion, then would have been to stay in Ionian, work with Italy as much as Italy wanted, convoy into Belgium here, and then follow up that way.
Yeah, assuming this was the right time to stab the Germans. And I'd have to go back and really think that through. Do you do it now or do you do it after you're in the Barents and stuff? I don't know. Probably now, I think.
Now Germany's about to get a build. Russia is not really on them anymore. I would think this is the moment.
I think that's probably right.
But I think you got to do it with that.
But see, here's the thing. We talked about this a minute. I don't want to belabor this point, but Jim shouldn't be in Paris right now. Jim should have already been in Burgundy, and then moved Burgundy to the Ruhr, or even Burgundy to frickin' Munich as part of this move. Yeah. Now maybe Munich's not vacated if he's still in Burgundy. I get that, but I just didn't like all that moving backwards business.
Yeah, you have to wonder if these holds were intentional or part of a technical error. Okay,
even before that, when he left Burgundy and went to Gascony, and then he went to Paris.
Yeah, that was this right here. All right, what about did Turkey was there a moment when Turkey missed the opportunity? Maybe when they didn't take Ionian the first time.
Well, there's that, but also they had another chance when Italy was definitely throwing them centers at that point. When they got 4, they could have moved on Russia.
Yeah.
So I think they had the opportunity there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, why not?
Let's be honest. Anybody, even at the end of the game, you're still missing a quote opportunity end quote because you're all at 11. I mean, somebody's going to win that if they start fighting with each other.
Yeah, I think that the question. So if it's a time limited game and you know it's about to end, there can't be another year. Then it seems like the calculus becomes very easy. You just get whatever centers you can. But this is a point at which actually there could have been a couple more years, I believe, I know that it didn't go to the time limit. The question is whether it went close enough to the time limit to make the calculations about the time limit easier. I think they could have. We had another game that went, I think, through 10 years. So I think they could have gotten through 10 years here. It becomes a question, right? For Italy, can I take Russian centers without Russia throwing enough to France in the north to make that not worth it? Tough to say.
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah. I mean, look, so they end with 29 points. With tribute, if any of them get one more dot, it's got to be worth at least 20 points here. I'd have to do the calculation, but certainly if you can get up to 13 or 14, you're looking at a plus 50 score here. So it's a significant difference.
I think it's going to be interesting to see if people start playing your way or if people continue to play this way.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the top 10. So this was the top 10 coming into tonight. The players that we saw were Eber and George and I think Hal and Carl. And here is the standings after those games. So John Anderson leaps up into second place thanks to his board top. Eber drops to third place despite so he didn't have a board top tonight. He just no, that's right. But he didn't have an elimination, so he picked up some points that might help him. For the other players, just George Linkert, I think he dropped a spot here. Is that right? Yep. And Carl and Hal looks like they stayed about the same.
They switched, right?
Is that right? Yeah, Carl moves up, Hal moves down. That's right. So Carl picked up survival here, and Hal picked up another survival. So that was enough to cause him to switch places. So we'd have to look further down. Ed, I'm not sure how this changed your standing.
Well, I've only played in one VDL game, so I'm not sure and it was today.
Okay. And you picked up 20 some points in this one?
Brandon, if I cared, I'd tell you. I have no idea. Whatever it was. Yeah. So this was my first participation in any league game.
All right, got it. So I can't pull those back up. So all right, well, we'll check it out. I will post I'll see if I can output the new updated VDL standings here, and see where that shifts things. Let's put a bow on the evening. And hey, I see Brian Pravel in the waiting room. Brian, you want to put yourself back on here and close off the evening with us? Hey, Brian, welcome back. You got to unmute yourself.
All right, that was a fun game.
All right, welcome back.
It was fun. Yeah.
Thank you.
Brian, any thoughts on the evening here?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say shout out to Zach Moore for getting 6 boards for a league game. Like, that is fantastic, and especially for getting that many games across so many time zones. Like, I really appreciate the effort that he put into making this accessible for so many different people.
Yeah, including night owls in North America.
Yeah. Or so, really early
hopefully
morning.
We'll get some more APAC. Yeah. All right, let's get some final thoughts then. Ed, you go first.
I enjoyed doing the games. I think the big takeaway is the scoring system and tribute and how the players are reacting to it.
What do you think the net effect is at the moment?
I mean, ever since Tribute's starting to be used, you're seeing a lot of the shared board tops for a variety of reasons. A lot more power staying in, a lot bigger draws with more players because of Tribute, and more shared board tops. And it may be an unintended consequence of the scoring system or designed to let everyone continue to keep playing. But there is something playing in these games where you can't and don't have an incentive to get really bent out of shape with anybody, even if you're on the losing end, because you can still add value staying in the game as a smaller power. And bigger powers, of course, want to turn them around, and that's always a little bit of spinning a bunch of plates, as I tried to do in my game with the little powers, making them feel relevant. So I think, more work has to be thought out about how people should play tribute better. And I include myself in that.
That's interesting that you think it might actually be making people more civil with each other, like more concerned about how their reputation is rippling throughout just a single game.
I've not, having participated now in 3 games virtual that had tribute scoring, there wasn't one game where there was a complete blow up, bad feelings, or anything like that. And I'd seen that in Carnage before, when we played under that scoring system, and as people saw their position slipping, getting more and more angry and desperate. Although I guess we had one person, get mad about the situation tonight, but I think that's a rarity. I think tribute does promote board cooperation, and that's weird. And I think that's another reason why you're seeing the board split tops.
I suspect that the league function is what's causing what you're talking about even more than the tribute function.
That's true.
The board topping, shared board topping thing that the tribute people don't like, I think it's because this allowing someone to get ahead of you is so bad that you have to decide whether you want to prevent the really bad thing or go for something that might be really good for you. And people are opting for preventing the bad thing, preventing someone else from getting from getting a really big score. That's the decision making that's going on here. And it's be interesting to see how that continues. As Brandon says, at some point, will these games turn into round 2 of Weaselmoot, where that became less of a consideration? I'm now less concerned about someone else getting a big score and more concerned about me getting a big score. And that's going to be interesting to see if that transition occurs. I mean, any scoring system you use, people are going to read it the way they want to and play the way they want to, and some people will ignore your scoring system anyway. Indeed. So there's lots of motivations that go on in diplomacy, and I'm here to say that actually any way you want to play is okay, because it's your game. If you get to play, you get to decide how you want to play it. But to get off of that soapbox for a minute, let's go back to the games themselves. And I think I've already mentioned this, I was struck by how many times a very strong Western Alliance jumped out of the gate and started poking at the stalemate line. That's something that I don't think we've seen as much during the summer play as I would have thought. Either a strong Eastern or a strong Western Alliance just jumping out of the gate and smacking into Munich and smacking into the Mediterranean or whatever the stalemate line situation is. We did see that tonight in all, I think, but one game.
Yeah, and not all of them were Western triples. That's another thing. It seemed like that was the first, say, 4 games all had some Western triple action in them, but the latter 2 did not. And
even the Western triple stuff didn't last long, as Western triples don't. But you're right that the Western triple function was part of what I'm talking about. Yeah. Jumping to the stalemate line.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of Western triples in these virtual games. A ton. I've had to, every time I'm on the East, I think I'm facing a Western triple. I won't triple if I'm in the West. And I'll just go down with the ship if it has to be, if I'm Germany, but I haven't had that problem yet.
I think Tommy was saying earlier that in his game, he was Germany. The other 2 were basically forcing it on him.
That is what almost everyone's saying. That is in every Germany. It's not like Germany, these players aren't all inexperienced. They know that a Western triple is typically not good for Germany, but everyone's friendly in the beginning. They're talking, and sure enough, no one really wants to attack each other, and they come up with the triple idea, which is nothing other than saying we're going to attack Germany a little later on. But that's I see it so many times. And even when you tell Germany that, even when you say, this is a bad idea, he's like, well, what am I supposed to do? It's EF. That's what it really is.
I have no option. Ally with the Russians and the Italians.
Yeah. Let Russia into Sweden.
Yeah. No, for real, right? But no, for real. This may be a corrective that the league that the culture of the league needs to have happen. That it's just a sort of meta consideration that, like, as a group, we need to recognize that Russia's are too weak, and it's actually hurting Germany. And so give Russia a little boost here. I also wonder if there's something about the youth of the league that is at play here. so that there are a lot of people who are playing with each other who just don't have a lot of experience playing with each other. There's a lack of familiarity, and that may actually lead them to be a bit more cautious. And Western triples in our local club, they often happen out of caution, where people they can't. There's no two will agree to fight against the other one, and so by default they just say, okay, let's do a Western triple. It will delay the decision making. And do you guys think it's possible that there's a lack of familiarity due to the youth of the league at this point?
I think that's a possibility. I also want to say one thing before we jump off the topic of the Western triple being bad for Germany. The statistics that we're getting ready to come out of the October edition of Deadline News will tell you that Germany's been doing just fine this summer. And in fact, it's the East that has been destroyed. But England, France, and Germany are both all three of them doing pretty well. So if to the extent that we're sort of denigrating Western triples as being bad for Germany, Germany is apparently not suffering too much, at least as far as the summer play this far has gone.
So look, it's nothing that the very best players don't overcome, because what's happened, if you look at John, he played in the West and in the Weasels, and each time he's able to maintain his top position, and he played in Italy today in the East by using the threat of the other side of the board resolving their situation earlier and coming their way to get those people away from him. And so there are antidotes to pressure on one side of the board or the other that the top players are able to work around.
So what you're trying to say is John Anderson's really good. I agree.
Well, he's very good.
I agree.
It's so there at some point, it's sort of like John and Tanya, right? At some point, they're both going to get on a board, and they can't both top. Well, I guess they can share the board top, but I suspect.
Yes,
Well, I presume we're going to see that at some point. If not before the championship board in January, then probably there. So they are sitting 1 and 2 in the standings, and the next
they're also already both in the Invitational.
Yeah, so I was just talking about the VDL championship game, which is going to be in
January.
January. But then we've got the Invitational, which they're both automatically qualified for. And it's, I have to say, when you start talking about it like that, we see all these automatic qualifiers. We know that these top players who are high up in the rankings. The Invitational is going to be fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. I cannot wait. It's
City's big dance.
Yeah. I remember Brandon and I were talking about this idea, this concept. Wouldn't it be cool to have a tournament of tournament winners? That would just be such a cool thing. And now to see it coming together, to see this whole season of people that have played these games, they've had success, and now we get to see them all play together. I'm stoked. Can't wait.
I'm constrained to point out that we have had invitational tournaments in the past in the face-to-face hobby involving past tournament winners. The big difference here is that the rest of us weren't invited, and we didn't know what happened. You're inviting everyone to this thing. We're all going to see what happened. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
And Ed, you're fighting for qualifications, so we're hope to see you there as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully so. Well, we'll see if I have any tricks in my bag to get in there.
Ed, the way you were talking before, you made it sound like you had a horrible game. So we were looking for you to get ransacked and to get eliminated, but you made your way to the shared board top. It's a decent result, especially given where you were at certain points in the game.
So if you, since they're very long and only of interest to a few people, when I do my podcast, the number one thing that I talk to people about in my games is, what I could have done better and all the rest of it. I'm not thinking it's a personality flaw, but I do lack a killer instinct. I could have board topped that game. I'm saying it on, prestigious DBN. And Conrad Woodring could probably have told you the same thing, given my position and what was going to happen. And there's just something in me that's like, I'm good with it. It's a good game. I'm having a fun time. And there's part of me that doesn't want to go away. Not that Conrad would care. He'd probably respect me more. But there's part of me that doesn't want to go away and say, you know what, I felt bad, or to get my board top, I had to tell Conrad, no, you're going to have to eliminate a 13-year-old. I mean, I just didn't. I don't have that in me. So I take that into consideration because, I like to go to sleep feeling good about myself, and I don't like to feel bad. But I thought that I would be critiqued on not having the killer instinct.
You go do Ed Sullivan. It's okay.
That's right. I got to be me.
And by the way, if you want me to come on your podcast and tell you what you should have done to top the board, I'm happy to do that.
We already have 6 hours of that. There's a lot of footage.
Brandon will tell you everything you need to know about everything if you just ask him.
Sometimes if you don't as well. All right, guys, let's call it a night. We've got the next VDL is on October. Let me see if I can find it. October 24th. There's going to be 3 rounds. One starting at 2 a.m. Central, the next starting at 9 a.m. Central, and the third starting at 4 p.m. Central. I believe they're all going to be the same length this time. There was a bit of discrepancy between, I think one of the rounds was shorter than the others in terms of the time limit. We will also be back, so we will be there broadcasting that the week before that. We will be broadcasting the Tempest tournament, so do some Googling if you don't know. Well, hopefully I'll try to remember to post the link here and also on our website, diplobn.com. There's also the Diplomacy Briefing website, so if you're not a subscriber to the Diplomacy Briefing, you should be. That's a weekly newsletter, a weekly threat assessment of the diplomacy community, I think is their tagline. Please also subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're not already a subscriber. We just crossed 200 subscribers just yesterday, I believe. So congratulations to us. And I think that's going to do it for tonight, you guys. Thank you so much, all 3 of you, and Bill Hackenbracht for broadcasting tonight. And stay safe out there. And as Siobhan would like to say, stab well.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.